In the 39th year of Konoha, amidst the brisk chill of spring, the morning dew collected before the memorial stone soaked the boy's forehead protector. The protagonist, Inoue Yuwa, knelt on the aged stone steps, meticulously polishing the names of his parents etched upon the monument. The coarse texture of the stone was palpable beneath his fingertips. It had been 9 years since his journey began, yet he could not forget the searing pain in his stomach upon receiving the news 3 years prior. In this lifetime, he had the love of his parents and possessed the most precious of treasures, yet he was fated to lose. After all, what the world fears most is not the absence of possession, but the agony of losing what one has cherished. In his previous life, he was a child raised within the confines of an orphanage, devoid of friends. On his 18th birthday, in a bid to save a drowning girl, he himself succumbed to the depths. He vividly recalled his last thought in that life. At least it wasn't in vain. In this life, Yuwa, you are here too, a clear youthful voice pierced through the rain. A golden-haired boy approached, extending an oiled paper umbrella over the drenched Yuwa. The rain pattered softly against the surrounding leaves and grass, emanating an unsettling silence. Senpai Manado, Yuwa turned to face the boy, who was immensely popular and talented in school, and a character he had greatly admired in an anime from his previous life. He never imagined he would traverse into this world. Although Yuwa was 2 years his junior, their bond had flourished under Minado's deliberate friendship, a rapport that persisted until the untimely demise of his parents. War is truly a grotesque affair, Yuwa murmured softly. Manado scratched his head, at a loss for words in the face of such matters. Thank you, Senpai. I suppose I am still too weak, he replied, possibly haunted by the shock of his parents' passing, or perhaps overwhelmed by the dread of war, knowing history as he did. After all, he was but a 3-no personnel. Although the spiritual strength bestowed upon him by his reincarnation might surpass that of ordinary individuals, his lack of lineage doomed him to be mere cannon fodder. Thus, at the tender age of 4, he implored his father to teach him the art of chakra extraction, embarking on his training early. Manado was well aware of Yuwa's diligence and formidable strength in training, to the extent that most 5th-grade students could not rival him. Yet, he found himself momentarily at a loss when confronted with the topic at hand. Manado placed a comforting hand on Yuwa's shoulder, offering silent solace. Inoue Yuwa, aged 9, possessed the attributes of lightning and wind, mastering 2 crank ninjutsu and excelling in swordsmanship. His demeanor was composed, his will unwavering, and his strength met the standards for early graduation. At the Konoha Training Ground number 32, the proctor, Chunin Teiji Masaki, along with 2 other examiners and Yuwa's homeroom teacher, Yamashita Ju, stood by. In the center of the training ground, Yuwa was prepared, adjusting himself to the optimal state for the examination. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage was remotely observing through the use of a telescope technique. He could no longer glean anything from the ninja school, remaining there held no value. The ninjutsu left behind by his parents lacked sufficient capable instructors for him to train with, thus he sought early graduation, hoping to receive guidance from a supervising teacher to bolster his strength. Despite not facing immediate peril, Yuwa felt an intense yearning for power ever since his parents' demise. He understood that in a world governed by the laws of power, strength was the primary metric by which most rules were measured. Gazing at the proctor, Teiji Masaki, Yuwa pondered what level of strength was necessary to pass the examination. He was acutely aware that he could not match the proctor's might at present. Candidate Inoue Yuwa, you need only withstand my attacks for 3 minutes to pass the examination, Teiji Masaki declared with a serious expression, nodding slightly to the other 2 examiners. Let the examination commence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Teiji Masaki vanished with a whoosh. Yuwa's pupils constricted. He sensed the hairs on the back of his neck bristle from the rush of air. The slender wrists of the 9-year-old boy twisted, the blades shimmering with a faint azure glow, infused with the subtle power of wind chakra. Clang! The metallic shuriken clashed with his sword, sparks flying. Teiji Masaki's figure solidified and dissipated behind Yuwa, while 12 afterimages simultaneously surged toward him from all directions. The wind swept Yuwa's bangs aside, revealing a fierce expression. Wind body flicker. As he completed the hand seals, Yuwa's form transformed into swirling gusts, scattering before the 12 incoming attacks. The two examiners nodded in approval. His application of this ninjutsu clearly brushed against the threshold of Chunin proficiency. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Teiji Masaki's mouth as he landed, his boots emitting a purple spark upon contact with the ground. Just as Yua reformed his body 10 meters away, he witnessed the proctor forming the tiger hand seal. Lightning release. Purple lightning strike. A serpentine bolt of purple lightning surged forth, incinerating the test dummies in its path. Yua rolled to evade the first wave of lightning, using his sword to propel himself into the air, swiftly forming hand seals with his left hand. With a bang, a charred wooden block appeared in the spot he had just vacated, while Yua found himself several meters away. Yet the blast shockwave still propelled him through the air. As he adjusted his posture mid-flight, he suddenly noticed that Teiji Masaki's shuriken had become entangled in a lightning chain. The barbed chain writhed like a living entity, closing in on him, and Yua's pupils widened as the purple lightning loomed closer. This is the moment. Yua reached out with his left hand, allowing the chain to ensnare his wrist. In that instant, as the lightning coursed through his skin, his right hand sword erupted with a blue-white radiance. His family's lightning fong sword technique finally unveiled. Lightning cutter. Reverse flow. The lightning chakra infused within the sword surged back along the chain, the arcs dancing like a thick serpent. Teiji Masaki gazed in astonishment at the crackling electricity at his fingertips. This child's chakra control had surpassed his defenses. The electronic hourglass displayed 47 seconds remaining. Yua knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, blood seeping from the grip of his sword, while traces of crimson appeared at his nostrils. The dual attributes of wind and lightning surged violently through his veins. The previous technique had nearly drained his entire chakra reserve. His vision began to blur. Could he not hold on any longer? The images of his parents surfaced in his mind. No, I can endure. One more round of attacks. As Teiji Masaki's figure vanished once more, Yua bit down on his tongue to rouse himself. He channeled his last remnants of chakra into the ground beneath him, causing a web of lightning to erupt. A crank ninjutsu he had meticulously laid out prior to the exam. Lightning chain. The moment the violet lightning collided with the azure net, the entire examination area was engulfed in blinding brilliance. When the examiners regained their vision, they beheld the final grain of sand slipping quietly through the hourglass. Yua, now charred black, propped himself up with his sword, his tattered sleeve revealing an arm scorched by lightning. Teiji Masaki stood 5 steps away, the hem of his proctor's robe bearing a fresh cut. Strategic application, excellent. The chief examiner brushed the leaves from his shoulder. Next time, remember to infuse wind chakra into the lightning chain. It will increase the conduction speed 3-fold. Before his words had settled, Yamashita-ju had teleported to Yua's side, steadily supporting the exhausted boy. Congratulations, Yua. Chapter 1. Early graduation from right turn. Due to the inherent confusion in the official timeline of Naruto, numerous personal adjustments have been made to align with the storyline. I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 2. The path of the ninja. The next day, as Yuan slowly awakened at home, he caught sight of the ninja headband beside him. Although his body was still aching, a wave of joy surged within him. It dawned on him that he was now officially a ninja. At last, he had taken the first step out of the long march. After getting dressed, he was about to prepare breakfast when there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, a bouquet of flowers greeted him. Congratulations, Yuan, exclaimed the vibrant red-haired Kushina Uzumaki, her beaming smile brightening the room. Following her was Manado, offering his own congratulations. I didn't adamp. Oppos, expect you to become a ninja before us. Yuan, haha, what a stroke of luck. Kushina, feeling at home, plopped down onto the sofa, while Manado scratched his head in mild exasperation. Yuan felt at ease. His naturally introverted demeanor didn't clash with his newfound friendship with Manado and the sincerity of Kushina. Their camaraderie was delightful. He decided to treat them to handmade ramen, as he had yet to embark on any missions and thus lacked significant income, especially since his orphan subsidy would soon cease. After breakfast and farewells, Yuan made his way to the Hokage's office. Come in, Yuan, came the warm yet authoritative voice from behind the desk. Stepping through the grand door, he found the office bathed in golden sunlight filtering through the windows, illuminating the floor with radiant patches. The walls were adorned with portraits of past Hokages, their gazes seemingly scrutinizing every individual who entered, instilling an intangible pressure. Taking a deep breath, Yuan, despite his confidence from 2 lifetimes, felt the weight of the third Hokage's formidable presence compelling him to steady himself. Before he knew it, he was standing before the Hokage, standing at attention and respectfully bowing. Hokage-sama, I am Inoue Yuan, here to report. The Hokage set down his documents, raising his gaze to Yuan, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Yuan, congratulations on becoming a genin. From this day forth, you will bear greater responsibilities, contributing to the peace and prosperity of Konohagakure. Yuan nodded slightly, determination glimmering in his eyes as he responded, Yes, Hokage-sama. I will strive earnestly. The Hokage smiled, retrieving a mission scroll from his drawer and presenting it to Yuan. Due to the urgency of the situation, there is no time for your team to familiarize themselves with one another. This is your first mission. Though it is merely a C-rank task, it presents a valuable opportunity for growth. Receiving the scroll with both hands, Yuan carefully opened it, scrutinizing the details. His inaugural mission involved escorting a merchant to a neighboring country, ensuring his safety. The task appeared straightforward, yet Yuan understood that even a C-rank mission could harbor unforeseen complications. However, he could not refuse. Hokage-sama, I will complete the mission successfully, Yuan proclaimed, clenching his fists with confidence. The Hokage patted Yuan's shoulder. Your teammates are waiting for you at the village gate. Be cautious on your journey. After another bow, Yuan exited the office, exhaling deeply. He had never been fond of rigid structures, and the atmosphere around the Hokage felt overwhelmingly pressuring. Upon arriving at the village gate, his teammates awaited him. One was a tall, resolute young man named Chuda Li, and the other was a sprightly girl with a ponytail named Uchiha Yu. You must be Yuan. Li approached, extending his hand with a smile. I'm Li. We'll be teammates from now on. I look forward to working with you. Yuan reciprocated the smile, shaking Li's hand. Please take care of me. Yu hopped over, her face radiant with joy. Just call me Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Observing the enthusiasm of his new companions, Yuan felt pleasantly surprised, although Yu seemed to diverge from his preconceived notions of the Uchiha clan. All right, let us set off, Li declared, leading the way out of the village, with Yuan and Yu following closely behind, embarking on their first mission journey. Hey, where's our leading ninja? R&T Konoha teams usually composed of 4 members? Yuan queried in astonishment. Yo, are you asking about me? A languid voice emerged from behind. Oh, my apologies for not introducing myself sooner. Li scratched his head awkwardly, stepping forward to point at the approaching Jonin. This is our guiding Jonin, Yin Chong. He leaned in closer, whispering, he is a master swordsman. Just look at the sword on your back, he winked. Let us skip the unnecessary pleasantries, kid. Let us move. After a brief check of their gear, the team met up with the merchant and commenced their escort journey. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with verdant mountains and flowing waters accompanying them. Li led the front, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. This was Yuan's first mission and his first venture outside the village. The novelty excited him, yet he felt a tinge of nervousness, keeping his left hand poised over his ninja tool pouch. Occasionally, Yu would strike up conversation with him. Yuan, do you know what your chakra nature is? She inquired with curious eyes. Generally, newly graduated genin possessed little more than basic jutsu, barring those from established clans. Yu, however, had no hint of prejudice, understanding that knowing each other's abilities was crucial for survival as teammates. Yuan paused, considering her probing question, but answered, wind and lightning. Meanwhile, Captain Yin casually trailed behind, occasionally reminding the team to stay alert. As noon approached, they paused to rest. Li distributed rations from his pack. Yuan accepted the food, sitting quietly to eat. This team seemed rather unreliable, giving the mission a picnic-like vibe. Yu bounced over to Yuan. Yuan, don't be so quiet. How about we share our dreams for the future? Yuan raised his gaze to Yun, who seemed lost in thought, unsure if Yu's question stemmed from him. But he responded nonetheless. My dream is to continually enhance my strength and protect those dear to me. Li chuckled heartily. I just want to complete each task safely and someday marry a nice girl. Yu chimed in with a giggle. I want to become the strongest female ninja in the village. At this moment, Captain Yun interjected, as for me, I just wish to enjoy a few more peaceful nights of sleep. Their laughter erupted, and the light-hearted chatter continued, a warmth enveloping Yuan who relished the camaraderie. After a brief respite, the team resumed their journey. Yuan gradually acclimated to the group dynamic, engaging more with his teammates. As dusk settled, the sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and red. Captain Yun glanced at the sky and said, let us find a spot to camp. We'll rest here tonight. Everyone busied themselves. Li took charge of setting up the tent. Yu prepared dinner, while Yuan and Yun set up traps for safety. After dinner, the group gathered around the campfire, listening intently as the merchant recounted fascinating tales from various nations. As the night deepened, one by one, they retreated to their tents to rest. Lying in his tent, Yuan reflected on the day and Appo's experiences, feeling a sense of uncertainty about the journey ahead. While it was crucial to enhance his strength to survive the battlefield, he pondered whether mere survival was his sole purpose. Indeed, after just one day of slight relaxation, a multitude of thoughts began to surface. Yuan glanced at the sword standing nearby and contemplated his past life, realizing perhaps there was still much more he could achieve. Chapter 3. The practical encounter sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on the winding forest path. The right turn squad had been traveling for 5 days and had finally exited the land of fire. Among the group, Yun Chang strolled with his hands in his pockets. Appearing nonchalant amidst the surrounding tension, Dolly led the way, scouting ahead, while Right Turn and Uchiha Yu closely followed, vigilantly observing their surroundings. For this land was notorious for ambushes. This road is truly long. When shall we reach our destination? Yun Chang yawned lazily. Please refrain from complaining, Teacher Yun Chang. Let us focus on completing our mission, Dolly replied, his gaze unwavering, ensuring no potential danger went unnoticed. Indeed, caution is advisable, Uchiha Yu added earnestly. Right Turn remained alert as well, occasionally inquiring about Yun Chang's well-being. He had hoped to benefit from the guidance of a jonin after his early graduation. Yet Yun Chang and Appo's demeanor seemed rather unreliable. Through casual conversation with Uchiha Yu, Right Turn gleaned some background on Yun Chang. Originally, he had not been assigned to lead. But during the Second Shinobi World War, he lost his lover and parents, leaving him despondent and inactive. Despite his innate talent, prolonged bouts of alcoholism had diminished his abilities. The third Hokage had specifically transferred him to the Umbu, hoping to restore his spirit. Though he had overcome his drinking problem, he remained lackadaisical and had only recently been reassigned to Minor Genin. As night fell, they finally arrived at a small town and found a place to rest. Seizing the opportunity while time permitted, Right Turn planned to venture into the outskirts to continue his training. During the mission, he could only practice chakra in the evenings. And now he was eager to attempt ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Yun Chang decided to accompany him. In a clearing within the forest, after a moment of silence, Yun Chang turned to Right Turn and said, Right kid, the journey has been dull. You excel in wind release, so demonstrate it for me. A flicker of excitement crossed Right Turn and Appo's eyes as he replied, Certainly, Teacher Yun Chang. I was just hoping to seek your guidance. This was indeed a pleasant surprise for Right Turn, who had observed that Yun Chang had mainly been sleeping for the past few days. Dolly and Uchiha Yu shared a similar sentiment, leading him to resign himself to the notion of having a slothful teacher. Positioning himself in the center of the clearing, Right Turn swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his most proficient C-rank technique, Wind Body Flicker. In an instant, a gust of wind converged around him, and he vanished, reappearing several meters ahead like a phantom. Yun Chang observed Right Turn's execution, a slight smile gracing his lips. Your speed is commendable, but your chakra control lacks finesse. The essence of wind release ninjutsu lies not merely in harnessing the power of wind, but rather in merging with it, feeling its every flow and force. Returning to Yun Chang's side, Right Turn appeared puzzled. How does this relate to natural forces? Isn't that sage mode? Yun Chang stretched lazily, finding a stone to sit upon. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and cast aside all distractions. Feel the wind around you with your heart. Imagine yourself as part of the wind, drifting with it. Following his instructions, Right Turn slowly closed his eyes, regulating his breath, attempting to immerse himself in the environment. Initially, he felt only a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, with no other significant sensations. However, as time passed, he began to perceive the intricate patterns of the wind and Appo's movement, a subtle and ineffable feeling. Opening his eyes, excitement sparkled within them. Teacher Yun Chang, I believe I understand a bit now. At that moment, Uchiha Yu, who had quietly joined them, approached with a smile. Teacher, how about a practical match between Right Turn and me? Right Turn, eager to assess his own abilities among the genin, agreed. Noting that Uchiha Yu was at least a pinnacle genin of the Uchiha clan, Yun Chang regarded the two, nodding casually without further comment. They moved to a clearing at the front of the group, standing opposite each other, exchanging subtle glances. Right Turn Kuin, I look forward to your guidance. Uchiha Yu declared as she initiated the confrontation. With swift hand seals, she shouted, Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from her mouth, blazing towards Right Turn. Reacting quickly, Right Turn executed Wind Body Flicker, evading the fireball's trajectory. Impressive reaction, Uchiha Yu thought to herself. Upon landing, Right Turn counterattacked with hand seals, unleashing Lightning Chain. A bolt of lightning shot forth, coiling towards Uchiha Yu. With a focused gaze, she activated her Sharingan, allowing her to perceive the lightning's path clearly. She swiftly dodged, evading the attack with ease. Right Turn Kuin, I shall now fight seriously, Uchiha Yu proclaimed. She launched another offensive, employing Fire Release, Phoenix Fire technique. Several small flames shot from her mouth in a fan-shaped arc towards Right Turn. He remained cautious, using Wind Body Flicker to evade the flames while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. As Uchiha Yu continued employing shurikens to restrict Right Turn's movement, he noticed her chakra was depleting after her series of fire release techniques, causing a slight delay in her actions. Seizing the moment, Right Turn executed hand seals, calling forth his sword technique, Lightning Blade, Reverse Flow. Infusing lightning into his sword, its blade shimmered with brilliant light as he charged toward Uchiha Yu. Startled, Uchiha Yu hastily formed seals, preparing to unleash another fire release technique. However, Right turn's speed overwhelmed her, and he lunged forward, his lightning-infused sword aiming for her. Yet, she skillfully evaded with the inside of her Sharingan, causing Right turn's decisive move to miss its mark. Impressive, Uchiha marveled internally. Realizing she could no longer underestimate Right turn. Concentrating, she prepared to counter his assault fully. The two engaged in an intense back and forth in the clearing, their combat fierce. Right turn's speed and lightning chain attacks pressured Uchiha significantly, while she relied on her Sharingan's perception and the potency of her fire release to hold her ground. As the battle progressed, Right turn's chakra dwindled, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish and his attacks weaker. I can't continue like this. I must devise a strategy, he thought. Meanwhile, Uchiha sensed Right turn's fatigue, excitement surging within her. It was her chance. She swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." A colossal fire dragon erupted from her mouth, roaring towards Right turn. As the flames subsided, only a charred wooden fragment remained. Uchiha sensed something amiss and quickly turned to unleash the great fireball technique once more, only to find no anticipated mist rising as Right turn had feigned an attack and charged toward her. However, without chakra to bolster his speed, he was now far slower. Even though he had successfully tricked Uchiha into using a technique, he was ultimately disarmed, his sword captured. The battle concluded. Teacher Yunchang remarked that Uchiha had indeed performed admirably. Right Curve did not feel too disheartened, for after years of solitary dedication to his craft, he understood that he could not quite measure up to those signs of prestigious families. However, he was relieved to have gained insight into his own capabilities, realizing the gap was not insurmountable and that he could still engage in friendly sparring. Uchiha gently placed a hand on Right Curve's shoulder, saying, "Right Curve, you are already quite formidable. Let us have another match next time." With Uchiha's innocent and charming visage drawing near, Right Curve found it impossible to harbor any resentment. "All right, next time I shall not be defeated," he replied with a gracious smile. After all, they were comrades. And he was not so petty as to let this minor setback trouble him, especially since today had been a day of significant gains. Upon returning to his room, he gazed at the peacefully slumbering Dolly, realizing he still had much to reflect upon regarding the day's experiences. Chapter 4. The Ambush 4 days later. Yunchang and Appo's squad successfully completed their escort mission. After a brief respite, they hurried towards Konoha without pause. Throughout nearly half a month of companionship, the bonds among the group had grown stronger. Rightward, who had initially worried about reverting to his solitary tendencies, found a comforting camaraderie with Dolly and Xiaoyu. His impression of Captain Yunchang had also greatly improved. Since that fateful encounter, Captain Yunchang had frequently offered him guidance, leaving Xiaoyu in disbelief, even questioning whether Rightward and Yunchang shared a special connection. Rightward felt embarrassed. Perhaps his orphan nature resonated with Yunchang. In the land of fire, within the valley of mountain lakes, the morning mist lingered in the dense forest. The three members of Yunchang's squad formed a triangular formation. Rightward absent-mindedly caressed the edge of his ninja tool pouch, his right hand firmly gripping the blade of his sword, with morning dew sliding down its sharp edge. Just moments ago, their seasoned leader, Yunchang, had mysteriously vanished amidst a dense fog, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. The squad immediately halted their advance, taking a defensive stance to observe their surroundings. Dolly remained rooted in place, his hands pressed against the ground, channeling an unending flow of earth chakra into the earth. He attempted to detect the enemy and Appo's location through the vibrations of the ground, but the thick fog seemed to muffle both sound and tremor, rendering his efforts futile. "What should we do now, Xiaoyu?" he asked anxiously, a hint of tension lacing his voice. Suddenly, Uchiha's Sharingan glowed crimson, the single tomo spinning rapidly within his pupils. Almost simultaneously, 3 shurikens sliced through the mist towards them. Rightward's wind chakra surged throughout his body, a cyan vortex erupting beneath his feet. The blade in his hand became a blur, deflecting the shurikens with sharp metallic clangs. 3-0 and Amp, Appo's clock. Dolly and Amp, Appo's roar erupted alongside his hand seals, as a wall of earth rose with a thunderous crash. Amidst the flying debris, 3 masked ninjas materialized from the void, their deep blue forehead protectors glinting coldly in the sunlight. How is it possible for a cloud ninja squad to be in the land of fire? Rightward felt a sense of unease. Although he couldn't recall the exact timing of the Third Great Ninja War, it certainly was not during this period. Rightward channeled chakra along the blade, causing it to emit a high-frequency hum. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him. When he reacted and swung his sword, the blade passed through the illusion. It was a water clone. The true threat came from above, as a cloud ninja's kunai, crackling with lightning, descended swiftly. Raikiri, reverse flow. Rightward forcefully redirected his chakra, turning just in time for the lightning to spiral back. In the sparks of metal clashing, he caught a glimpse of surprise in the enemy's eyes. Earth release, rock pillar. Dolly slammed his palms against the ground, causing dozens of stone spikes to erupt, pushing the adversaries back. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha leaped to the treetops, igniting the canopy with a great fireball technique. The cloud ninjas suddenly retreated in unison, forming hand seals. The fog thickened without warning, visibility plummeting to less than 3 meters. Dali, Uchiha and Appo's voice called out urgently, but Dali, who had been by his side, had vanished into the dense mist. Be careful, rightward, came Uchiha warning. Rightward's senses heightened, and relying on instinct, he desperately slashed backward with his sword, only to feel a jolt of electricity course through his hands. His blade slipped from his grip, and a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, nearly rendering him unconscious. Uchiha too had vanished, and a scream echoed in the distance. Damn it, rightward thought, unable to ponder further as he fought to endure the pain. Collapsing to the ground, he formed hand seals and unleashed the wind release. Great breakthrough to disperse the fog. However, the sight that greeted him made his breath quicken, nearly causing him to faint. Dali's lifeless body lay scattered nearby, his eyes wide in horror, while Xiaoyu had been pierced by a masked ninja's weapon. Her body tossed before him. The air was thick with the scent of blood as rightward instinctively summoned his chakra, yet his body remained unresponsive. He clutched his abdomen, staring numbly at the approaching enemy, grappling with the cruel reality of being a transmigrator. Despite lacking a golden finger, he had always believed himself unique, destined to avoid an early demise like others in this world. But today, and this is only the 4th chapter, clang. A jarring sound of metal colliding jolted rightward from his thoughts. A kunai had appeared before him, blocking the blade meant to end his life. Hissing sounds followed as another blade pierced flesh. Xiaoyu had rushed in to shield him. Is Xiaoyu dead? Blood poured forth as she collapsed against him, flooding his mouth, ears, and nose. The light of the blades flickered ominously. Am I next? He pondered. Forget it. Let me not be granted another chance at reincarnation. I am simply too wasteful. In the final seconds before losing consciousness, he thought he heard Xiaoyu and Appo's voice. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at a stark white ceiling, illuminated by the warm glow of a pendant lamp. To his surprise, he had awakened alive. I didn't expect to still be here, rightward croaked, his throat dry. Unconsciously gripping the medical bandages beside him, the pungent scent of disinfectant invaded his nostrils. Upon seeing rightward regain consciousness, Yunchang, the Nin, promptly exited to summon a doctor. Rightward, you have been unconscious for 5 days, he informed him, eliciting surprise from rightward. Where's this? We have returned to Konoha. Yunchang replied. Sensei, was what happened real? Rightward inquired, clinging to a sliver of hope that it had merely been a test for their squad, albeit a grimly realistic one. Yet, Yunchang and Appo's expression turned grave as he nodded slowly. Yes, it is true. Dali, he did not make it back. A dull ache resonated in rightward and Appo's head, as Dali and Appo's grotesque eyes flashed before him. His fingers dug into the medical bandage, the disinfectant and Appo's scent suddenly overwhelming. Yunchang and Appo's throat bobbed, and the monotonous ticking of the medical equipment in the corner sounded eerily loud in the suffocating silence. We cannot confirm they were cloud ninjas, but their organization was highly coordinated, far from a rabble. The Hokage has dispatched Umbu to investigate, Yunchang continued. What about Xiaoyu? How is she? Rightward pressed, his voice trembling with urgency. Yunchang's brow furrowed slightly. Xiaoyu remains unconscious. Her injuries are severe. It is a miracle she is alive. Rightward's heart sank, and he struggled to rise, only to be thwarted by the agonizing pain in his abdomen, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. Rightward, you must focus on your recovery, Yunchang urged, but Rightward's pupils suddenly contracted as he noticed the empty sleeve hanging from Yunchang's shoulder. Sensei, you kid. Yunchang abruptly turned, forcing a smile, though it was strained. This was indeed an A-rank mission. No one has ever completed an A-rank task right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. His tone cracked as if torn by a violent cough, and with that, he left with a heavy silence, leaving only the sound of the door closing behind him. Chapter 5. Awakening and the battle with Manado. During the period of recovery at the right bend, Yunchang Shinobi visited once or twice before ceasing his visits altogether. Meanwhile, Manado and Kushina came to offer their regards, as they were about to graduate and become genin. Right Bend initially intended to visit Xiaoyu, yet after regaining consciousness, she was taken away by the Uchiha clan, leaving only a note that read, I'm well. Right Bend Koen. Thereafter, there was no further news. A month later, as Right Bend's injuries healed significantly, he made a brief visit to the Hokage's office to report to the third Hokage. He then proceeded to the training ground to meet his new team. Konoha was relentless in utilizing every available force. It was difficult to ascertain Right Bend and Appo's current state of mind. He still harbored an insatiable thirst for power, yet felt an inexplicable trepidation towards combat. The haunting gaze of Dali and Xiaoyu's crimson eyes lingered in his memory, and the impact of death was overwhelming for someone who had rarely encountered blood. He meandered outside the Uchiha clan's territory, yearning to find Xiaoyu, but to no avail. Joining a new team brought with it an undeniable burden. As a genin, there was no escape. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he ambled towards the training ground. Perhaps he was ill-suited for this world. Being a ninja was not merely a child and amp. Appo's play. I have yet to grasp that realization, it seems. Right bend. Xiaoyu. Right bend was astonished to see a familiar figure among his new team. Could it be that his new teammate was Xiaoyu? What delightful fortune. Right bend. Congratulations on your discharge. I and Amp, Oppos. Am sorry I couldn't and Amp, Oppos, visit you. Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppos. S tone had lost its previous playfulness and charm, her expression somewhat somber as she presented a long, dark box. Right bend, this is a gift for you. Right bend gazed at Xiaoyu in a daze. Open it quickly and see if you like it. Xiaoyu urged, forcing a smile as she stood beside him. I like it, I like it. Right bend could perceive Xiaoyu's forced cheerfulness. It was evident that upon seeing him, memories of that fateful day resurfaced. As he opened the box, a sleek, black sword gleamed before him. He took it in hand, performing a flourish. What a fine sword. I and Amp, Oppos, am glad you like it. Right Benkuan, Xiaoyu replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It and Amp, Oppos, sa pity dolly isn and Amp, Oppos, here. And Yun Chong sensei has retired. Retired? What is a ninja without a hand? Xiaoyu murmured. Right Benkuan, do your best. I've also been assigned to a new team and will begin missions soon. In a few brief exchanges, both were enveloped in emotion. With nothing more to say, Right Ben tightened his grip on the black blade and bid her farewell. He then joined his new teammates, led by a chunin named Kamishima Kai, forming a new squad. Afterward, it became a common sight to see Right Ben's team at the mission center in Konoha. Over the course of 6 months, he, along with teammates Chiba and Ruka, under the guidance of Captain Kamishima Kai, successfully completed 47 D-rank missions, from clearing river debris to locating lost ninja cats, even repairing roofs for villagers. Additionally, they undertook 2 C-rank missions. Manado and Kushina also graduated and formed their own new team, frequently encountering Right Ben's squad at the mission center. Currently, Right Ben's earnings were commendable. After all, he could sustain himself. However, in terms of training, despite Captain Kamishima's diligent oversight, their fighting styles and attributes were not aligned, leaving Right Ben to often practice alone. Having completed yet another C-rank mission, and after receiving the mission reward, Right Ben walked alone on the path home. Although he had spent over 6 months with his 2 teammates, their relationship remained formal, likely due to their differing personalities. The streetlights cast reflections upon the puddles, mirroring a harmonious family of 3 in a nearby building. This sight caused Right Ben to pause, feeling increasingly lost in his solitude. With his rate of training and talent, in the impending Third Ninja World War, he would merely serve as a larger target for destruction. Concerning war, he still lacked the necessary resolve. After witnessing Dolly's tragic death on their first mission, fear consumed him, although it had thrust him deeper into this world. Was it true that he was simply a subpar traveler? With a sigh, he lamented the bleakness of his future. He yearned to regain his spirit. Yet the haunting images in his mind proved inescapable. With head bowed, Right Ben wandered aimlessly until he found himself at the edge of a tranquil grove. It was relatively quiet here. Only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze could be heard. He settled onto a stone, cradling his head in his hands, lost in profound contemplation. What should I do? Conflicting emotions swirled within Right Ben's heart. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. Right Ben. What a coincidence to find you here. Turning around, he was surprised to see Manado, who had also become a genin, with none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, as his captain. Senior Manado. Right Ben, feeling quite low-spirited, managed a strained smile and greeted him. Manado, perceptive as ever, noticed Right Ben's despondency. He sat beside him and inquired, what is troubling you, Right Ben? You seem downcast. After hesitating, Right Ben considered Manado's character and realized he indeed needed assistance. Thus, he poured out his confusion and anguish, his uncertainty about the future, frustration over his slow progress, and dread of war. Manado listened intently, nodding occasionally, allowing Right Ben to voice his concerns without interruption. Once Right Ben finished, Manado pondered for a moment before responding. Right Ben, I understand your feelings. War is indeed brutal. It claims many lives and places tremendous pressure upon us. However, we must not cower. As ninjas, we bear the responsibility of protecting our village and comrades. Noticing Right Ben's lack of response, Manado continued earnestly. As for training, I regret I cannot offer much advice. But if you are willing, let us engage in a duel. I have long desired to battle with you, for I have always regarded you as an exceptional ninja. Gazing into Manado's eyes, Right Ben thought, though Manado is destined to be the 4th Hokage, he is still a freshly graduated genin. Perhaps I could indeed best him. Manado is a complete native, lacking the will of fire, which will not aid me. Then I humbly request your guidance, senior. Right Ben rose, eager for the challenge. The two faced each other, standing in opposition. Right Ben initiated the attack, his toes lightly touching the ground, his entire being swirling into a tempest of fury, executing the C-rank wind body flicker technique. His speed was so astounding that only a faint afterimage lingered in his wake. Simultaneously, the lightning chain in his grasp crackled with the infusion of lightning release chakra, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike, targeting Manado's throat at an acute angle. Minado's gaze sharpened instantly. He deftly propelled himself off the ground, his body gliding like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze, effortlessly evading the lethal strike with fluid grace. In the split second of dodging the attack, Minado's hands began to move swiftly, performing the hand seals with remarkable fluidity. And he called out, "Earth style, Earth flow rampart." With this incantation, the ground quaked violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web, followed by a solid earthen wall rising from the earth, successfully blocking Right Ben's assault. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Right Ben's eyes flickered with resolve as he swiftly transitioned to his next move. With swift gestures, he transformed his hand seals, gathering wind chakra rapidly in his palms to conjure a miniature whirlwind. In an instant, he thrust his hands forward with a fierce shout, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A ferocious gale, laden with sand and stones, surged forth like an enraged beast, roaring towards Manado and his earthen wall. Where the tempest swept, sand and debris danced violently, and the earth wall trembled, its surface crumbling as it teetered on the brink of destruction. Manado, fully aware of the wall's inability to withstand such a fierce onslaught, exerted himself once more, activating the body flicker technique. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind his opponent, as silent as a specter. Sensing movement behind him, his adversary, Yuan, was caught off guard, unable to turn in time. Relying on instinct honed from countless battles, he drew his black blade and swung it backward. The sword carved a sharp arc through the air, but Manado had anticipated this move, executing a graceful flip in midair to evade the strike effortlessly. At the same moment, a kunai appeared in Manado's hand, propelled by the momentum of his rotation, darting toward Yuan's back like a bolt of black lightning. Gritting his teeth, Yuan turned his body with great effort, raising his sword to deflect the incoming attack. The clash resounded with a deafening clang, the sound of metal colliding echoing throughout the training ground, sending a tremor through Yuan's arm. The chakra on his sword flickered violently, as though expressing the intensity of their confrontation. Realizing he was falling into a defensive position, Yuan resolved to unleash his secret technique. He executed his combined sword technique, lightning chain sword technique, thundercut, wherein the lightning chain coiled like a spirited dragon around his black blade. The weapon, a gift from Xiao Yu, was more than just a ninja sword. It contained significant chakra-conducting metal. Thus, the lightning chakra spiraled and struck forth with unpredictable ferocity, each swing generating a powerful wind pressure that lifted the sand and stones from the ground to dance around the lightning chain. Manado remained composed, his footwork nimble as he evaded Yuan's relentless sword strikes. While dodging, he continuously formed hand seals, chakra coursing rapidly within him. Yuan's attacks grew increasingly swift and fierce, the lightning chain seemingly alive in his grasp, perpetually targeting Manado's vital points. Yet, Manado always managed to dodge at the last moment, his form weaving through the flurry of strikes with astonishing grace. Frustration began to gnaw at Yuan as he observed Manado's effortless evasion, realizing the latter's prodigious talent. Without hesitation, he activated the wind body flicker technique, surrounding Manado with rapid movements. His figure fragmented into afterimages as the lightning chain launched attacks from various angles, tracing blue arcs through the air. The training ground was enveloped in the radiance of the lightning chain, rendering Manado seemingly trapped in a blue cage. Yet Manado remained undeterred, focusing intently on his hand seals. At last, he completed them and exclaimed, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Drawing in a deep breath, he unleashed a massive water dragon that surged forth, fierce and formidable, roaring towards Yuan. As the dragon coursed through the terrain, it swept up sand and stones, creating a fleeting curtain of water. Yuan marveled at this display, acknowledging that Manado had mastered B-rank ninjutsu shortly after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Self-deprecation washed over him as he resolved to counter with his own technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The violent winds clashed with the water dragon, intertwining the sounds of gusts and roars, the tremendous impact distorting the surrounding air. The ground shook as sand and debris were caught in the maelstrom, forming a colossal sandstorm that engulfed both combatants. As the water dragon surged closer, Yuan understood the futility of standing firm. With a steely gaze, he activated the wind body flicker technique and darted to the side of the water dragon, wielding the lightning chain to execute the intricate thundercut, reverse flow. His movements melded seamlessly with the wind body flicker, their speed rendering him nearly invisible. Seeing this, Manado's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly formed another set of hand seals. Just as Yuan seemed poised to evade, the water dragon abruptly fractured into countless water arrows, raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Yuan was caught off guard, several arrows striking his body, eliciting a grunt of pain as he was flung backward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he felt a surge of agony coursing through him. Manado rushed to Yuan's side, assisting him to his feet. "Are you all right?" "I apologize. I just learned that technique and haven't mastered it yet," Manado said with sincere regret. "I'm fine," Yuan replied with difficulty. "I lost. It hurts." Manado truly was a genius. The gap between them would only widen from here on. "Yuan, You are exceptionally skilled, Manado reassured him, but Yuan cut him off. You don't need to say that. I and Appos, am not that petty. However, I have come to understand some important lessons. Thank you, Yuan said earnestly, acknowledging the value of battling someone of comparable strength. Ultimately, Manado escorted Yuan home. Despite the pain of defeat, Yuan realized he had gained much from the experience, understanding the true worth of strength through this encounter. Furthermore, Manado introduced him to a powerful ninja from whom he could learn even more. Chapter 6. The Eternal Shinobi. According to Manado, there exists a long-standing shinobi in Konoha, renowned for his formidable strength and mastery of swordsmanship, who is also a direct disciple of the second Hokage. The following day, Yuan diligently scoured every nook and cranny of Konoha in search of the ninja known as Maruhoshi Kashin, but to no avail. Ultimately, after consulting a few familiar elder women, he finally located Maruhoshi Kashin in a wooden cottage on the outskirts of Konoha. Maruhoshi Kashin was a man of average stature, with gentle eyes and a back hunched like that of a shrimp, bearing the unmistakable marks of time. Had Yuan not been informed in advance, he would never have guessed that this man was an exceptional ninja. Yuan respectfully bowed to Maruhoshi Kashin, expressing his desire to become his disciple and learn the art of swordsmanship, embellishing his request with fervent declarations about protecting Konoha and his comrades. For such sentiments resonated deeply with the people of Konoha. Initially, Yuan anticipated a rigorous trial, but after a brief silence, Maruhoshi Kashin kindly instructed him to come to this place each morning at 4 o'clock, starting the next day. Elated, Yuan bowed once more and expressed his gratitude, to which Maruhoshi Kashin responded with a smile, urging him to simply call him grandfather. Maruhoshi Kashin was a genial man with a profound love for Konoha, and he regarded Yuan's passion for the village and his desire to grow stronger as a manifestation of the will of fire. From that day forth, Yuan embarked on a grueling regimen of training after completing his daily missions. Each dawn, before the sun had risen, he would arrive at the training ground, where Maruhoshi Kashin awaited him. On the first day, Maruhoshi Kashin did not have Yuan begin practicing swordsmanship immediately. Instead, he instructed him to run laps around the training grounds while carrying heavy sandbags on his back. As Yuan's steps grew heavier, he gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat soaking his clothes and dripping down his cheeks. While Yuan had previously excelled in physical techniques, his foundation lacked the rigorous training necessary for body techniques. As his focus had primarily been on swordsmanship, he recalled a ninja named Guy from the Hokage who seemed extraordinarily formidable due to his prowess in physical techniques. Yet he had never encountered this individual during his time in Konoha. Lacking water-based chakra, Yuan was compelled to concentrate solely on mastering swordsmanship under Maruhoshi Kashin's tutelage. However, Maruhoshi Kashin possessed ample knowledge in ninjutsu application and combat experience that he could impart to Yuan. Remember, swordsmanship is not merely the skill of the hands. It also demands robust physical strength and endurance as its foundation, Maruhoshi Kashin remarked. Yuan remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as he continued to run forward. Compared to his previous solitary endeavors, he was grateful for having guidance now and relished the gradual ascent in his strength, even though the path ahead remained somewhat unclear. Upon completing the required number of laps, Yuan's legs trembled, nearly unable to support him, yet he steadfastly endured the fatigue, awaiting Maruhoshi Kashin's next command. Unbeknownst to Yuan, Maruhoshi Kashin nodded in approval as he observed him. In the days that followed, Maruhoshi Kashin interspersed lessons on fundamental sword techniques with Yuan's existing knowledge. He had Yuan wield a wooden sword, practicing fundamental cutting, slashing, and thrusting motions repeatedly. While these actions appeared simple, they demanded Yuan to achieve perfection. Each strike required precise force and impeccable angles. Under Maruhoshi Kashin's scientific and experiential guidance, Yuan came to realize just how much time and effort he had squandered previously. Gratefulness welled within him for both Maruhoshi Kashin and Manado, as he silently cherished this opportunity, likening it to encountering a benefactor in his past life, a chance to seize. Unbeknownst to Yuan, the seemingly rare connections he had long felt were subtly and imperceptibly taking shape. Your swordsmanship has a solid foundation, yet you overly rely on lightning chakra. The essence of swordsmanship lies in the precise control of power, Maruhoshi Kashin explained as he demonstrated the technique. With a wooden sword in hand, his movements flowed like water, each seemingly casual swing harboring immense power. Yuan meticulously observed each of Maruhoshi Kashin and Appos' movements, striving to imitate them. His arms ached from prolonged practice, yet he remained fully focused, leaving no detail overlooked. Throughout his training, Yuan often encountered bottlenecks. At times, no matter how hard he tried, he could not meet Maruhoshi Kashin and Appos' expectations. During those moments, self-doubt crept in, accompanied by a wave of frustration, leading him to question his innate talent and perceive himself as fragile. He often found himself lost in thought, unable to perform to the best of his abilities, yet he ultimately persevered. Due to Maruhoshi Kashin's secluded residence, Yuan frequently found himself sleeping and dining at his home. Although Yuan possessed a bold demeanor, he was nonetheless eager to take over the cooking responsibilities. In his previous life, he often wielded a knife. And while not an expert chef, preparing a meal of 4 dishes and a soup was well within his capabilities. After tasting Yuan's cooking, Maruhoshi Kashin grew comfortable entrusting the kitchen duties to him, and Yuan delighted in the appreciation his meals garnered from others, secretly extending his gratitude to Maruhoshi Kashin. During this period, Yuan frequently heard news of Manado, whose strength had rapidly escalated over time, earning him accolades as the new generation's leader in Konoha. He had also successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin. They often engaged in friendly sparring, though the outcomes frequently resulted in Yuan's defeat. Nonetheless, he could see his own progress. As time passed, Yuan's swordsmanship significantly improved, prompting Maruhoshi Kashin to teach him more advanced techniques and how to seamlessly integrate wind and lightning chakra with swordsmanship. 5 fleeting years passed. As the year 45 of Konoha approached, Yuan had nearly forgotten much of the narrative surrounding the Hokage. Yet he was still aware that the Third Great Ninja War was on the horizon, as the borders had grown increasingly tumultuous with frequent skirmishes. Maruhoshi Kashin's mission frequency had also increased considerably, leading Yuan to adopt a more independent lifestyle. Their team had disbanded 2 years prior, and for reasons unknown. Yuan was recruited into the Umbu under the Hokage's directive, attaining the rank of Chunin. He had embarked on numerous B and even A-rank missions along the borders, solidifying his strength through practical experience. Shinobi Cat, mission, the voice declared as a mission scroll was tossed to him. During the intervals between missions, Yuan and his fellow Umbu members remained on standby. His codename within the Umbu was Shinobi Cat, represented by a cunning brown raccoon mask. Upon examining the mission details, it was revealed that multiple squads from the Land of Lightning had been sighted near the borders, and he was tasked with reconnaissance, an individual mission. Glancing at his Umbu comrades, Yuan noted their indifference, feeling a twinge of frustration. Although he himself was somewhat aloof, due to introversion and social anxiety, he felt it was rather disheartening to receive no acknowledgement. Let us go. Chapter 7 Farewell to you. The dark gray pine needles rustled in the night breeze as Right Bend gathered chakra beneath his feet, silently landing on the gnarled roots of a tree. The pupils behind the mask of the Umbu slightly constricted. 2 bodies of Konoha ninjas lay in a fan shape on the forest floor, their diamond-shaped wounds at the neck still oozing blood from the lightning kunai of Kumogakure. He had been searching the borders of the fire country for 4 days, and today he finally made a discovery. 3 hours earlier, he crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the congealed blood. Wind chakra swirled in his nostrils, separating the scents of gunpowder, rust, and the distinctive ozone smell of lightning. 800 meters to the southeast, the sound of metal clashing echoed, with faint flashes of lightning flickering in the air. Right Bend unsheathed the ninja blade from his back, its scabbard adorned with runes glimmering in the moonlight. This was the black blade he had gifted himself after earning merit in the Umbu, now reforged with chakra-conducting metal to perfectly suit his dual attributes of wind and lightning. Right Bend swiftly made his way toward the site of the battle. In a clearing within the dense forest, rain pattered as it fell from the leaves, while 4 Kumogakure ninjas formed a swastika formation, their lightning armor weaving a dazzling electric net around them. The Konoha team, encircled, had only one member still fighting. The figure in a fan-patterned cloak was strikingly conspicuous. Uchiha U's kunai was raised to block a lightning blade aimed at her comrade, her Sharingan illuminating the darkness with 2 crimson glimmers. Right Bend and Appo's breathing remained steady, yet the knuckles of his grip on the blade turned pale. In the past 2 years, he and you had seldom met. To him, you had become, in a sense, a close friend. But each time they encountered one another, he would merely exchange a greeting and depart, even when you wished to converse. Now, he noticed her right pinky trembling uncontrollably, a sign of chakra overexertion. The Kumogakure J-nin suddenly launched an attack, striking the ground with both hands. Lightning release. Earthwalk. A blue-white electric snake surged toward the Konoha ninjas, who were powerless to resist. Against a standard Kumogakure team, he stood no chance of victory. In that instant, Right Bend understood he merely needed to gather intelligence to return to Konoha safely. Yet, before he could complete his thoughts, he lightly tapped his scabbard against a tree trunk, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he joined the fray. The wind-infused chakra screamed along the blade and amp. Appo's edge. The vacuum blade slicing through the electric net, the severed lightning casting fragmented shadows upon his black combat attire. Is that an Umbu from Konoha? A Kumogakure ninja squinted. Right Bend stepped back to evade a sweeping lightning blade, his left hand swiftly forming the hand signs for wind release. Vacuum sphere. The compressed air projectile grazed Yu's ear, propelling the Kumogakure Ch-nin poised to ambush her away. Seizing the moment of disarray in the enemy formation, he threw 3 smoke bombs, using the cover to grasp Yu's wrist and leap onto a branch. The other 2 could not be saved. Right Bend, we must move. He spoke rapidly, his voice filtered coldly through the mask. Yu glanced back at her fallen comrades, her Sharingan abruptly contracting, preparing to speak. But Right Bend had already released her hand, the hum of his unsheathed blade cutting off her unvoiced question. Below, The Kumogakure ninja were forming the signs for lightning release, lightning tiger tooth. Right bend suddenly leaped downward. The blade S-tip piercing the ground, and the wind chakra that had been building erupted violently. Wind release, great breakthrough. Raging gusts swirled the dark gray pine needles into a tornado, forcing the 4 Kumogakure ninjas back to the edge. Right bend took this opportunity to whip out specially designed steel wires, ensnaring the 2 nearest lightning ninjas and slamming them together. Amidst the metallic clamor, he reappeared behind the Kumogakure Jainin, his blade aiming precisely at the back of their neck. Bang! A block of wood abruptly materialized in his path. Not good. Right bend thought, his pupils dilating. The lightning blade from the Kumogakure Jainin was already descending from above. Right bend swung his blade to block it, the lightning chakra sending a jolt through his hands. At that moment, he felt the familiar presence of fire release brush past him. Yu's Fire Dragon bullet had perfectly sealed off the Jainin's escape route. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Right bend launched a kunai affixed with an explosive tag, forcing the opponent back. Immediately after, he unleashed lightning release, lightning blade. In the blinding flash of electricity, Right bend swiftly spun and retreated. Witnessing Yu and Appo's kunai pressed against the throat of a Kumogakure ninja ensnared in a jinjutsu, her bloodied lips curving into a familiar smile. The moonlight pierced through the dissipating storm clouds, illuminating the 3 Tomo rotating slowly in her eyes. Seeing this, the other 3 Kumogakure ninjas disregarded their surroundings. Aware that the commotion had already attracted other Konoha teams patrolling the borders, and they decisively retreated. Right bend sheathed his blade, his umbu mask concealing all emotions. Silently, he tidied the remnants of the battlefield before turning to vanish into the morning mist. A rustle of fabric followed behind him, and Yu and Appo's voice, mingled with the scent of grass and wood, reached him. Thank you. May I know your name? Konoha reinforcements will arrive shortly. I have already sent a signal. Right bend did not pause in his stride, noting that Yu had changed considerably, seemingly more aligned with the Uchiha persona he remembered. Perhaps there was a growing distance between them. Pine Cat. With that, his figure faded away, leaving behind his name. Yu stood alone, gazing in the direction Right bend had vanished, lingering in place. Pine Cat, an umbu? As he traversed through the forest, the wind howled past Right bend's ears. His steps as steady as ever. Yet within, he felt a tempest of unease. As an umbu, fulfilling his mission was his utmost responsibility. We are all growing. And perhaps Yu has attained Jainin level strength now. As Right bend's thoughts lingered on this notion, a sudden surge of intense danger shot up from his feet, sending chills racing along his spine. Almost instinctively, his leg muscles tensed, propelling him into a leap akin to that of a cheetah, just as he left the ground. Boom. A tremendous explosion shattered the air, shockwaves enveloping him with scorching heat, the spot where he had stood now a charred crater. Dirt and debris scattering in all directions, a thick cloud of dust rapidly spreading. In that instant, he swiftly drew forth the blue-gray, glowing ninja blade from his back. Its blade trembling slightly, emitting a low hum, gathering power for the impending battle. Right bend felt a flicker of surprise. He was merely a day's journey from Konoha. Yet Kumogakure ninjas still lurked nearby. What were they planning? Before he could contemplate further, the Kumogakure ninjas offered no respite. A Jainin swiftly formed hand signs, shouting, lightning release, lightning dragon bullet. A massive dragon composed of lightning surged toward Right bend, roaring as it tore through the air, igniting it with an ominous crackle. Right bend's gaze sharpened. He understood the devastating potential of this technique and dared not face it head-on. He lightly tapped his feet, employing the wind body flicker technique to maneuver quickly through the forest, heading toward Konoha, wishing to avoid prolonged engagement. While evading, he seized opportunities to counterattack, his hands rapidly forming hand signs. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Spinning around, several compressed air projectiles shot from his mouth, whistling sharply and momentarily halting the advance of his pursuers. Yet the Kumogakure ninjas were astonishingly swift, soon surrounding Right bend. After several exchanges of ninjutsu, he found his chakra dwindling and his physical strength waning. Wounds multiplied on his body, his black combat attire stained with blood. This cannot continue. He would only lead himself to ruin if he stayed. He needed to break through. Suddenly, a Kumogakure genin took advantage of Right bend and Appo's evasion, launching a surprise attack from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, Right bend turned, but it was too late to escape. He could only pivot and raise his blade to defend. Clang! The blade struck, and he felt the searing pain as his arm caught the opponent and Appo's kunai. Agony radiating through his body. Gritting his teeth, Right bend endured the pain, swinging his blade to end the life of the genin. Seizing the moment, Right turn unleashed a surge of lightning release chakra, invigorating his cells as he burst through the encirclement. This maneuver had merely been a conceptualization for Right turn, yet today, in the heat of battle, he found himself employing it for the first time, though he could hardly dwell on that. The hidden cloud jonin, however, would not allow him to escape so effortlessly. The lightning release, embodying a fearsome beast of dark electric power, surged forth with unrelenting speed towards Right turn. Left with no options, he pivoted, channeling chakra to wield his black blade in defense. Alas, with a thunderous crash, right turn was engulfed in excruciating pain. Propelled by the explosive force into the distant sky, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 8 as Ryu-1 awoke again to the acrid scent of disinfectant. The first sense to return was his hearing. The sound of the medical cart and Appo's wheels scraping against the floor filtered through 3 layers of gauze. Reminiscent of the puppets of Suna crawling through the desert. He attempted to bend his fingers, only to find that this sensation ceased 7 centimeters above his elbow, where a bandage soaked in medicinal fluid encased his arm, resembling a withered tree branch. To be honest, he loathed the smell of disinfectant, yet now. The phantom limb pain would subside in 3 months. The medical ninja was adjusting the drip rate, but the chakra pathways. His voice trailed off as the sharp clatter of instruments echoed from the neighboring bed. Ryu-1 stared at the moldy ceiling, recalling how the Raijin of the hidden cloud had torn through his right arm with black lightning and a dark blade during his last mission. During his unconsciousness, Manado and Kushina had visited him numerous times, as had Grandpa Marahoshi, but he was busy with missions and soon departed for the border. Manado was now a jonin. Had Ryu-1 truly reached the end of his ninja career? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. After all, he would no longer need to step onto the battlefield. And was he always yearning for a peaceful existence? War had little to do with ordinary people, especially someone like him, a disabled person. If he could remain in Konohagakure, surely nothing would go awry. A bitter ache filled Ryu-1's heart as he attempted to summon his chakra, only to discover his internal pathways in disarray, causing unbearable pain. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open disrupted his thoughts. Manado. You truly need not visit me every day. It's a waste of your time. Ryu-1 thought warmly upon seeing Manado enter again. Yet, the thought of the Nine-Tails incident filled him with profound sadness. More tragically, he was no longer a ninja, utterly powerless. It seemed he would need to find an appropriate moment to convey this to Manado. Ryu-1, I'm afraid I bear bad news, Manado said gravely, signaling for the attending nurse to step outside. Today, your condition has improved significantly, and I feel it is imperative to inform you. A terrible thought began to take root in Ryu-1's mind, which he dared not explore further, silently hoping it wasn't what he feared. Ryu-1. Our team happened to be nearby when we detected the sounds of battle. We rushed to the scene only to find Uchiha Yu on the brink of death. Manado paused, his eyes filled with compassion as he gazed at Ryu-1. In her final moments, she extracted her own eyes, instructing me to deliver them to you. With that, he produced a box from his robes and placed it gently beside the bed. You. The thought of her spurred Ryu-1's heart into turmoil. Due to the uncertainty of the enemy's presence, their team had entered a state of alert, and at that moment, Uchiha Yu had self-destructed using an explosive tag. Manado continued, his gaze closely monitoring Ryu-1's reaction. We searched the vicinity and ultimately found you gravely injured. Ryu-1 remained speechless, staring blankly at the ceiling, then turning to Manado, who stood nearby, his expression filled with regret. Flames of inexplicable anger ignited within him. His stomach churned with bitterness as he tried to move, but found his body unresponsive. Silent tears streamed down Ryu-1's cheeks. Ryu-1. Seeing him close his eyes, Manado gently called out before stepping back through the door, where Kushina awaited. Their eyes met, and they departed in silence. Why? Ha ha ha. I truly am the protagonist. Ha ha ha. I truly am the protagonist. Otherwise, why would this damned fate conspire against me? Ryu-1 cried, his eyes reddening as he convulsed. To the ninja world. Immediately, to the ninja world. He clenched his eyes shut, tears flowing freely as his chest heaved. Memories of Uchiha Yu's vibrant laughter haunting him, reminiscent of their time fighting side by side. In truth, he and Uchiha Yu had only spent a brief period together. Yet she had saved his life, and now they were separated by death. Moreover, deep down, Ryu-1 acknowledged that his introverted and reclusive nature had always been drawn to lively individuals, and Yu was so. In the days that followed, Ryu-1 completely shut himself off from the world, ignoring the friends who came to visit. His existence had sunk into a mire of despair. Manado and Kushina visited repeatedly, attempting to console him, but he remained like a soulless husk, deaf to their words. Only time and strength could pull Ryu-1 from this quagmire. Until one day, an unexpected visitor shattered the silence. An elderly ninja, his left hand bandaged in white, donned a long black robe, his lone eye fixed upon the rarely sleeping Ryu-1. No way, Ryu-1. The old man's voice jolted Ryu-1 awake, his gaze locking onto the bandaged figure before him. A chill coursed through him as he sensed the powerful, yet unsettling aura emanating from the elder. Instinctively, he attempted to summon his chakra for defense, but found himself utterly immobilized. See the world through her eyes. The old man leaned on his cane and sat silently beside him. Ryu-1 paused. A realization dawning upon him, he recognized the visitor as Shimura Danzo, often referred to as the demon of the leaf by the villagers. His recollections of Danzo were predominantly of a villainous nature, and yet here he was, seeking to recruit a perceived invalid? Despite his confusion and skepticism, a flicker of anticipation shone through as he spoke. I am but a man who has lost his right arm and suffers from damaged chakra pathways. What can I possibly do? Danzo's cane struck the floor thrice, and the shadows of the room thickened. 3 root ninjas emerged in response. His voice was low and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping together. You could become the gravestone of Konoha, he mused, pacing as he lifted a container holding Uchiha U.S. Sharingan, or become the hand that wields the blade. Besides, do you not desire revenge? Revenge. The word struck Ryu-wan like a hammer against his heart. He recalled Uchiha U.S. radiant smile, her noble sacrifice to protect him, and the tragedy of her demise due to his negligence, stirring a painful ache within him. Can you restore my right arm? Ryu-wan's voice trembled, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes after a struggle. Throughout history, revenge had served as a powerful tool for those engulfed in despair. Undoubtedly, Ryu-wan would harness revenge to ignite his courage, stepping from the mire into deeper darkness. 2 days hence, at Training Ground 48, someone will await you. With that, Danzo exited the room without further word, and the 3 root ninjas melted into the shadows. Left alone, Ryu-wan fell into deep contemplation. Go. I must go, he resolved. If he did not pursue this path, he feared he would remain trapped in this gloom for eternity. Yet, Danzo's brazen approach to recruit him at Konoha Hospital suggested that the 3rd Hokage was undoubtedly aware of this matter. It seemed he had fallen into Danzo's trap. Was it merely for U.S. Sharingan? Ryu-wan glanced toward the wooden box that had been set aside. While memories of Manado and others who had intersected with his life flitted past like a fleeting shadow, he realized he would no longer be a leaf of Konoha, but rather the roots nurturing its growth beneath the tree. Perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. And you, I shall avenge you. Fortuitously, Ryu-wan had finally discovered a solid purpose since arriving in this world, albeit temporary. He silently established it in his heart as the essence of this world, ninja way. Yet, unconsciously, Ryu-wan might have merely viewed it as a cold iron chain to pull himself from the muck. Chapter 9. Shadow level. The dimly lit room was suffused with an air of mystery and oppression. Right turned silently followed behind 2 medical ninjas from the root, keenly observing his surroundings. He found himself in a specialized medical chamber, where the metallic touch of the examination table was colder than ice. The room was filled with an array of advanced yet eerie medical apparatus. The medical ninjas flitted around him like phantoms, engaged in their tasks. The procedure to transplant the double Sharingan and the 1st Hokage cells was an exceedingly intricate and perilous endeavor. The 1st Hokage cells contained immense and enigmatic power. Yet this power was wildly volatile and could easily backfire on the host if mishandled. Through specialized conduits, the medical ninjas gradually injected the diluted and processed 1st Hokage cells into Right Turn's body. The cells surged through his veins like molten lava, akin to a stampede of wild stallions. Right Turn sensed a powerful and unfamiliar force rampaging within him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before he realized it, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Simultaneously, the Sharingan would suppress the chaos of the Hashirama cells. The medical ninjas surgically implanted 2 3-tomo Sharingan into his bleeding eye sockets, yet each use of chakra accelerated the disorder within his body. Suddenly, Right Turn's left eye reflected the distorted glow of the surgical lights, an illusion birthed from the reorganization of his visual nerves. The balance between the Senju and Uchiha could only be maintained for a brief 6 months. The medical ninjas affixed a sealing talisman to Right Turn's chest, requiring weekly replacements of the suppressive medication. His respiratory rate exceeded the warning threshold. The medical ninja from the root injected a sedative into his carotid artery, triggering a chakra rejection response. Right Turn and Appo's right side erupted with saplings, and his left eye and Appo's Sharingan spun uncontrollably. The saplings violently grew, piercing through the chest of the medical ninja. Just as the sedative took effect, Right Turn gradually slipped back into tranquility. In the shadows of the medical room, Danzo rose silently and exited. Right Turn was then transported to a nutrient-rich cultivation chamber. 3 months later, the moonlight bathed in a dark red barrier resembled a blood moon. Right Turn and Appo's ninja blade glinted coldly as it slid half an inch against the tree trunk, his 3-tomo Sharingan reflecting the chakra streams approaching from 4 directions. A battle was imminent. The leading J-nin moved like lightning, closing in on Right Turn in an instant. A kunai in hand whistled through the air as it aimed directly for Right Turn's throat. Right Turn's gaze sharpened. The 3-tomo spun rapidly, slowing his opponent and Appo's actions to a crawl in his perception. He remained utterly unperturbed, gathering wind chakra beneath his feet like a surging tide, transforming into a black gust that narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Simultaneously, Right Turn's ninja blade unsheathed from behind, lightning chakra coursing along the blade, crackling audibly. Harnessing the power of wind release, he instantly appeared behind the J-nin, his ninja blade infused with lightning, slashing down with tremendous force. The J-nin reacted swiftly, pivoting sharply to block with his kunai. The clash of metal resonated loudly, sending sparks flying. The other 3 J-nin, witnessing the encounter, swiftly encircled Right Turn in a triangular formation. The J-nin on the right formed hand seals with remarkable speed, unleashing a torrent of water from his mouth that surged forth like a roaring waterfall towards right turn. The J-nin to the left pressed his hands to the ground, causing the earth beneath right turn and Oppo's feet to rise abruptly, transforming into a hard rocky cage in an attempt to ensnare him. Meanwhile, the J-nin above was not idle, rapidly forming hand seals as a massive fireball descended from the sky like a burning meteor, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat aimed at right turn. Surrounded, right turn found his evasive space severely limited, yet fear did not grip him. He concentrated the lightning chakra in his legs and propelled himself forcefully, executing the lightning release, ground-shattering kick. The powerful lightning burst shattered the rocky prison. Following this, he lightly touched the ground, employing the wind body flicker technique to navigate through the tumultuous waters. As he neared the fireball, he infused his ninja blade with both wind and lightning chakra, leaping high to meet the fireball with a strike. Wind and lightning, flame-shattering slash. The intertwining lightning and wind blades cleaved through the fireball, causing an explosion that sent flames radiating outward, the heat wave crashing against him. Using the explosive force as a springboard, right turn executed the wind body flicker technique once more, charging towards one of the J-nin. His speed was blinding, resembling a streak of black lightning, nearly impossible to track. The targeted J-nin quickly retreated, exchanging glances with his comrade, and both began to form hand seals simultaneously. One unleashed earth release, earth flow wall, raising a thick earthen wall to obstruct right turn and Oppo's path. The other unleashed water release, water dragon bullet technique. As a roaring water dragon surged through the gap in the earthen wall, lunging at right turn. With a steely gaze, right turn condensed wind chakra before him as he neared the earth wall, forming a wind shield to dissipate the impact of the water dragon. At the same time, he channeled lightning chakra into his ninja blade, striking fiercely at the earth wall. Lightning release, wall cleaving blade. The lightning flashed, creating a gaping wound in the earth wall. However, the other two J-nin were not about to grant him respite. They swiftly closed in from both sides. One unleashed fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A multitude of small fireballs shooting like meteors toward right turn. The other unleashed wind release, vacuum wave, a series of wind blades following closely behind the fireballs. Amidst the barrage of attacks, right turn weaved left and right, his chakra rapidly depleting, the use of his Sharingan causing his chakra to drain like a breached dam. Nevertheless, his eyes remained resolute, his combat style cold and calculated, each move imbued with lethal intent. The battle reached a fever pitch. Right turn's clothes were soaked in sweat and blood, and he bore several wounds, yet his movements showed no signs of slowing. He understood that in this life and death struggle, revealing even the slightest vulnerability would spell his doom, and any hint of weakness would be ruthlessly exploited by Danzo. The three tomos spun wildly, seeking out any potential openings. Suddenly, a rock spear pierced through his back, and right turn instinctively arched backward, allowing the spear's tip to graze his heart as it passed through his chest. The agonizing pain ignited his lightning chakra, which surged back along the spear, reducing the earth-style ninja to char. He withdrew the spear from his body, the formidable healing abilities and vast chakra granted by the Hashirama cells allowing him to swiftly regain his composure. Although he could not utilize would release, doing so would exacerbate the destructive power of the Hashirama cells within him. At that moment, Danzo finally intervened, calling an end to the fray. One sword, retreat. Right turn said nothing, drawing his ninja blade from the rock wall, the blade reflecting the crimson fissures of blood in his right eye. The wind swept through the forest, carrying the remnants of lightning. One sword was his code name within the root. Following the conclusion of his experiments and a brief adaptation period, he was assigned by Danzo to various special trainings, and it seemed that only Danzo had not yet engaged him in combat. That night, right turn lay in his private resting chamber within the root, quietly polishing his ninja sword, a blade crafted entirely from chakra-conductive metal. He had named it Black Blade. Reflecting on the recent battle, he believed his strength now teetered on the edge of the shadow level, though he suspected he had only just crossed that threshold. It was somewhat embarrassing to realize that his current strength mirrored that of Kakashi Hitaki from the original work, capable of handling shadow-level opponents, but finding it challenging to eliminate elite J-nin. Moreover, his abilities were entirely dependent on the newly acquired Sharingan and abundant chakra. However, sensing the precarious state of his body, right turn couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It was akin to a temporary elixir for heightened power. Soon enough, he would likely be thrust into another world, especially since Danzo had planted the seeds of treachery within him. Yet, as long as he could avenge Xiaoyu, that was all that mattered. Silence reigned. Chapter 10. The Land of Rain. You are tasked with traveling to the Land of Rain to assist Hanzo the Salamander in eliminating the Akatsuki organization. Once again, you find yourself in a dim, cramped room, pondering why these villains often perceive themselves as such. The atmosphere is oppressive, with the tone of the conversation matching the sinister mission at hand. Shimura Danzo's voice is low and frigid, imbued with an endless chill. You are to infiltrate the area and await contact when the final battle commences. The stifling room, Danzo's emotionless voice, and the bloody intrigue of the mission weigh heavily on your spirit. After a moment of silence, you nod slightly, refraining from further inquiries. You understand well that in the roots, obedience to orders is the sole law of survival. Upon your withdrawal, you head to the mission room to collect the necessary items before embarking on your journey to the Land of Rain. Shortly after your departure, a shadow slips into the room. Lord Danzo, it seems that this one does not harbor intentions of allegiance. We may be releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The response is dismissive. A frog at the bottom of a well, merely a summer insect. Danzo casts a fleeting glance. Why Kai? There have been significant disturbances in the Land of Wind. Go investigate and gather intelligence. Yes, the man kneels, humbly bowing his head in reverence. Now, your intellect has surpassed the maturity expected of one your age. In your previous life, you might have been a carefree child in elementary school, but now, you have lost all semblance of innocence, thrust into the relentless turmoil of the ninja world. As you observe the scenery, turning like the pages of a book, the curiosity and longing you felt upon leaving the Ninja Academy have dissipated. Becoming Danzo and Amp, Oppos, S-Pawn, or anyone in Amp, Oppos, S-Pawn, repulses you. Your life hangs by a thread in his grasp. Yet in this cruel reality, it is your only means of survival. Months of blood and sweat have gradually pulled you from the mire. Your current predicament is sanctioned by the third Hokage, leaving you without allies in Konoha. Orochimaru likely dares not openly challenge Danzo. And if only Manado had become the fourth Hokage sooner. Yet, now you must rely on external forces. The Akatsuki, in your memory, grows formidable in the future, but currently, it is merely budding. What should you do? The Land of Rain is perpetually cloaked in a heavy curtain of rain. The gloom a curse that lingers over every inch of its damp soil. Dressed in fitted attire and armed with a black blade, you stealthily navigate the streets of a small town within this rain-soaked country. Assuming the guise of a wandering swordsman, you quietly establish roots in this town shrouded in rain. You find a dilapidated hut at the town's edge, furnished only with a tattered straw mat and a few simple necessities. It serves merely as a temporary refuge while you await signals from your team. In the days spent in the town, you strive to maintain a low profile. Occasionally, you assist at the market, transporting goods for a meager wage to barely sustain yourself. You never neglect your training, wielding your ninja blade in the rain, repeating fundamental sword techniques with practiced skill and grace. Today, a rare break from rain brings clouds, a welcome reprieve in the Land of Rain. Gazing at the sky, your thoughts drift. You recall Grandpa Murahoshi, who, despite your initial ulterior motives, has deeply touched you with his genuine kindness over the past year. You hold profound respect for this kindly old man. Then thoughts of Manado arise. Knowing he is accompanied by Kushina brings you some solace. Yet, the mention of Uchiha Wai causes your expression to darken, a wave of pain and guilt flooding your heart. Although implanted with the Sharingan, you lack the Uchiha bloodline. The enhancement from Hashirama cells has significantly increased your chakra, freeing you from the fear of the Sharingan's toll, but you cannot simply turn it off. Thus, you often conceal your eyes with a cloth, masquerading as a blind swordsman. While your unkempt hair bears a resemblance to a character from a game that once captured your previous life's attention. One day, as per usual, you venture into town seeking work. This small town, situated on the border of the Land of Rain, thrives commercially, bustling with life. However, the frequent presence of ninjas necessitates heightened vigilance. The streets are lively and crowded. Suddenly, a voice calls from a second-story window. Hey, blind boy, catch this. You look up to see a simple young woman leaning against the window, a playful smile on her face, tossing a steamed bun. Instinctively, you reach out to catch it, sensing no malice from her, and begin to eat in silence. Hey, you little blind boy, not bad with the reflexes. She teases, seeing you catch the bun effortlessly. You turn your head to glance at her through the cloth covering your eyes, choosing silence as you walk away. In your mind, you find her age and demeanor quite endearing. However, the Land of Rain is rife with conflict, and lawlessness reigns supreme. Gangs and malevolent forces proliferate like weeds, unchecked. As you immerse yourself in this seemingly tranquil life, a cacophony of voices mingled with the patter of rain pierces the calm. A harrowing cry shatters the stillness. Following the sound, you see a group of thugs surrounding an elderly vegetable vendor. The old man, terror-stricken and trembling, pleads desperately while the bullies unleash brutal blows. The vendor and Amp, Oppo's, stall is ruthlessly upturned, fresh vegetables strewn across the ground, mingling with mud in a disarray. Your gaze hardens. This is not the first time you have witnessed such a scene. Though you understand that in the world of Naruto, the common people without ninjutsu endure immense suffering, you have not been able to effect significant change. Over the years, the money earned from your missions has gone towards weapons and training, with the remainder donated to orphanages. Previously, you would have intervened in such situations, but now, you find yourself clenching your fists in anger and frustration. You know that causing a commotion could jeopardize your secret mission in the Land of Rain, and you are merely a passerby in this town. Should you intervene, the old man might face dire retribution once you leave. You stand there, brow furrowed, grappling with your conflicting emotions. To help or not to help? This seemingly simple choice becomes a profound dilemma. You cannot help but mock yourself internally. As a native of the Naruto world, and a ninja from the notorious Root organization, you still wrestle with the urge to play the hero, to embody the ideals of righteousness. Chapter 11. I am in no way Yuan sighed, initially resolved to remain uninvolved. Yet after a few steps, he turned back. The Sharingan beneath the cloth headband subtly rotated, even with his eyes covered. The three Tomo could clearly perceive the situation within a 10-meter radius. How could I possibly stand idly by? After all, I am in no way Yuan. Yuan was, in truth, grateful. The constant occurrence of life and death situations, or rather, the fundamental law of the shinobi world, survival of the fittest, had understandably influenced him. However, he remained a man of principle. The black blade unsheathed with a clear, ringing sound. Yuan moved like a dark gust through the rain, striking the nearest thug's knee with the back of his blade, causing the man to cry out and collapse. Before the second thug could bring down his iron rod, Yuan's scabbard had struck a vital point under his arm, rendering the entire limb limp. A ninja. The scar-faced leader hurled 3 kunai, his technique showing signs of training. Yuan tilted his head to evade the projectiles, the blade flashing 3 silver arcs in the air. With 3 crisp clangs, the kunai were split in half mid-air. The onlookers gasped, and the elderly vegetable vendor seized the opportunity to retreat into a corner. As the scar-faced man turned to flee, Yuan casually placed the black blade against his neck. Suddenly, more than a dozen armed thugs emerged from the ring. "Gee, get him," the scar-faced man stuttered, but before he could finish, Yuan kicked him into a sewage ditch. Yuan became a blur as he weaved through the crowd. The blade targeted tendons and ligaments, and each flash of cold steel was followed by a cry of agony. A portly man swung a stool, but Yuan shattered the wood with a kick, then struck him in the navel with the hilt of his blade, instantly rendering him unconscious. The little girl from the window, who had called Yuan little blind man, remained, her mouth agape as she watched him. Moments later, Yuan stood over the scar-faced man. "Lead the way." Meanwhile, on the other end of the street, several mysterious figures quietly followed Yuan and Appo's trail. Beneath the city's west side casino lay a hidden realm, where 30-odd thugs were drinking and gambling. The resounding crash of Yuan kicking open the iron door stunned the crowd. Someone yelled, "Grab your weapons," and the entire basement erupted in chaos. The black blade spun in the lamplight. Yuan's swordsmanship was too swift to follow, disarming opponents without causing mortal harm. When a bald brute swung a sledgehammer, Yuan sidestepped and struck the base of his skull, felling him instantly. When a gambling table was overturned as a shield, Yuan sprang off the wall, shattering 3 tables in midair. "Spare us, great hero." The last 5 thugs cowered in a corner. Yuan bound them with chains, then turned to the trembling scar-faced man. "Where's your boss?" "At a suburban villa." The urgent ringing of a bronze bell signaled Yuan's arrival over the wall. 24 crossbow-wielding guards rushed out, but before they could draw their bows, Yuan struck their wrists with pebbles. Their crossbows clattered to the ground, and they winced in pain. A bald giant emerged from the main house, wielding a demon-headed blade, his demeanor menacing. Yuan smiled, recognizing the man's stance as similar to that of a samurai. The black blade clashed against the demon-headed sword with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Yuan suddenly withdrew his strength, spinning and sliding his blade along the opponents with lightning speed, leaving a bloody gash on the giant's wrist. The demon-headed sword clattered to the ground. Yuan pressed the tip of his blade against the giant's throat and said coldly, "Tell your men to drop their weapons." But the giant remained silent, staring intently at the house, as if anticipating something. Yuan followed his gaze. Could there really be a hidden boss? Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted from the wooden house, transforming into a roaring water dragon that lunged toward Yuan, toppling trees and plants in its wake. Yuan's eyes narrowed. He was slightly serious, another ninja. He moved like a black gale, evading the water dragon's direct assault. The water dragon missed its mark, slamming into the mountainside with a deafening roar, sending up a cloud of spray. While the ninja was vulnerable, Yuan formed hand seals. Wind release, body flicker technique. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he dashed into the house, the black blade whistling as it swung toward its target. The ninja reacted swiftly, leaping from the house and forming hand seals once more. Water release, water impact. Several swift water waves surged toward the wooden house. Boom. The wooden house collapsed in a cloud of smoke. Yuan dodged in time, his brow furrowed. He did not expect to encounter a water-style jonin here. He must end this quickly. Infusing the black blade with wind and lightning chakra, he swung it with force. Wind lightning, void sever. A powerful surge of wind and lightning energy swept toward the ninja. The water-style ninja's expression changed drastically, and he barely evaded the fatal strike. But Yuan gave him no respite, charging toward the ninja once more. The two clashed, blade and water flashing, the intense battle seemingly igniting the surrounding air. Yuan steadily gained the upper hand with his swordsmanship and the Sharingan's keen perception. After several exchanges, the wandering ninja began to falter, and Yuan seized his chance, striking the ninja's back with the flat of his blade. The ninja cried out and fell forward, struggling to rise, but finding himself unable to move. Yuan approached, pressing the black blade against his throat. Next time, make sure you target the right person. With a flash of azure light, Yuan sheathed the black blade. After some amicable negotiation, the skies cleared. The next morning, Yuan was already in another town, hundreds of miles away. He sat on a rooftop, listening to the rain as he ate a rice ball. He enjoyed the rain, but longed for a sunny day. The battle had left him sore. Although he had barely used chakra, the Sharingan caused an imbalance between his body and Appo's cells and the Sharingan, causing discomfort. Yuan sighed, finished his rice ball, and injected an inhibitor into his arm, the anesthesia easing his discomfort. A messenger snail emerged from his ninja pouch. Yuan read the scroll, stood, and brushed off his clothes. The black blade sheath, he looked one last time at the peaceful town. Perhaps he would never again have the chance to listen to the rain so peacefully in the rain village. His figure vanished into the dissipating rain. Chapter 12. Meeting Hanzo of the Salamander. The shadow of the figure, bending to the right, flickered in and out of sight amidst the curtain of rain, akin to a silent blade gliding through the dark night, weaving through the intricate terrain of the land of rain. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks, soaking the edges of his garments. Following the intelligence relayed from the base, the figure arrived at an exceedingly concealed stronghold. The legendary demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, was likely nearby, awaiting his arrival. It was rumored that Hanzo was exceedingly vigilant, with his guards rotating around the clock, making him a formidable presence to contend with. Standing at the stronghold, the figure soon noticed two individuals from the base emerging. Upon seeing him, they offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. He understood that they were sent by Danzo to rendezvous with him. Suddenly, dozens of rain ninjas appeared, encircling them in a tight formation, their weapons glinting ominously as raindrops struck them, sending icy droplets splattering. After a brief moment of contemplation, the figure unsheathed a black blade. As wind and lightning chakra surged along the blade, crackling audibly. Clearly, Hanzo sought to test their mettle, perhaps intending to assert his dominance. For he sensed the elite ninjas surrounding him were seasoned warriors. In an instant, he darted through the ranks of rain ninjas like a specter, his ninja blade slicing through the air, emanating a chilling gleam. Each strike precisely disarmed his foes, deftly avoiding fatal blows, preserving their lives. His swordsmanship blended the swiftness of the wind with the might of thunder, showcasing a fierce and unpredictable style. Meanwhile, the two root ninjas executed their own techniques, swiftly subduing all the rain ninjas. Shortly thereafter, another figure emerged through the rain, his gaze sharp as a blade, obscured by a mask that concealed his expression. He coldly instructed, "Follow me." The group trailed behind him to an unassuming building, traversing a narrow, dimly lit corridor. Flickering torches cast wavering shadows along the walls, the yellow light elongating their figures in an eerie manner. The corridor was permeated with a damp, decaying odor, mingled with a faint scent of blood, evoking a chilling sensation. Upon entering a spacious hall, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. The surroundings were desolate. In the center of the hall sat a tall figure, adorned with a custom breathing apparatus, Hanzo of the Salamander. This legendary ninja of the land of rain was venerated as a demigod. The prolonged silence enveloped the expansive space in a stifling atmosphere. "Lord Hanzo, I have come at Elder Danzo's behest to assist you in addressing the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization," the figure respectfully responded, bowing slightly while remaining vigilant to Hanzo and Appo's every movement. Hanzo let out a dismissive snort. "Root? Humph." Sensing Hanzo and Appo's disdain, the figure maintained a calm demeanor. It was of little concern to him. If given the opportunity, he too would express his discontent in front of Danzo. "The Elder Danzo has previously reached an agreement with you. We sincerely wish to collaborate with you to eradicate the Akatsuki," the figure replied, his voice resonating within the hall. Although he was somewhat politically naive, he had a general understanding of Danzo's intentions. Compared to a united land of rain, Danzo, or rather the Hidden Leaf, preferred to see a chaotic land of rain, hence dispatching the root to act as a disruptor. It seemed Danzo had concluded that under Hanzo and Appo's leadership, the land of rain would only continue its decline. The figure recalled the historical state of his homeland, where backwardness equated to oppression, a timeless truth. Hanzo gradually rose to his feet, his towering form casting a shadow that stretched to the corners of the room, exuding an imposing aura. Dozens of figures emerged from the shadows, the atmosphere suddenly tense and charged. "What of your eyes?" Hanzo inquired. The figure remained silent. After all, the transplantation of another clan and Appo's bloodline limit was not something to be openly discussed, especially that of the Uchiha clan, the foremost clan in the ninja world. Revealing this could lead to significant trouble. Thus, he cautiously replied, "My lord, have you not already witnessed them? Follow me." Hanzo and Appo's voice resonated from behind his mask, metallic and devoid of emotion. The group followed him into a war room adorned with maps from various countries. Hanzo unveiled the map of the Land of Rain on the eastern wall, where 13 strongholds were marked in fresh ink. The Akatsuki raided 3 armories in the Land of Rain last month. After a prolonged silence, Hanzo finally spoke. I have sent a letter to Yahiko, hoping to eliminate them under the pretense of an alliance. Hanzo's intentions were crystal clear. He first sent a letter to Yahiko, expressing a sincere desire for peace and acknowledging the strategic importance of the Rain Ninja Village at the convergence of the 3 great nations. He recognized that war only brought suffering to the land. He declared his willingness to leverage the Akatsuki's influence to propose a peace negotiation to the Fire, Wind, and Earth nations. He hoped that under his mediation, these nations could convene to discuss matters thoroughly, averting the outbreak of war. To further assure Yahiko, Hanzo mentioned in his letter that he had already initiated preliminary discussions with high-ranking officials from the 3 nations, all of whom exhibited a degree of interest. Should the Akatsuki take the initiative, a peace conference could indeed transpire. Moreover, he subtly implied to Yahiko that this was an exceptional opportunity for the Akatsuki to showcase its strength and influence. Should peace be established, the Akatsuki would emerge as heroes in the ninja world. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Hanzo held clandestine meetings with Danzo to deliberate on specific action plans. They resolved to lay intricate traps at the negotiation venue, enlisting not only the elite forces of the Rain Ninja Village, but also the covert operatives of the Hidden Leaf, Root. Hanzo was acutely aware that relying solely on his strength to eradicate Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin would not be a simple task. With the involvement of the Hidden Leaf and Appos, as covert operatives, the likelihood of success would significantly increase. Ultimately, he sought assurance from the great nations, hoping to draw the Hidden Leaf into the fray, effectively purchasing a form of insurance. As the figure listened to Hanzo and Appos' plans, he had to admire the man and Appos' meticulous thinking. Despite his unparalleled strength, as a leader of a small nation, he was still bound by numerous constraints, and the outcome in this ruthless world was destined to be tragic. Moreover, Nagato possessed the fabled Rinnegan, which the figure knew was bestowed upon him by Uchiha Madara. However, he was only aware that in this conflict, Yahiko would perish, while the other 2 core members of the Akatsuki, Nagato and Konin, would successfully retreat. Although he recognized his current lack of choices, witnessing these 3 tragic figures unwittingly stepping into a trap due to their naivety evoked a sense of melancholy within him. He pondered whether, should he intervene, he could prevent the 2 powerful figures and numerous elite ninjas from falling into the clutches of doom. The figure was curious if he could alter the course of the original narrative, whether he could become the proverbial butterfly in Brazil whose wings might stir a hurricane in Texas. Once the plan was confirmed, both parties agreed on a time and venue. Hanzo then departed, and it seemed as though the entire base was emptied. The 2 root ninjas also vanished into the night, leaving no trace, while the figure was instructed to lie low and await further instructions. Chapter 13. The Rain Hidden Village. The copper bell atop the tower of the Rain Hidden Village clanged chaotically in the night breeze. Hanzo of the Salamander sat behind his desk, idly toying with a scythe, while a loyal subordinate knelt on the bluestone slab 3 meters away, reporting on the condition of the injured. Just a few hours earlier, they had vanquished a group of Rain ninjas. Although this skirmish had merely been a minor test by Hanzo, those ninjas were elite members of the Rain Hidden Village, capable of executing such covert missions alongside him. Their prowess and coordination undeniable. Every ninja who had faced a single sword had swiftly lost their ability to fight. Suddenly, Hanzo shattered a teacup with the handle of his scythe, porcelain shards scattering into the hearth and igniting sparks. What jutsu did that leaf brat employ? The intelligence officer unfurled a blood-stained scroll. There was virtually no resistance, only the application of taijutsu and kenjutsu. At that moment, the Rain Hidden Jonin captain tore open his garments to reveal a burn mark on his chest. His draw was so swift that my water barrier hadn't completed its hand seals. Hanzo narrowed his single eye in the shadows. Did his eyes possess some extraordinary ability? This was undetectable to sensory ninjas since he hadn't utilized chakra. The intelligence officer responded nervously. Noticing Hanzo's prolonged silence, he continued to sift through the scroll. The comprehensive evaluation indicated that he had likely reached the level of a Kage. In a sudden outburst, Hanzo exhaled a toxic mist, corroding the scroll in his hands to charred remnants. It is said that there is another named Manado Namikaze in the leaf, and yet I had never heard of this one-sword individual. Humph. These great nations are indeed teeming with talent. Hanzo felt a pang of bitterness within. Having presided over the Rain country for many years, he had seen his share of geniuses. Yet now it seemed they were all rather ordinary. Nevertheless, they were indeed useful tools, he reassured himself. Follow my orders. And immediately deliver the alliance treaty to the Akatsuki organization, confirming the meeting location to be prepared. Yes, Lord Hanzo. The group departed, leaving Hanzo alone at the glass window of the tower's pinnacle, the fierce wind howling as it whipped around his garments. He gazed down upon the Rain country, long ravaged by relentless rain, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Before him lay a heavy curtain of rain, enveloping the entire land in an impenetrable shroud. Raindrops fell like scattered beads from a broken string, wildly pounding the ground and splashing up layers of murky water, converging into a tumultuous flow that rampaged through the streets. The distant mountains, shrouded in rain and mist, appeared like a watercolor painting soaked through. The buildings in the city seemed dilapidated and precarious amidst the storm. Rooftops torn by the merciless wind and windows creaking under the onslaught, as if they might shatter at any moment. Few pedestrians occupied the streets, and those who did hurried by, wearied and resigned. Every inch of this rain country seemed to lament its endless hardships within the ceaseless downpour. At that moment, what thoughts occupied Hanzo's mind remained a mystery. 3 days later, in an unknown cave at the other end of the rain country, blood seeped from the rocky crevices as Yahiko dried bandages by the flickering firelight. Conan's paper butterfly flitted through the curtain of cascading water, delivering a scroll stamped with Hanzo's mark. Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered in the shadows, and as thunder erupted outside, he discerned the personal seal of Danzo at the treaty's conclusion. Now, Hanzo had become the very embodiment of the rain country, his personal ambitions overshadowing all else within its borders, rendering him a formidable obstacle to the peace and progress of the land. Initially, Hanzo had risen in the ninja world with power rivaling that of the Kage of various villages, shielding the rain country and earning the unwavering admiration of its inhabitants. At last, their homeland boasted a globally renowned warrior. For a humble nation, the strength of a hero should not be underestimated. Yet time has the power to alter one's original intentions. The emergence of the Akatsuki was intended to slay this dragon of malevolence. The Rain Village is willing to maintain peace with us. Yahiko shook droplets from the scroll, the flames dancing over the claws to cease military conflict, provided the Akatsuki assists in eliminating bandits. Conan's paper shuriken embedded in the rock wall formed a map of the rain country. Last week, they had procured 3,000 explosive tags from the black market. Suddenly, Nagato's sleeve trembled, and debris began to fall from the cave's ceiling. The treaty stipulated a meeting at the broken bridge on the day of the month of the snake, 1 month hence. Yahiko wrapped an iron chain around his bloodied right arm. 3 days prior, intelligence reported that elite rain ninjas executing missions were on their way back to the village. The paper butterfly spontaneously ignited to ash, revealing Conan's pale visage. A few days prior, in a small town on the southeastern border of the rain country, our members observed a blind swordsman purging the local underworld, exhibiting extraordinary strength. I believe we could attempt to recruit him. Nagato turned his back, lost in thought as he gazed at the map. Yahiko regarded the information handed to him by Conan. At this stage, our strength remains insufficient. Conan, you should send someone to establish initial contact, ensuring he is not merely another lost soul obsessed with ninja or warrior power. The transformation of the ninja world requires more than mere strength. Conan promptly instructed her assistant to take action. The cave fell once again into silence, punctuated only by the rain and the groans of the gravely injured. It seemed that in the silence, something was about to erupt. The oppressive atmosphere compelled Yahiko to tear open his garments, revealing the scar on his chest. I have decided to go, even if it results in death. I can secure a brief ceasefire and expose Hanzo's true ambitions while simultaneously proclaiming the name of our Akatsuki to the rain country. Conan's paper spear pierced the rock wall. 27 children starved to death last night at the relief station in the northern district. Nagato's Rinnegan mirrored the stormy night. We require more intelligence. Yahiko extinguished the fire with his iron chain, his tone calming slightly as he spoke in the darkness. We will surely go. I will take Conan and Itachi with me. You all remain at the base, awaiting our return. The map in the rain hidden operations room was filled with red lines as Hanzo perused the Akatsuki's response, his single eye narrowing in the dim light. Inform the roots of the leaf. 10 days hence, at the hour of the snake. 10 days, a mere moment in the realm of light and shadow. While the silent rain of the rain country brewed a tempest of bloodshed, the waning moon cast shadows. Yahiko sharpened a kunai against the whetstone, the metallic scraping startling the night owls outside the cave. Nagato traced the structural layout around the broken bridge in the dirt, marking various symbols. Conan folded the explosive tags into origami cranes, each wing soaked in an antidote. If it is a trap, let Hanzo witness the fortitude of the Akatsuki. Yahiko and Appo's iron chain shattered the rock wall, revealing concealed supplies. Observing Conan and Appo's furrowed brow, Yahiko ultimately softened his tone. Conan, this is no longer merely a question of traps. The dawn of the Akatsuki will surely rise after this assembly. As long as we attend, the entire ninja world will be watching us. When that dawn arrives, it will bring hope, a hope unmatched by any force. Nagato and I have decided to accompany you as well. After all, Hanzo is a ninja of long-standing renown in the ninja world, and if it were only you, survival would be improbable. At that moment, Nagato and Appo's Rinnegan fixed its gaze upon Yahiko. Conan silently approached Yahiko, placing a hand on his shoulder. The cave and Appo's entrance resembled a curtain of rain, the fierce wind outside howling in defiance. Regardless of the circumstances, how could we allow you to face danger alone? Yahiko turned to look at Nagato and Konan, and the three shared a knowing smile. The Dawn of the Akatsuki. Chapter 14. Introspection. The moonlight was fragmented by dark clouds, resembling shards of iron. This time, Yuan chose not to lurk in crowded places, for in such throngs, controversies abound. At present, he was sitting cross-legged within an unnamed desolate well, the walls adorned with moss and varying scratches. While he clearly recognized that he had only just begun to step into the realm of shadows, the persistent pain from his torn meridians became increasingly pronounced. In battle, he often found himself capable of refraining from using chakra. The Sharingan inevitably drained his energy. Thus, he understood that the power of the shadow level was akin to dancing atop a poisoned blade, destined to be consumed by darkness. He merely hoped to achieve something significant before the final outcome arrived. Conflicted thoughts continuously encircled Yuan. After much contemplation over an extended period, he came to realize that the notion of revenge was somewhat absurd. The cruel essence of war was inextricably linked to the bonds of kinship and blood. Xiaoyu, can I perhaps do something else? Can I bring about more change to this world, even if my time is limited? Sensing the peculiar yet immense force within him, he felt a smirk forming. This pain allowed him to remain alert. Once hope for life emerged, such strength would undoubtedly be limitless. Thus, his foremost task was to rid himself of Danzo, while simultaneously resolving his physical issues. However, how to achieve this remained a persistent headache for Yuan. He decided to take one step at a time. Even in the face of death, Yuan could now confront it with a semblance of calm. For he had brushed past that so-called death on numerous occasions, becoming something of an old acquaintance. Wiping the black blade in his hand, he acknowledged that his current methods were somewhat lacking. The true essence of his power lay in his swordsmanship. Yet, prior to the operation, relying solely on his sword skills rendered him merely an elite chunin. What truly propelled him into the shadow realm was the formidable insight granted by his three-tomo Sharingan, coupled with the immense chakra and vitality provided by the Senju cells. As for his wind and lightning release techniques, they merely embellished his swordplay. In truth, Yuan possessed a limited repertoire of ninjutsu. However, long ago, he had discovered that stimulating cells with lightning chakra could significantly enhance their vitality for a brief period, thereby augmenting combat effectiveness and reflexes. This, however, required an intricate level of chakra control, which Yuan was only just beginning to develop with his basic lightning release chakra mode. If he sought to elevate his prowess further, beyond the swordsmanship he was diligently honing, mastering all the abilities of his three-tomo Sharingan, such as Jinjutsu and Replication, would undoubtedly allow him to ascend to a higher level. Nevertheless, his primary concern was to minimize chakra usage, as it was intricately tied to the length of his life. Days passed in succession. Konoha. A war had already ignited on a small scale, although Konoha yearned for peace. It would deliver a decisive blow to any encroaching foes. Presently, Konoha stood at its most formidable since the first Hokage, boasting no fewer than 6 shadow-level warriors. In any one-on-one conflict, victory was assured. Training Ground 40, in Konoha. The scorching sun poured down without restraint, rendering the ground scalding and sending wisps of heat rising, distorting the surrounding air. Manado Namikaze donned a deep blue ninja outfit, looking both handsome and sharp. His right hand firmly grasped a specially crafted kunai, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, tracing the contours of his focused and resolute face. At that moment, his gaze was intently fixed on Jiraiya, who stood opposite him. Not long ago, Manado had utilized the experience he gained over the years and, with Jiraiya and Appo's guidance, successfully learned the Flying Thunder God technique invented by the second Hokage. Although he had only begun to master it, real-world testing was essential, and with Jiraiya present, the opportunity was ripe. Wearing a brown trench coat with the collar flaring open to reveal his sturdy chest, Jiraiya's trademark, white hair, cascaded untamed behind him, embodying his carefree spirit. Manado, how and Appo's, your Flying Thunder God technique coming along? Show me a good time today. Jiraiya called out, his voice vibrant and teasing, echoing across the expansive training ground. Manado took a deep breath, calming his nerves, and a confident smile graced his lips. Sensei, I'm ready. All right, let us begin. Just as Jiraiya and Appo's words fell, he launched himself forward like a stone propelled from a slingshot, moving with a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was before Manado, his right fist raised high, ready to strike. Manado's pupils constricted. In that critical moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from his original position by utilizing the specially marked kunai he had placed earlier. The next instant, he reappeared where the kunai was, the ends of his attire still billowing from the rapid motion. Impressive speed, Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. Though the playful grin remained on his face, he swiftly pivoted, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, as he formed hand seals with remarkable speed while muttering, "Behold my technique, Earth Release, Earth Flow River." In an instant, the ground erupted, a torrent of mud surged forth like a roaring dragon, carrying a deluge of silt towards Manado with overwhelming force. Wherever the mud flowed, vegetation was uprooted, sending plumes of murky water spraying into the air, the scent of earth filling the atmosphere. Seeing this, Manado and Apos' expression sharpened. Without hesitation, he hurled the flying thunder god kunai once more. This time, the kunai traced an arc through the air, landing firmly in front of the oncoming mudslide. A golden aura of chakra enveloped him anew, and he activated the flying thunder god technique once again, instantly appearing opposite the mud flow, successfully evading Jiraiya and Apos' attack. "Sensei, I'm about to make my move," Manado shouted, condensing chakra in his palm to form a blue spiraling sphere. He then began to approach Jiraiya with a fluid, unpredictable motion. Jiraiya laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide as he bellowed, "Oil bullet, spew forth." With his shout, a massive toad emerged, expelling a torrent of oil that rapidly spread through the air, creating a sticky curtain that completely sealed Manado's retreat. The oil shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a pungent aroma. A hint of seriousness flashed in Manado's eyes, however. With his current agility, it posed no real challenge. He quickly utilized multiple flying thunder god kunai positioned around the training ground. And just as the oily curtain was about to envelop him, he repeatedly activated the flying thunder god technique. His figure darted like a specter amidst the kunai, each flicker accompanied by a glow of golden chakra, skillfully weaving through the gaps in the oil curtain, leaving spectators in awe. "Sensei, it appears you have underestimated me." Manado's voice echoed from behind Jiraiya. Startled, Jiraiya reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "Oh, this kid," as he turned around, only to find Manado's Rasengan barreling toward him, the concentrated chakra swirling with an intensity capable of igniting the very air. With a resounding bang, Jiraiya deflected Manado and Apos' attack with his hair. The force of the impact sent him stumbling back a few steps, leaving clear footprints in the ground. "Well done, Manado. Your mastery of the flying thunder god technique is becoming increasingly adept," Jiraiya remarked with a smile, pride evident in his eyes. "Truly, you are the worthy disciple of the Toad Sage." Manado panted lightly, his face radiating excitement and pride. It was all thanks to the diligent guidance of his mentor, Jiraiya. "Do not slack off, keep going. Today, I must draw out all your abilities," Jiraiya exclaimed, charging boldly toward Manado. The two engaged in a spirited exchange on the training ground, their figures intertwining and causing the earth beneath them to crack and dust to swirl around. Meanwhile, in the distant Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was observing their battle through the lens of a telescope technique. "Wherever leaves dance, the fire will always burn bright," he remarked with a look of satisfaction. Chapter 15. Revolution is not a banquet. Revolution demands sacrifice and bloodshed. On the muddy streets, pedestrians were sparse, with only the monotonous sound of raindrops striking the ground echoing in the damp air. Conan, clad in a flowing blue robe, let the fabric dance wildly in the wind and rain. Her long blue hair, resembling a cascading waterfall, was drenched, clinging to her cheeks and back. According to intelligence from the Akatsuki organization, they had traced the whereabouts of the blind swordsman. The current combat capability of the Akatsuki was nearly non-existent. They could only hope for a smooth outcome. Conan lifted her gaze to the rain-soaked sky. What a tragic nation it was. Behind her, several members of the Akatsuki followed, their expressions equally solemn. Based on the intel, the blind swordsman should be nearby. Without orders, no one was allowed to act recklessly. Conan's voice was crisp and calm, cutting through the din of wind and rain. "Yes, Conan-sama," the members responded in unison. They proceeded cautiously along the street, rainwater cascading from the eaves, forming shimmering waterfalls. Conan's keen eyes swept across her surroundings, missing no potential hiding spots. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixed intently on an abandoned house. Right here, the group quickly surrounded the dilapidated structure, with Conan leading the way inside. A nauseating scent of damp decay pervaded the air, thick moss clung to the walls, and raindrops fell through holes in the roof, creating murky puddles on the floor. "Come out. We know you are inside. We mean no harm. We just wish to talk." Conan's voice echoed within the desolate space. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Uchiha Itachi, still blindfolded, his black coat soaked by the rain. "Conan, what brings you here?" Itachi inquired, surprised yet maintaining an air of composure. "Shuden and Apos, they be preparing for a meeting with Hanzo? Why were they wandering outside?" "We are members of the Akatsuki, and I am Conan. We have noticed your formidable strength displayed in the land of rain, and we would like to invite you to join us in achieving true peace," she stated straightforwardly, with sincerity in her tone. "What is this about? Why would Conan come to recruit me? Is it because of what happened that day?" Itachi thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although he and Conan were technically on opposing sides, perhaps the Akatsuki could provide an opportunity given his current predicament? Before Itachi could respond, Conan spoke again. "Perhaps you have a misunderstanding about us. While most members of the Akatsuki are rogue ninjas, we share a common goal, to end this endless war and restore peace to the world. We need your strength." Itachi frowned slightly, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. However, he sensed a familiar and powerful chakra approaching nearby. It was no longer a matter of waiting. Apologies, Itachi said reluctantly, drawing his black blade slowly, showing mercy to Konan. We sincerely hope you can join the Akatsuki and work towards peace with us. Konan's gaze sharpened, her voice clear amidst the howling winds and rain. But Itachi had already unsheathed his black blade. Make your move. Without further ado, Konan swiftly formed hand signs. Paper jutsu, shuriken technique. Instantly, countless sheets of paper transformed into sharp shurikens, launching towards Itachi like a tempest, slicing through the air with piercing shrieks. Itachi's eyes narrowed, and he deftly leaped, utilizing wind release, body flicker technique, weaving through the barrage of paper shurikens with ghostly speed, leaving behind only blurred afterimages. He swung his black blade, sending a flurry of shurikens flying, the sounds of metal clashing resonating in the air. How fast? Konan marveled, but suddenly felt a chill at her back. Her expression changed drastically as she realized she could not evade. Itachi's black blade was poised at her throat. A puff of smoke erupted. Konan reappeared elsewhere. Phew, I thought you were not this capable. She quickly danced her hands, gathering a multitude of paper around her, forming a massive paper crane in an instant. She leaped onto the crane. Paper jutsu, dance of angels. The paper crane unfurled its grand wings, releasing a flurry of paper pieces like snowflakes, each piece gleaming like a sharp blade, cascading towards Itachi in overwhelming numbers. Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, facing the storm of paper blades. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fierce wind surged, mixing with the dark clouds, momentarily matching the onslaught of paper blades due to the weather in the land of rain. Lightning release, heavenly pull. Rainy days were never devoid of thunder, especially with water as a conductor. Lightning crackled, filling the air with energy. Wind and lightning, annihilation slash. Itachi shouted, swinging his black blade down with tremendous force. A massive blade of wind and lightning surged towards Konan, slicing the air and carving a deep trench into the ground. The overwhelming impact shattered the paper wall Konan had constructed, sending her flying several meters away, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Konan-sama. The Akatsuki members gasped in alarm, wanting to rush to her aid, but Konan stopped them. Do not come closer, let them go. I will handle this. Hearing such a clutch line, Itachi realized he was irrevocably on the path of a villain. But I truly wish to be a good person suddenly. The sound of kunai slicing through the air pierced the rain, and Itachi's black blade was still poised at Konan's neck. 3 shurikens embedded themselves into the wall beside her ear, the hissing of corrosive liquid eating away at the bricks sent chills down her spine. 1 strike, and I won't move. The root ninja wearing a raccoon mask leaped down from the eaves, 5 members behind him forming a cursed seal formation. Itachi's Sharingan. Through the curtain of rain, discerned the explosive tags bulging from their sleeves. As Konan's paper wings began to take shape, Itachi suddenly seized her waist and retreated. Where he had stood exploded into a 10-meter-wide crater, the flames so fierce that they remained unextinguished by the rain. Hanzo's meeting requires live bait. Itachi flung his black blade, striking down the second wave of poison needles, using the handle to shatter the kunai that the Akatsuki members had attempted to ambush with. If Konan were to perish, the meeting would be impossible. With her in hand, this operation would be entirely within his grasp. He shook his head in disbelief. Did these root ninjas have chakra for brains? Killing Konan would ensure the Akatsuki would never ally with Hanzo. Danzo's indoctrination had clearly faltered. The root ninjas halted, gazing at their leader, the masked root ninja. The torrential rain washed away the debris. Konan's pupils constricted in the downpour. You wish for us to be the blades? Yes. The blades that kill through others. The sound of Itachi sheathing his black blade startled the night owls, leaving the choice of death, to be cut by the knife or to be the meat killed by the knife. It was likely that Konan had met a similar fate in the original story. Otherwise, Yahiko would not have foolishly walked into that evident trap. After all, this was the world of ninjas, where absolute power often outweighed the will of the people. Of course, if one lacked absolute strength, that was another matter entirely. Itachi glanced at the leading root ninja, trying to discern which elite he faced from the roots. After implanting the Sharingan and Hashirama and Appo's cells, he had undergone over 3 months of specialized training within the roots, having faced nearly every elite from that faction. With a single sword, we, under the command of Lord Danzo, are here to assist you in the dawn operation. After a prolonged silence, the leader, a root ninja adorned with a raccoon mask, finally spoke, his voice as cold as steel. Right Curved immediately recognized him as the elite ninja codenamed Ox Demon. Received, Right Curved replied, only to realize that the 6 ninjas before him remained utterly motionless. As for the others, you may act as you wish. No sooner had Right Curved's words left his lips than the other members of the Akatsuki, following Konan, were swiftly silenced by the root ninja lurking behind Ox Demon. Blood quickly spread through the muddy ground, merging with the raindrops that fell into the depressions of the earth, creating a dismal symphony of drips and crimson. No, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from behind, causing Konan and Appo's pupils to constrict as her body trembled uncontrollably. Her hands clenched into tight fists. the knuckles turning pale from the intensity of her grip. Raindrops cascaded down her cheeks, mingling with the tears that streamed from her eyes, indistinguishable from one another. No. How could this? Conan and Appo's voice quivered, laced with a sob, as if she still harbored hope that this was merely a nightmarish illusion. Revolutions inevitably demand sacrifice. Do they not? Right curved gazed apologetically at the lifeless forms of the young, feeling a sense of helplessness. Comrade Conan, this is a lesson to be learned. Revolution is not a mere banquet. It demands sacrifice and bloodshed. The heavens wept. Chapter 16. The Alliance after securing Xiaonan. Yuan and the group, led by Nyogue, met with Hanzo. It was yet another rainy day, the sky draped in a grayish shroud. Cascading sheets of water from above. The inhabitants of the Land of Rain must possess an incredible resilience to endure such gloom. Yuan glanced at the large map hanging nearby. Given that the Land of Rain shares a border with the Land of Wind, one might consider implementing a project to divert northern waters southward, thus alleviating the water scarcity in the Land of Wind. Although lacking modern engineering techniques, it would indeed be a pity not to utilize the formidable strength of the ninjas for such construction. As Yuan sat in a corner, lost in thought, Hanzo and his advisors were engaged in strategizing their plans for battle against Nyogue. With this woman now in our possession, and knowing Yahiko and Appo's disposition, they are sure to come. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly, ensuring they come but do not return. Nevertheless, we should not underestimate the situation. That Nagato possesses the legendary eyes of the sage, and his true strength remains uncertain. There is no need for concern. We have Lord Hanzo, Mr. Ijian, and numerous elite ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village on our side. Should this be enough to deter the Akatsuki, I would gladly end my own life on the spot. The elderly man dressed in the garb of a high-ranking ninja from the Rain Ninja Village was indeed the last remaining elder of the village, who, despite his advanced age, had consistently provided Hanzo with substantial support in matters of strategy and governance. Nyogue, what is your opinion? Hanzo inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the daydreaming Yuan. Everything shall be determined by Lord Hanzo. We only desire the corpse of Nagato. Nyogue adopted a humble demeanor in the presence of this semi-divine ninja of the shinobi world. Yuan sat cross-legged in the corner, observing the tightly bound Xiaonan. You scoundrel, you conspire with Hanzo. Your fate will not be a pleasant one. Yuan's gaze fell upon Xiaonan as she spoke this, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Allow me to amuse her. Xiaonan, you might as well conserve your energy. When Yahiko and Nagato arrive, your so-called Akatsuki will likely face total annihilation. Xiaonan glared fiercely at Yuan, yet her hunger seemed to have drained her of all strength, rendering her silent. Within the cave, everyone rechecked their gear, striving to achieve optimal conditions. Yahiko's expression was grim. Upon learning that Xiaonan had been captured by Hanzo, he understood that this alliance was likely to end in misfortune. Yet, whether out of personal sentiment or for the sake of the Akatsuki's development, they had no choice but to attend this gathering. Gazing at the four individuals before him, Nagato, Tian-E, Haidu, and Li Jiang, he recognized them as the sharpest blades of the Akatsuki. Although the Akatsuki was a fledgling organization, it had flourished amidst the chaos and despair of the Land of Rain, drawing upon the richest resources. From its inception with only Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan, it had now spread throughout the entire Land of Rain. However, among its elite combatants, only these four could be deemed genuine, and of course, Nagato and Appo's power surpassed even that. This battle would see the Akatsuki invest all its might. It was a matter of success or demise. Outside the cave, torrential rain poured down, while within, silence reigned. A gust of wind caused the flame of the oil lamp to flare dramatically. Akatsuki, let us depart. Shadows surged forth into the rain, their fates unknown. Raindrops froze upon the rusted cables, the surroundings void of life. Yahiko and his companions approached the bridge, preparing to sprint towards the nearby broken bridge. Suddenly, Nagato sensed ripples of chakra emanating from the riverbed. A foreboding feeling washed over him. Scatter. Hanzo's salamander also detected the movements of the group, breaking through the water's surface, unleashing a toxic mist mixed with acid towards the 5 members of the Akatsuki. Yahiko's iron chain swung out, slashing the cables, while Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered with energy. The hissing sound of the corrosive liquid eating away at the bridge echoed as 20 members of the Rain Shinobi's Umbu leaped from the bridge supports, their poisoned shurikens weaving a deadly net. As tensions escalated, Xiaonan was thrust forward under Hanzo's firm grip. Yahiko, if you wish for this woman to escape with her life, then surrender here and now. The downpour did not muffle Hanzo's voice, as Yahiko and his group remained motionless, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Hanzo's proposal. Suddenly, Yahiko hurled his iron chain, ensnaring the poisonous fangs of the salamander, and shouted, Nagato! The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei shattered the northern bridge structure, causing 5 members of the Rain Shinobi's Umbu to plummet into the raging river below. Hanzo stumbled slightly, and Xiaonan seized the opportunity to leap towards the water. Yet another command, Bansho Ten and Appo's drew Xiaonin towards Nagato and Appo's side. Nagato. Xiaonin leaned weakly against him. Leaf ninjas, will you not take action? Hanzo, entangled in Yahiko's chains, bellowed, knowing full well that great nations value their reputation above all else. With that, Yuan and his companions emerged from the nearby thicket, their black blades plunging into the fissures of the bridge, lightning chakra coursing through the cables and into the river below, preemptively. Lightning release, heavenly pull. The lightning streaking down from the storm clouds was drawn forth by the black blades as Yuan surged forward, propelled by arcs of electricity, his blade aimed at Nagato. Daitapa. Nagato's Rinnegan bled as the core of Daitapa coalesced beneath the bridge. Hanzo's iron sickle caught Yahiko's ankle, while the serpentine form of the toxic mist ensnared his neck. Do you truly believe that ideals alone can change this world? Such naivety. Hanzo's voice rang piercingly through the storm as he forcefully yanked the sickle, throwing Yahiko off balance and into the clutches of the venomous serpent. The creature's body coiled tightly around Yahiko, its poisonous mist steadily corroding his skin. He struggled in agony, swinging the iron chain in a desperate attempt to break free from this lethal embrace. Meanwhile, Yuan fought against the gravitational pull, charging towards Nagato. His black blade infused with lightning chakra, lightning release, tiger slash. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous force erupted from Nagato, sending Yuan hurtling backward, leaving him powerless against the overwhelming strength. The black blade was flung from his grip, embedding itself deeply into a nearby tree. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Ninjas are typically fragile, yet deal high damage. Yet Nagato physically isolated himself, rendering me utterly incapable of approaching. Xiaonan, protect yourself. Nagato spoke softly, then turned his gaze back to the battlefield. On Hanzo's side, Yahiko unleashed astonishing strength at the brink of life and death, straining against the chains until they stretched taut, miraculously tearing a gap through the serpent and Appo's venomous coils, allowing him to escape. Hanzo, your time has come. Yahiko warred, his iron chain whirling as he charged at Hanzo. Hanzo scoffed, his form flickering away with ease, evading Yahiko's assault. Simultaneously, he swung the sickle back, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. Yahiko sidestepped just in time, but the blade grazed his arm, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson. Meanwhile, Tianyi, Haidu, and Li Jiang engaged fiercely with the ranged shinobi Umbu. Despite their coordinated attacks, they were ultimately outnumbered. The ranged shinobi, being numerous and composed of elite ninjas, quickly adapted their tactics, countering the trio's offensive maneuvers, and before long, they had lost their fighting capabilities. As for Nagato, once Yuan regained his footing, he charged once more towards him, circling around, persistently utilizing ninjutsu in search of an opening. Chapter 17. The Alliance 2. Nagato did not dare to be complacent. He remained vigilant regarding the movements of Uchiha Obito while also monitoring the battlefield's dynamics. At that moment, he had learned through Conan that Obito was indeed the blindfolded swordsman, currently masked, and had a general understanding of Obito's combat style. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Obito activated his Mangeki Sharingan, its three tomos spinning wildly, and entered lightning release chakra mode, dashing towards Nagato like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, Nagato prepared to unleash Shinra Tensei, but Obito had anticipated this, leaping above him and being propelled into the sky. Lightning release, heavenly punishment. Obito and Appo's black blade, infused with the power of thunder, descended from above like a strike of lightning. Die! Obito bellowed, yet Nagato reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly turning to block Obito and Appo's attack with his arm. The black blade pierced Nagato and Appo's arm, blood trickling down the blade, but he showed no sign of pain. Instead, seizing Obito and Appo's wrist in a counter grip. Shinra Tensei. With a loud bang, Obito and Appo's shadow clone exploded, revealing his true form at a distance. Nagato seemed to be operating on a different level. Who could possibly contend with him? The only course of action was to buy time for Hanzo to deal with Yahiko. Before Obito could regain his footing, he felt an overwhelming pull drawing him towards Nagato. Attempting to break free, he discovered his body was beyond his control. Just as he was about to be drawn closer to Nagato, he swiftly performed a ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The blast sent Nagato stumbling back a few steps, sustaining some minor injuries, while Obito capitalized on the recoil to distance himself with a close-range wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Bang. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area as the clash of ninjutsu sent Obito hurtling backward for dozens of meters. Damn it. Although he knew the Uzumaki clan had strong chakra, he hadn't anticipated that even with Hashirama and Appo's cells, his own ninjutsu would still lack in power. His truly decisive techniques were still too few, and as pain coursed through his body, Obito realized he needed to withdraw from the battlefield and vanish into the forest. Nagato watched warily in the direction where Obito had disappeared. The battlefield and Appo's tension escalated. Both sides were now fiercely engaged, unwilling to retreat. Sealing team, form up. The Root Ninjas. who had yet to make their presence known, finally revealed themselves, taking their positions. 4 purple flames formation. They shouted in unison. A translucent purple barrier rose from the ground, soaring high into the sky, trapping Nagato and Konan within. Even Shinra Tensei could not penetrate the formation while the root ninjas maintained their abundant chakra. Meanwhile, the battle between Yahiko and Hanzo was nearing its climax. Hanzo, drawing from his extensive combat experience and formidable strength, kept Yahiko under pressure. "Humph, you truly surprise me, kid," Hanzo remarked, his iron scythe suddenly bursting forth with immense power. He swung it fiercely, sending a crescent-shaped wave toward Yahiko. Realizing the danger, Yahiko quickly raised his iron chains to defend himself. The scythe wave collided with the chains, producing a thunderous sound, the force of the impact sending Yahiko staggering backward. Seizing the moment, Hanzo advanced, swinging his scythe once more towards Yahiko. With no way to evade, Yahiko braced himself, desperately attempting to block with his chains. Crack! The chain shattered under Hanzo's scythe. Yahiko's heart raced. Before he could react, Hanzo's scythe was already upon him. Blood and rain mingled in the air as Hanzo severed half of Yahiko's arm. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, trapped within the 4 purple flames formation, focused intently on the battlefield between Hanzo and Yahiko. Although elite range shinobi dared not interfere with Hanzo's fight, concern gripped them, understanding that Yahiko stood no chance against such a demigod of the ninja world. The scene only intensified Nagato and Konan's anxiety. There was no choice left. Nagato steeled himself, hands rapidly forming seals as he intoned, "Outer path, Getomazo." As his voice echoed, the ground trembled violently, fissures forming as water cascaded downward. A formidable and malevolent aura began to rise from the depths, with Nagato's chakra flowing relentlessly into the Getomazo. A colossal shadow erupted from the earth, breaking through the surface and ascending skyward. It was the Getomazo, its immense form towering like a mountain amidst the rain. The statue was coiled with thick black chains, each resembling a massive serpent, its hollow eyes exuding an aura of terror. What is this? Hanzo's visage paled, despite his decades of experience. He had never encountered such a powerful and terrifying existence. The 4 purple flames formation crumbled without a fight, claiming the lives of 2 root ninjas in an instant. Nagato hovered in the air, dwarfed by the Getomazo's imposing presence. "Hanzo, I will have your life." The grievous injury to his friend ignited Nagato's fury. The Getomazo slowly raised its gigantic arm, aiming to strike Hanzo down. Hanzo's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly performed the body flicker technique, narrowly evading the onslaught. The Getomazo's arm crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending mud and water flying. The riverbanks had been utterly destroyed, water flowing chaotically. Hanzo realized he could not remain passive. He could not rely on the root ninjas. Fire release, exploding flame wave. Hanzo slammed his hands to the ground, causing explosions to erupt around him, engulfing Yahiko in flames. Yet, to the Getomazo, it was merely a surface scratch, utterly inconsequential. Nagato, controlling the Getomazo, launched another assault. The statue opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a beam of black energy toward Hanzo. Caught off guard, Hanzo had no time to evade. The attack's radius was too vast. He hastily formed seals, conjuring water release, water shield in an attempt to withstand the overwhelming strike. Boom. The energy beam collided with the water wall, shattering it instantly and sending Hanzo flying backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. "Damn you, kid." Hanzo struggled to rise. Realizing that the plan to eliminate the Akatsuki had utterly failed, all he desired now was to escape with his life. Resolutely, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the rain shinobi, who had been spectating, were either dead or fleeing. As Nagato surveyed the devastation, Hanzo had been repelled. In a moment of lowered vigilance, the exhaustion from his expended chakra washed over him, and he descended weakly from the air as the Getomazo's summoning was released. Konan hurriedly rushed forward to catch Nagato. Chapter 18. Alliance 3. Konan's garments lay in tatters, her body marred with wounds of various depths. Blood, mingling with the rain, trickled down her form and dripped onto the muddy ground, quickly washed away by the downpour. Moments ago, she had seized the opportunity to rescue Yahiko. Fortunate that Nagato had repelled Hanzo. Otherwise, it seemed that all 3 of them would have perished today. "Nagato, Konan, we must retreat swiftly," Yahiko's voice, weakened from blood loss, nonetheless bore an unwavering resolve. Nagato nodded slightly, his rinnegan shimmering with a mysterious and formidable light, even as fatigue began to set in from the recent battle. "Very well. Let us find a safe haven to tend to our wounds." Nagato's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. The trio leaned on one another, their steps faltering as they ventured deeper into the curtain of rain. The downpour blurred their vision, and the air was thick with damp decay. Yet they had managed to survive against the odds. However, an unforeseen twist loomed ahead. A chilling aura emanated from the direction ahead, as a previously concealed root ninja gradually emerged from the rain. "The downfall of the Akatsuki will commence today," the lead root ninja declared, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion, as if echoing from an icy cavern. Meanwhile, Yuben remained hidden, concealing his presence. Who is this? Such bravado, this person is doomed. Yuben mused silently, for Nagato was indeed a figure of significance. Both Nagato and Yahiko felt a shiver run through them, instantly recognizing the ill intent of these newcomers. Presently, only Nagato possessed the strength to fight, while Konan shielded Yahiko behind her. Nagato's chakra surged as he focused his Rinnegan on the adversaries, poised for any impending assault. Nagato! Cried Konan and Yahiko in unison. Do not worry, Konan, staunch Yahiko's bleeding first. Nagato commanded, swiftly forming hand seals to prepare for an attack. However, the root ninjas appeared well prepared. They swiftly dispersed, encircling Nagato and Yahiko. One of the ninjas executed the earth-style, earth prison technique, raising the ground to trap them within a massive earthen cell. Nagato and Appo's expression shifted as he activated the power of his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei, a formidable repulsive force erupted from him, shattering the earthen prison instantly. Yet, the root ninjas did not afford him a moment and Appo's respite. They launched a barrage of attacks. An array of jutsu aimed at Nagato. The brilliance of Nagato and Appo's Rinnegan flickered as he retaliated with various techniques, illuminating the battlefield with explosions. Nevertheless, the root ninjas, well-trained and in synchronicity, maneuvered expertly, employing hit-and-run tactics that gradually wore down the already weakened Nagato. His chakra dwindled, his pallor deepened, and fatigue from previous battles and blood loss rendered his movements sluggish. Boom! Another series of explosions erupted around them. Everyone fall back. At last, the imposing figure of Ashioni made his entrance. Meanwhile, Yuben wrestled with his own indecision. Ashioni had noticed his reluctance and had warned him. Should he continue to hold back, he risked being reported by Ashioni, jeopardizing his own life. Yet, he felt a profound sorrow for the tragic fate of the Akatsuki trio in the original narrative. What was he to do? If he eliminated Ashioni and the remaining root ninjas, would that be a feasible course of action? A sharp pain gripped his chest. His suppressants had run out, and his body was not as resilient as he had envisioned. A few of the root ninjas, now beleaguered, were compelled to retreat hastily. Nagato, we cannot continue like this. We must devise a way to break through, Yahiko gasped, panting heavily. Nagato nodded slightly, determination flickering in his gaze. I will cover you. Find an opportunity to escape. Before Nagato could finish his sentence, Yuben had spotted Yahiko's vulnerability, striking with a thunderous blow, instantly appearing behind him. His kunai plunging toward Yahiko and Appo's back. Watch out! Nagato shouted in terror, but it was too late. Yahiko sensed the imminent danger. He attempted to evade, but his exhausted and battered body betrayed him. Helplessly, he watched as Yuben's dark blade pierced his flesh. Yahiko cried out in agony, his body collapsing slowly. Blood rapidly staining the muddy ground a deep crimson. Yahiko! Nagato's anguished scream pierced the air, filled with despair and sorrow. He rushed toward Yahiko without a second thought. Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force erupted around him, sending Yuben and Ashioni sprawling. Nagato and Konan knelt beside Yahiko, trembling hands cradling his form. Tears mixed with rain streamed down their faces as Yahiko slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he weakly uttered, Nagato, do not grieve. Our dream. You must realize it. Before he could finish, the light in his eyes faded, and his hand fell limply to the ground. I want you all dead. Nagato's fury reached its zenith, yet his overtaxed body could bear no more, collapsing to his knees. Yuben stood before him, gazing into the mesmerizing and sinister depths of Nagato's Rinnegan, mere inches away. One strike, splendid, Ashioni remarked, approaching from behind. Indeed, Lord Danzo's judgment was not misplaced. Now, you shall kill Nagato, extract his eyes, and present them to Lord Danzo. Ashioni's voice remained cold and unyielding. Yuben, silent, raised his black blade. Nagato closed his eyes, silent and awaiting his fate. Am I truly powerless? Konan, Yahiko, I am so sorry. The blade pierced through his chest, blood cascading onto the mud below. You, Ashioni gasped, feeling a sudden weakness wash over him as his vitality ebbed away. Thud. His eyes dimmed, losing all color. The remaining three root ninjas exchanged alarmed glances. Boom, boom. Thunder roared, blinding white light illuminating the sky, compelling people to instinctively shield their eyes. Another thud echoed, the sound of bodies falling into the water. Meanwhile, far across the horizon, Danzo's gaze sharpened. Oh, Danzo, what transpired? In a conference room, the third Hokage and two Elder Council members turned their attention to Danzo. Nothing. Danzo gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. That treacherous Yuben. Danzo carried the name tags of the root ninjas at all times. Should any of them perish, he would be instantly informed. The unfolding events in the Land of Rain made it clear to Danzo that Yuben had betrayed him. You are unaware of the danger you are in, Danzo mused, believing that the suppressants given to Yuben had been insufficient. Coupled with continuous battles, Yuben would have no chance to return to Konoha for more. Thus, Yuben was doomed. Yet Danzo had not anticipated the final act of defiance from Yuban in his last moments. Chapter 19. The Inevitable Awakening with a Swift Motion. Yuan extracted the black blade from the chest of the root ninja, lifting the mask of the creature known as the Ox Demon to reveal a delicate, fair face. It was a woman. You. At the same time, Nagato stared wide-eyed at Yuan. My lord, what does this mean? Unbeknownst to him, Nagato had unconsciously altered his address to Yuan. Yahiko, cradled in Konan and Appo's arms, had regained consciousness, his complexion still pale, yet stable, as if the recent sword wound had never existed. Yahiko. Yahiko nodded reassuringly to Konan, struggling to rise with her support, though his right arm had stopped bleeding. The pain from his severed limb and the dissonance in his body rendered his stance awkward. My lord, you did not injure me. Thank you. But could you enlighten us as to why? Yahiko spoke with great difficulty, explaining the recent sword injury as the other two gazed at Yuan. You should leave quickly. Hanzo is not easily deceived, Yahiko warned. At his words, a sense of urgency washed over them. This was not the time for idle conversation. And he hastily urged Konan and Nagato to retreat. Despite his gratitude and curiosity regarding Yuan's actions, he refrained from inviting him to join them, exercising caution. My lord, you can no longer belong to Konoha. Why not join us in striving for world peace? To Yahiko's surprise, Konan blurted out her desire to recruit Yuan. Had the Yuan of 30 minutes past witnessed this scene, he too would have been struck dumb. Yet, who could blame him for being so cunning? He had endeavored to minimize his chakra usage, but the internal conditions of his body were deteriorating rapidly. Without suppressants, should another battle ensue, it would likely lead to his demise within 3 days. Having just searched, he confirmed that the Ox Demon bore no suppressants. Fortunately, when I was sold, the count was off, and I did not suffer a loss. Thus, he resolved to save the Akatsuki. As long as Yahiko survived, he had altered the course of events, preserving this crucial figure. My time is short. Go on, I will hold them off. Yuan uttered, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet he offered no further explanation. Turning away from the trio. Thank you, sir. The three prepared to depart. Yet, as fate would have it, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. None of you shall escape. Hanzo and Appo's voice approached ominously, as dozens of rain ninjas swiftly surrounded Yuan and Appo's group. It seemed the fate of those who lingered would be grim. Wait, why have I become the protagonist? This is typically the role of a hero in such a scenario. Yuan pressed his forehead, feeling the weight of impending doom. Was it because this was his final dance that he required an audience? Nagato, protect Konan and Yahiko. The rest is for me. Though he was unaware of the events transpiring or why he was shielding them, such details mattered little. They all had to perish. As soon as Hanzo's words fell, the salamander lunged from the water, unleashing a toxic mist mixed with corrosive liquid towards Yuan. Yuan evaded with a swift turn. The salamander's venom splattered onto the ruined bridge, corroding it into a honeycomb of holes. Yuan plunged his black blade into the fissures of the steel beams, directing lightning chakra through the rain, forming an electric barrier to shield Yahiko and the others behind him. His body was gradually succumbing to woodification, splinters mingling with his blood as they fell into the turbulent waters. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger. The lightning summoned by the black blade pierced the salamander's left eye with incredible speed, leaving the onlookers utterly unprepared. The creature's roar sent debris cascading from the bridge above. Yuan leapt, using the falling stones to propel himself upward, wind chakra swirling beneath his feet, cleaving through the toxic fog to strike at Hanzo's throat. The mad dog of Konoha, Hanzo and Appo's poison scythe caught Yuan and Appo's blade, a purple mist erupting from the weapon and Appo's handle. How many more breaths can you endure? Yuan's Sharingan began to bleed, the three tomo reflecting Hanzo's half-formed hand seals through the poison mist. Resolutely, he discarded his blade, pivoting to draw a kunai, intercepting the scythe's strike, while his other hand unsheathed a short sword, plunging it into Hanzo's abdomen. As the salamander's tail swept through the bridge's supports, Yuan's right leg below the knee had already succumbed to the corrosive toxins. Despite his mental preparedness against this renowned poison master, Yuan fell victim to the ambush. He staggered, kneeling on the slanted bridge, using his black blade to deflect 3 poisoned shurikens, one of which barely missed Konan's hair. Get them out of here. Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered with crimson threads, and the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei toppled 5 range jonin. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan infused the remaining lightning chakra into the bridge, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, ensnaring the salamander and Appo's poison pouch in steel cables, dragging it into the depths of the river. Hanzo seized the moment, rushing towards him atop floating debris. The black blade clashed once more with the scythe, a cacophony of metallic clashes igniting blue sparks and arcs of electricity. Yet Yuan's desperate surge of chakra forced Hanzo back 3 steps. Damn it, I specialize in speed, yet I am forced into a direct clash. He hesitated to overexert his Sharingan's power. His body had reached a precarious balance of danger. Wind release, great breakthrough. Observing the encroaching purple mist, Yuan hastily formed seals, employing wind techniques to slightly mitigate the speed of the toxic gases. With Conan and the others still hindered, the toxic fog receded, revealing a marginally improved view. Yet Hanzo gradually vanished into the purple haze, as dozens of elite rain ninjas encircled Yuan. At this moment, Conan, despite her fatigue, assisted Nagato. "My lord, let us show these ninja from the great nations the fury of a small one." Hanzo's emotionless voice echoed from afar, while the rain ninjas collectively chanted. Lightning release, thunder resonance technique. The storm rumbled ominously, and in an instant, a colossal bolt of lightning struck towards Yuan. However, Yuan was prepared, forming a shadow clone at the right moment. Bang! A charred log appeared in his place. Nagato and the others were retreating further, and Yuan could no longer concern himself with them. Before he could stabilize, another bolt of lightning descended upon him. Damn it! Is this a tracking lightning? Yuan hastily evaded, realizing he must locate Hanzo and the salamander to find a way out of this predicament. He turned, sprinting forward, unleashing the full power of his spinning three-tomo Sharingan, hoping to pinpoint Hanzo's location amidst the toxic haze. Within the purple mist, Yuan relentlessly harvested the lives of nameless rain ninjas. "Hanzo, old dog, come out and meet your end." The clash of metal rang out as his black blade deflected several kunai. Fire release, explosive flame array. Yet, no response came. Instead, explosions erupted all around him. Damn it, Hanzo cares not even for his own subordinates. His breath grew labored and heavy, fatigue and chakra depletion weighing on him after such fierce combat, while he struggled to redirect chakra to counter the toxic fog. A sudden bolt of lightning struck, catching Yuan off guard as he was distracted. He reacted instinctively, channeling lightning chakra throughout his body in a desperate bid to mitigate the damage. Bang! The blast sent the Akatsuki members sprawling away from the battlefield. Conan's paper cranes weaved through the fiery rain, grasping the undamaged portion of the black blade's handle. Meanwhile, Nagato, bearing Yahiko, swiftly vanished into the curtain of rain as charred corpses floated upon the burning waters. Coughing, Yuan struggled to emerge from the debris, his body riddled with wounds, blood mingling with the rain as it streamed down. The dense fog began to dissipate. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had yet to lay eyes on him, he could sense Hanzo's unmasked, formidable chakra surging toward him with ferocity. Suddenly, a foot of immense weight came crashing down upon the chest of the young warrior. With a muffled grunt, he lost control of his body, collapsing onto the muddy ground. Is this the extent of the prowess of a great nation's ninja? Hanzo's voice emerged from the mist, laced with arrogance and admiration. "You are commendable. I have always held a fondness for youthful heroes. I should bestow upon you a title that would resonate throughout the ninja world. Yet, your demise is inevitable today, so there is no need for further discourse." The young warrior gritted his teeth, his hands desperately clutching Hanzo's leg pressed against his chest, attempting to push it away. However, Hanzo's strength was akin to an immovable mountain, rendering him utterly helpless. Venom had already invaded his body, the numbing sensation spreading from his limbs to envelop him entirely. His vision growing increasingly blurred. The weakness of his body and the depletion of chakra triggered a cascade of adverse effects. Damn it, the young warrior thought. His condition could not be more dire. Even if he were to survive, he would undoubtedly be left incapacitated. Surrender. From the moment you became a ninja, you should have been prepared for your inevitable demise, little brat. Hanzo intensified the pressure of his foot, and the young warrior felt his ribs near the point of shattering. The excruciating pain caused him to momentarily lose consciousness. Indeed, during this disorienting haze, he realized he had long overlooked his own age. He was still just a child. In the year 45 of the Leaf, he had been in this world for 15 years. Chapter 20. A desperate survival as his health deteriorated further. It seemed that he would not even require Hanzo's intervention. He might succumb to death on his own. The sensation of vitality ebbing away was truly unbearable. Meanwhile, Hanzo remained silent for a long time, contemplating the news of Nagato and his companion's escape. Ultimately, it was akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Observing the significant losses among his subordinates from this operation, he could only place the blame on the young boy before him. Hanzo's gaze sharpened on the face of the youth. Still masked, Suei gouged out his eyes. Remaining as composed as ever, Hanzo commanded a tall, slender ninja beside him, who promptly approached to untie the cloth binding the boy's eyes. However, the scene that unfolded caused Sui's pupils to constrict in horror, retreating instinctively a step back. Hanzo himself was taken aback. The boy's eyes revealed a swirling pattern of three tomo, indeed, the legendary Sharingan. "You are of the Uchiha clan." What a surprise. The boy had never displayed the signature fire techniques of his clan, and with his eyes covered, Hanzo had not anticipated him to be a ninja from the esteemed Uchiha lineage. Konoha truly possessed deep roots, Hanzo mused inwardly. He then felt a surge of relief. If he could subdue this boy, then the Rain Village could potentially lay claim to an Uchiha. At the very least, they could transplant this boy's Sharingan. Subdue him, and keep a close watch. "Yes, Lord Hanzo," Suei remarked. "This boy may not last much longer." Observing the gradual collapse of the boy's pupils and the faintness of his breath, Suei exclaimed. Hanzo understood. if the boy were to exert all his strength. Even he would face considerable pressure, but his current state was likely due to a pre-existing ailment. Suei, remove his eyes. Suei, being Hanzo's direct subordinate and also part of his guard, specialized in medical ninjutsu and was responsible for Hanzo's health. He summoned a small team of medical ninjas from the ranks of the Cloud Village, preparing to commence the procedure. Hanzo's caution stemmed from his desire to preserve his life. Even the Hokage of Konoha likely lacked such a comprehensive medical team. The boy, nearly speechless from weakness, could only perceive a glimmer of hope through the slowly rotating tomo of his Sharingan. Suei steadied himself, using forceps to pry open the boy's eyelid. I apologize, but the anesthetic the reason Right Ben chose to release Hans was due to concerns regarding his own physical condition. He was uncertain what further lethal tricks the old rogue might possess, should the situation escalate to a perilous climax. Right Ben feared that he might have to pay a steep price, perhaps even sacrificing his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to subdue him. Once everything had concluded, a fresh rain descended from the heavens, cleansing the earth thoroughly before revealing a delightful sun. This battle endured for a full day and night. Right Ben gazed upward at the sky, as sunlight caressed his face. Though his garments remained damp, he could finally exhale in relief. While the fatigue in his body had dissipated, the weariness in his spirit lingered. Xiaoyu, thank you. I never anticipated that my turning point would come from these eyes. Chapter 21. Reflection after several days of relentless travel. Right Turn finally departed from the Land of Rain and entered the territory of the Land of Rivers. Here, it was unlikely that anyone would recognize him. The Land of Rivers was tranquil and prosperous, bustling with people, the sounds of vendors calling out, drums beating, and voices echoing vibrantly. Even the farmlands outside were orderly and well-kept, a stark contrast to the Land of Rain. Right Turn found an inn to settle in, and thus began his period of introspection. He realized that returning to Konoha was impossible. Danzo would undoubtedly hunt him down, and upon his return, he could very well be dragged into a laboratory. Moreover, Danzo's curse technique had been neutralized by his Sharingan. With the mere existence of the Sharingan, he would attract the attention of the village's Uchiha clan, although due to Xiaoyu, he had developed a slight fondness for them. The third Hokage would certainly not trust him anymore. While old man Marahoshi possessed considerable strength, he wielded little influence. Now, the only hope lay in waiting for Manado to ascend to power, at which point he could return to Konoha openly and also assist Manado in overcoming his impending crisis. Perhaps he could even contact Manado in advance. Although he was unsure of Manado's current strength, Right Turn believed he was not weaker than him. Therefore, not returning and adopting a new identity seemed prudent. After all, only Danzo knew his true identity. Given Danzo's character, he would likely only send some ninjas to attempt an assassination, which would not pose a significant threat. With the current situation in Konoha in the midst of the 45th year, war was on the horizon, making every place unsafe, providing a perfect opportunity to navigate the murky waters. If he did not wish to become a rogue ninja, the only faction available for him to join was Akatsuki. Joining them now would likely not meet with refusal from Yahiko and the others. Moreover, he might guide them towards a better path with the insights gained from his previous life. Perhaps he could ignite a revolution. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Rain became a battlefield for great nations, and he would have the chance to avenge Xiaoyu. As for aiding Konoha, his meager fondness for the village was solely maintained by Manado and a handful of others. He did not expect to kill Konoha ninjas. War is indeed the cradle of revolution. He resolved to undertake significant endeavors with the Akatsuki organization. Regarding his strength, his physical condition was now at its peak. The earlier issues with Hashirama cells seemed to have reached a peculiar balance with his Sharingan, one that did not evoke concern about being disrupted. Additionally, like Obito in the original narrative, his Sharingan's power appeared to regenerate autonomously, alleviating fears of blindness. However, since he was not of Uchiha blood, even if his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyou Sharingan, it could not be deactivated, meaning he remained a significant chakra consumer. Furthermore, the abilities of his Mangekyou Sharingan could not change this predicament. At only 15 years of age, Right Turn was in a prime period of rapid growth for a ninja. He believed his combat style focused primarily on ninjutsu and taijutsu, with the Sharingan serving merely as an auxiliary tool, one he would avoid using unless absolutely necessary. He felt he had ample room for improvement, but required a skilled teacher. Opportunities to learn sage techniques had yet to present themselves, and he also sought a formidable summoning beast. If he could establish a good relationship with the three legendary sages, everything would fall into place. Thus, in a comprehensive self-assessment, he concluded that he could now traverse the mid-tier ninja world with ease, the early period characterized by the dual martial gods, and the later stages marked by divine confrontations. Though he might not kill anyone, his intimidating presence was undeniable. Standing before the mirror, Right Turn fixed his gaze upon his reflection. With straight, long black hair and a handsome countenance, he had grown to a height of 1.6 meters, clearly perceiving the transformation he had undergone. Finally, he was no longer subject to others' whims. He had taken control of his destiny. In Konoha village, Danzo stormed out, exclaiming, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen. You will regret this. Hiruzen Sarutobi paid little heed to Danzo's outburst, seizing the opportunity to pause his busy duties and peruse the file that had sparked their quarrel. Remaining silent. Yet, the swirling smoke in the room belied the turmoil in Hiruzen's heart. He lifted his gaze to the portraits of past Hokages. Sensei, I am doing this for Konoha. You understand, don't you? Old man, I'm back. Jiraiya's voice preceded his entrance. Hiruzen, resigned, observed Jiraiya's unceremonious arrival. With a brief respite from his pipe, he chuckled, I am the Hokage. Do you not know to knock before entering my office? Jiraiya, heedless of decorum, strolled in and casually picked up the file Hiruzen had just examined. Manado has returned, and he performed splendidly. Hiruzen's expression shifted as he noticed Jiraiya's interest in the document. Upon hearing the ensuing words, he softened, inquiring about Manado's absence. After a round of pleasantries, Jiraiya casually asked, Old man, wasn't Inoue Right Turn already retired and unable to be a ninja? Why does his file still exist? Through the thick smoke, Hiruzen glanced at the still grinning Jiraiya. Primarily because this lad is a friend of Manado's, and he often brings him up. I find it tiresome, all those tales of friendship and bonds. Oh, Right Turn has become a martyr, Hiruzen declared nonchalantly, returning to his desk. Danzo had requested him, and he had acquiesced. Hiruzen felt something was amiss and added, Oh, in that case, I can also give Manado an explanation. After all, you know how bothersome these matters can be. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, a low chuckle escaped Hiruzen's lips. Ah, if the old man is busy with work, I shall take my leave. Jiraiya declared, already moving towards the exit. Hiruzen did not attempt to stop him, continuing to immerse himself in his extensive workload. Within the roots, Danzo sat amidst dim lighting, caressing his bandaged right hand. Hiruzen, you are too weak. He began his daily lament. That position of Hokage should have been mine. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Inoue Right Turn, he mused. I look forward to seeing what tricks you can conjure. A shadow darted forth, and cerulean sparks flickered in the torchlight. Sir, after contact with Hanzo, it has been confirmed that a sword has mastered the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. The inherently malevolent Uchiha, HM. Danzo squinted, seemingly lost in thought. The Manjiki Sharingan. Such an alluring yet sinister power. Ryuma, a figure emerged in response. This task is entrusted to you. I want those eyes. Danzo's raspy voice echoed within the cramped space as the figure melted back into the shadows. Inoue Right Turn. Chapter 22. Friends Jiraiya-sensei. You mentioned there was something important to discuss with me. What is it? Manado approached with a radiant smile, greeting passersby with enthusiasm. It was evident that he was quite popular in this area, holding a porcelain bowl filled with red bean soup, which Kushina had specially prepared for his meeting with Jiraiya. They had just shared a meal at Kushina's home. Uncharacteristically, Jiraiya wore a serious expression, his brows slightly furrowed, as he remained silent, leading Manado to the Konoha cemetery. The cherry blossoms at the memorial stone had been scattered by last night's downpour. And Manado and Appo's azure eyes reflected both confusion and gravity as he pondered whether it was yet another familiar face. That child, confirmed dead at the border of the land of rain. Jiraiya suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the stone monument. Manado felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His hand trembled uncontrollably, causing the porcelain bowl to clink against the stone. The red bean soup trickled down the engraved letters, its vivid hue resembling a flowing river of crimson. Memories of his time with Obito surged forth, unbidden. Undoubtedly, Obito was not a loquacious person. Yet there was an inexplicable bond between them. Despite being younger, he possessed a maturity that seemed beyond his years, as if they were destined to be friends. Since Obito had vanished from the hospital, leaving behind only a note asking not to worry, Manado had searched for him throughout Konoha, but to no avail. He often found himself thinking of Obito, speculating about his whereabouts and activities, never imagining that the next news he would receive would be such tragic tidings. Manado's thoughts became a tumultuous whirlwind of questions and memories, colliding chaotically in his mind. He opened his mouth, but found his throat parched and unable to produce sound. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to look up at Jiraiya for assistance. Jiraiya-sensei, Obito. Manado, that was Obito's choice. Jiraiya sensed the turmoil within his disciple, his voice softening instinctively. He refrained from saying more, standing quietly beside Manado, allowing him ample time to process the news. His gaze drifted into the distance, reminiscent of the friends he had lost in past wars. Manado-senpai, why must there be war? Manado seemed to envision Obito and Appo's young yet resolute figure. Why Obito? Time passed, and eventually, Manado slowly turned away, his steps heavy as he departed the Konoha cemetery. His heart was laden with emotions too complex to articulate. Sorrow, reluctance, confusion. Marustar's knife hovered above the fish being grilled, the campfire casting shadows on the old man's suddenly stooped back. A gust of wind whisked away the enticing aroma. Manado delivered the news to the elder who shared a deep bond with Obito. I understand, Marustar said. His back turned as he poked at the embers with the tip of his knife. Thank you, Manado. Manado gazed at Marustar and Appo's figure, dimly illuminated by the firelight. Filled with compassion, He understood that Obito represented more than just a junior to this elder. He had become an irreplaceable part of his life. Maru-senpai. Manado hesitated, uncertain of how to comfort the weathered man. Maru-star slowly turned around, his face devoid of excessive sorrow, only a calm expression etched upon his weathered features. Manado, life and death are fated. Obito always had his own thoughts. Manado nodded slightly, Obito's image growing clearer in his mind. He recalled how Obito was often taciturn, yet possessed an unwavering determination at critical moments. Manado fell into silence. By the way, did Obito leave anything behind? Maru-star inquired. Manado shook his head gently. Jiraiya-sensei said there were no belongings found, only confirmation of his death. A flicker of disappointment crossed Maru-star's eyes. A fleeting moment of desolation swiftly concealed, yet it did not escape Manado and Appo's notice. However, he soon regained his composure, exhaling softly. It and Appo's all right. That child's spirit will remain with us. The two fell into silence. After Manado bid farewell to Maru-star, he gradually faded into the woods. Maru-star watched his retreating figure until it disappeared from view. He then sat back down by the campfire, resumed grilling the fish, as if nothing had transpired. Though his slightly trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within, Maru-star gazed longingly towards an unknown direction. Konoha belongs to everyone. The smoke of war had begun to rise at the borders. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, furrowed his brow as he sat at his desk, cluttered with paperwork, his pipe emitting wisps of smoke that did little to alleviate his worries. Hokage-sama, we have received reports from the front lines. The forces of the Land of Lightning are gathering. An Umbu ninja knelt, reporting with a grave demeanor. The tensions at the borders of the great nations had never been absent. Even in peacetime, there were often espionage and sabotage activities. However, the frequency of such incidents had escalated recently. Moreover, the mobilization of troops indicated that the Land of Lightning was preparing for war. Hiruzen felt a headache brewing. Understood. Assemble the Jonin for an immediate meeting at the Hokage Tower. The Umbu ninja complied and vanished from sight. Furthermore, according to Danzo's intelligence, there were unusual movements in Suna, suggesting something significant was occurring, closely tied to the village's high-ranking officials, classified as top secret, with only the surface being uncovered. Hiruzen stood by the window, looking down at Konoha. The streets remained lively and bustling, filled with a plethora of goods on display, exquisite ninja tools, colorful garments, and a variety of delectable snacks. Villagers jostled each other while children played, and the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted from nearby stalls, laughter echoing within. There was no indication of impending war. This is what we must protect. Konoha, Hiruzen thought, turning his attention to the photograph on his desk featuring their four-man team, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, all of whom had grown into formidable forces. Sensei, this time I will ensure they understand that the strongest in the ninja world resides in Konoha. In the conference room of the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere was so tense one could almost feel the weight. Jonin gathered together, each bearing a serious expression as they gazed at the ninja world map, occasionally whispering their thoughts to one another. After all, war was imminent. Chapter 23. The Guardian, a dilapidated wooden cabin, appeared intermittently amidst the woods, bathed in an unusually clear weather. Golden sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows that imbued the forest with a touch of warmth. Three figures approached the cabin gradually, their silence heavy with unspoken thoughts and their steps increasingly burdened. In a corner of the Land of Rain, Yawn, we have returned, murmured Conan, her voice breaking the stillness. Observing the scene within the cabin stirred a mix of emotions within him. The history of the ninja world had irrevocably altered. Yet, he had long placed his hopes upon Yahiko. Although Yahiko had ultimately been rescued by Nagato and Conan, his grievous injuries rendered him barely clinging to life. Even with Conan's ministrations prolonging his existence for just a few more days. Upon arriving in the Land of Rain, Yawn was swiftly informed by Akatsuki through intelligence reports. He expressed his desire to join, and Conan welcomed him with delight, refraining from revisiting the dire words he had spoken as a dying man. She led him directly to Yahiko's bedside. Mr. Yawn, welcome. Yahiko managed to utter, struggling to extend his hand for a handshake. His complexion was as pale as parchment. His body frail, yet his eyes radiated warmth and joy. Observing this, Yawn hastened to grasp Yahiko's hand, overwhelmed by emotions as he beheld the state of the once vigorous revolutionary. In Yawn's perception, Yahiko embodied a leader, irreplaceable within Akatsuki, whether for him, Nagato, or Conan. A faint smile graced Yahiko's lips, a blend of relief and hopeful anticipation for the future. It is truly splendid that you have joined us. Our aspirations have gained another ally, he expressed. Yawn nodded slightly. Yahiko, I have joined Akatsuki because we share a common vision. In this final moment, he opened his heart, willing to share his sincerest thoughts with Yahiko. Despite their recent enmity, Yawn understood the enduring essence of Akatsuki's original purpose, which required a leader capable of guiding a revolutionary ideology. Nagato stood quietly to the side, a shadow of sorrow evident in his gaze. He looked at Yahiko, then at Yan, and spoke softly. Yahiko, we shall continue onward and realize our ideals. His voice was deep and steady, exuding a reassuring strength. Conan sat beside the bed, gently adjusting the covers for Yahiko, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. In the serene night, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yahiko's bed. He had reached the twilight of his life, and Yan mourned for this young revolutionary. Yahiko slowly turned his head to Yan, a flicker of contentment crossing his features. My dear Yan, I entrust Nagato and Conan to you. His voice was frail, punctuated by labored breaths, as if each word drained his remaining strength. They had come to understand one another's pasts. Yan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Yahiko's direct delegation of leadership within Akatsuki to him. A complex swirl of emotions flooded his heart: shock, gratitude, and a weighty sense of responsibility. Rest assured, Yahiko. Yahiko nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if releasing all burdens from his heart. Nagato, Conan, you must heed Yan's guidance. He is a trustworthy individual. Yahiko gazed at Nagato and Conan, his eyes filled with reluctance and hope. Nagato and Conan exchanged glances, tears shimmering in their eyes. Yahiko, do not worry. We will, Nagato replied, his voice thick with emotion. Conan held Yahiko's hand tightly, her sobs rendering her speechless. Yahiko, you will be fine. We must achieve peace together. Yahiko gently patted her hand, his gaze tender. Conan, do not cry. I will always be with you, watching over you. With that, Yahiko gradually closed his eyes, his hand slipping limply away. His breaths grew faint until they ceased altogether. Their cries reverberated in the hushed room, filled with boundless sorrow and reluctance. Yan stood silently to the side, tears glistening in his eyes as well. Reflecting on the events of that day left Yan momentarily dazed. The conversation they shared during Yahiko's final moments lingered vividly in his memory. He recalled attempting to methodically present Yahiko with a synthesis of the previous world's systems alongside the realities of the ninja realm. He could perceive the shock and disbelief in Yahiko's eyes, mingled with a hint of anguish. Perhaps it was the realization that he could no longer partake in the monumental endeavor. They conversed extensively, knowing there would be no further opportunities. Simultaneously, the urgency to alter the status quo fueled his fervor. He wondered if Nagato would still be able to sustain Yahiko's body as he had in the previous life, transforming him into pain. Yan gazed contemplatively at the wooden cabin. Besides settling Yahiko's affairs, Yan, Nagato, and Conan were to convene a high-level meeting of Akatsuki, summoning leaders from various bases to deliberate on the organization's future trajectory. In a certain base within the Land of Rain, the current turmoil in the ninja world was palpable, with escalating tensions among nations. If we are to achieve peace, we must identify a breakthrough, Nagato mused, furrowing his brow as he analyzed the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he added, perhaps we could begin by improving relations between nations, utilizing diplomatic efforts to mitigate the outbreak of war. Conan nodded slightly. However, the conflicts between nations are deeply rooted. Resolving them diplomatically is far from simple, she replied. They deliberated for an extended period, exchanging ideas, yet soon realized that the situation was far more complex than mere theoretical discussions. Nagato and Conan then turned their attention to Yan, who had remained silent, fixated on the detailed map of the Land of Rain sprawled across the table. During this time, Yan had gained a deeper understanding of Akatsuki's organizational structure and member dynamics. Currently, Akatsuki functioned as a civilian organization within the Land of Rain, persistently facing oppression and attacks from the official Rain Ninja Village, necessitating covert operations. Presently, Akatsuki maintained 7 bases scattered throughout the Land of Rain, each overseen by a leader of only genin rank. The teammates Yahiko had brought to the alliance were part of the morning team, directly under his command. Recruited at considerable expense, yet now they had all perished. Yan pondered the precarious state of affairs within the ninja world, likening it to a dance upon a blade's edge. The Land of Rain was poised to become a battleground for larger nations, rendering notions of national sovereignty and neutrality almost meaningless. In the original timeline, it appeared that Nagato had assassinated Hanzo during this period, seizing control of the Land of Rain. However, due to the wars, his potential for significant action was greatly diminished. The geographical position of the Land of Rain, wedged between great powers and compounded by its harsh weather, rendered Yan's envisioned strategy of building strong walls and stockpiling resources utterly impractical. Thus, Chapter 24, Build high walls, accumulate grain, and delay claiming kingship. Lord Xiao Jing, what are your thoughts on this matter? Xiaonan finally spoke up to inquire. Yuan, in an effort to conceal his identity, had temporarily assumed the name Xiao Jing. The occupants of the room turned their gazes towards Yuan, clearly having been prepped by Changmin regarding his formidable prowess as a blind swordsman. However, curiosity about Yuan still lingered among them. Although Xiao Nan and Changmin held great faith in Yuan and Appo's abilities, they were intrigued that Yahiko had entrusted the entire matter of Akatsuki and Appo's direction to him before his demise. They were eager to hear Yuan and Appo's perspective on Akatsuki and Appo's current situation and future trajectory. Then I shall speak candidly. Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently, prepared to listen. Yuan approached the map hanging on the wall and surveyed the room before continuing. He had spent the past few days preparing, his mind filled with ideas, and had finally crafted a somewhat coherent plan. To determine the direction and path of Akatsuki's development, it was imperative to first clarify the organization's founding intent. What is the fundamental purpose of Akatsuki's establishment? Yuan paused briefly. In essence, it is world peace. The audience nodded in agreement. Yuan continued. On the path towards this noble goal of world peace, we must undoubtedly adopt specific strategies and methods. Hence, we founded Akatsuki, with the hope of gathering every individual yearning for peace, uniting all possible forces to achieve our objectives. Our base of operations is located in the Land of Rain. And given the current turmoil in the ninja world, conflict is imminent. The geographic location of the Land of Rain will inevitably make it a battleground for the great nations, which is quite detrimental to Akatsuki and Appo's growth. Yuan understood that the majority of Akatsuki and Appo's initial members hailed from the Land of Rain, and their perspectives were limited by nationalism, perpetually believing that Akatsuki existed solely to save their homeland. Although their leader, Yahiko, aspired to transform the nation and bridge connections between individuals towards the hope of world peace, his focus remained on the Land of Rain, with no thought of change. Yuan's insinuation was to elevate Akatsuki, a regionally defined organization, to encompass the entire ninja world, thereby broadening the members' horizons to the entire globe. However, should Xiao Nan and Changmin disagree with this proposal, he had his own strategies. Reminiscent of a former life, to defend against external threats, one must first secure the internal. With the combined might of himself and Changmin, they could swiftly conquer Hanzo and seize the Land of Rain before the war commenced. Then, they could forge an alliance with Konoha. Though Xiao Nan and Changmin harbored great animosity towards Konoha at present, politics invariably underlie warfare. Despite Konoha's cunning nature, they too would prefer to avoid unnecessary complications during wartime. Furthermore, understanding the dynamics, Yuan recognized Konoha as the likely victor in the end, although the Land of Rain would undoubtedly suffer devastation. This opportunity could be utilized to eradicate dissenting forces within, thereby unifying the ideology. After the war, with Konoha as their ally, Akatsuki would officially ascend to the stage of the ninja world. As for what lay beyond that, he was uncertain. After all, the butterfly's wings had already begun to stir. Yet, aware of the eventual outcome, he hoped to abandon the Land of Rain in favor of another territory. Decades hence, as the populace flourished, their strength burgeoned. Their territory expanded, and the world achieved peace. Presently, he observed individuals around him exchanging thoughts, some lost in contemplation, while others exhibited flickering expressions. Yuan remained undeterred by their reactions, as his focus was solely on Changmin and Xiao Nan. Their support was essential for the strength of his plans. Changmin remained silent, fixated on the map, avoiding Yuan's gaze, while Xiao Nan appeared flustered under the penetrating gaze of Yuan's unusual crimson eyes, instinctively lowering her head. Yuan recognized he had yet to address the core of the matter, and they were still in a state of observation. The ambition of Akatsuki encompasses the entire world, aiming to rescue the denizens of the ninja realm. Therefore, our adversaries are not merely those instigating war, but the entirety of the ninja world. In confronting this daunting task, I believe we must first bolster the strength of our organization. Not only should we recruit like-minded ninjas, but we must also cultivate our own talents and ensure robust logistical support. In light of the current chaos in the ninja world, we should adopt a cautious approach. Awaiting the opportune moment, Lord Xiaojing intends to abandon the Land of Rain, does he not? A ninja named Shanzhong interjected, interrupting Yuan. We comprehend your intentions. Yet, we were born in the Land of Rain, witnessing our people engulfed in flames of war, lacking clothing and food, and living in uncertainty. We joined Akatsuki to save our homeland, but now you suggest we forsake it? The assembly turned their gazes towards Yuan, evidently hoping for a response. They were united here by their ideals, drawn by the sincerity and dreams of their former leader, Yahiko, undeterred by disparities in strength. The turmoil in the Land of Rain has never stemmed from its people, but has always been dictated by the needs of the great nations. Changmin suddenly exclaimed, "Do you not grasp this even now?" Shanzhong fell silent. Changmin's stature within Akatsuki commanded great respect. He gestured for Yuan to continue. The Land of Rain is not a conducive environment for focused development. My suggestion is to expand our influence overseas, relocating the war-torn populace of the Land of Rain to safer shores. This way, we can evade the ravages of conflict and cultivate our power, forging alliances until the moment is ripe for a counteroffensive against the 5 great nations. In essence, build high walls, accumulate grain, and delay claiming kingship. Yuan understood that to paint freely, one required a pristine canvas. However, there was another viable pathway, becoming the Hokage, thereby naturally assuming the role of the most formidable power in the ninja world. Yet, this scenario had become improbable. Moreover, with the likes of Naruto and Sasuke in play. The emergence of Otsutsuki Kinshiki posed no immediate concern. Even though the narrative had shifted and the butterfly effect remained uncertain, he believed in the inertia of history with the Sage of Six Paths present. He never envisioned himself as a savior. Rather, he sought to effect change within the ninja world, perhaps even altering its course. The notion of delaying kingship held personal motives for Yuan. He recognized that the ninja world during the Naruto and Sasuke era was merely a realm governed by overwhelming military might, rendering the dream of everlasting peace nearly unattainable. And he was unlikely to live long enough to witness it. Yet, if he could impart these ideals and systems to the ninja world, providing sanctuary for its people, perhaps one day, peace would indeed be realized. Longman's connection to Uchiha Madara left the conclusion ambiguous. Yuan recognized the difficulty of accepting this reality for them. So he continued to share insights from the pamphlet he had been drafting titled Ninjas as the Primary Productive Force, distributing prepared materials. As for the alternative plan, it would be best discussed privately with Chongman. In terms of our base's development, we must fully capitalize on the productive advantages of ninjas, harnessing maritime resources while welcoming talented individuals and elites. Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he hadn't extensively studied relevant literature in his previous life. His understanding stemmed from internet literature and forum discussions, coupled with his own insights. The moon ascended into the sky, resembling a crescent sickle, while dark clouds morphed into hammers, obscuring the moonlight in an instant. Lord Xiaojing's proposal is indeed remarkable, yet it appears to diverge somewhat from reality, remarked an elderly man while adjusting his dark glasses. I comprehend your earnestness regarding the growth of the Akatsuki organization, and I find myself in agreement with the contents of the pamphlet. However, while venturing overseas may seem facile, returning proves to be a formidable challenge. Allow me to introduce Iwai Mori, the venerable elder and former lord of the southern city of the Land of Rain. His family fell victim to a ninja's treachery, which is why we have invited him to serve as an advisor for the Akatsuki. Conan leaned closer to Yahiko and remarked, Esteemed sir, the overseas realm is vast and devoid of resources. The virtues of its people and the richness of its lands cannot compare to that of the continent. I believe that if the Akatsuki aspires to restore the peace reminiscent of the era of the god of ninjas, we must rely on Lord Nagato. The elder gazed earnestly at Nagato, articulating his sentiments with sincerity. As for your strategy of erecting high walls, amassing provisions, and delaying ascension to power, it is indeed feasible in the Land of Rain. After all, the Akatsuki has always been a bastion of tactical prowess. Another voice emerged in agreement. Yahiko was taken aback by the considerable opposition to his initial proposal, yet the arguments presented were both rational and compelling, primarily because he was acutely aware of the ultimate outcome. He turned his attention to Nagato and Conan, eager to hear their perspectives. Lord Yahiko's assessment of the situation is astute. The Land of Rain is a battleground, not a sanctuary for survival. Iwai's words ring true. There is merit in remaining on the mainland of the ninja world, Conan observed, noting the attentive expressions on both sides as they listened intently to her discourse. Thus, why not amalgamate our efforts? We could establish an Akatsuki Ninja Academy overseas to nurture gifted ninjas, while concurrently fortifying our strength within the ninja realm, awaiting the opportune moment. Iwai Mori nodded with a smile, and the others, evidently rallying behind him, voiced their concurrence. Conan then turned her gaze to Yahiko. In light of these developments, Yahiko found himself at a loss, unable to elucidate his foresight of the future. However, the silence he maintained did not escape the notice of the assembly, which reflected his dissatisfaction. Conan approached Yahiko and whispered, Yahiko-kun, what do you think of this approach? Nagato furrowed his brow slightly. Yahiko, realizing the need to expedite the meeting, nodded eagerly, wishing to convey his second proposal to Nagato. Conan then resumed her role as the chair of the meeting, stating, without delay, in accordance with the resolution of this assembly, we shall assign Lord Conan to lead the members of the 4th and 5th bases overseas to establish a stronghold. Codename Spark. Yahiko had not anticipated Conan's swift decision-making, and she hoped to assuage his concerns with her sincerity. The members of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th bases shall infiltrate the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning, respectively. The 7th base shall be designated as the headquarters, directly overseen by our leader, Nagato. We shall also establish a 9th base stationed in the Land of Rain, with you, Hanakusa, as the captain. A serious-looking female ninja clad in a ninja vest nodded at Conan. Are there any objections? Yes. Chapter 25. Crossing the fire line. After the meeting concluded, everyone departed swiftly, each burdened with their respective tasks and missions, readying themselves for the impending operation. Lord Yuan, by the leader's command, we are here to assist you in completing the Spark task, the two individuals stated respectfully as they approached the bend, their voices tinged with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Yuan lifted his gaze to regard the two before him. One was a middle-aged man named Xiangyu, slightly portly and possessing strength at the level of a mid-ranking ninja. The other was a youthful child named Jiantai, whose abilities were at the lower ninja tier. His eyes lingered momentarily on them, pondering that their subordinates were likely just ordinary individuals skilled only in wielding weapons. It appeared he had somewhat overestimated the overall strength of the Akatsuki organization at present. However, he quickly adjusted his thoughts, recognizing the necessity of fully utilizing this force. After all, once overseas, having companions who wouldn't stab him in the back was of utmost importance. The current elite combat power of the Akatsuki primarily consisted of Yuan and Nagato, with Conan reluctantly included. The remaining members mostly pursued the ideal of peace, driven purely by love. Now that he was about to depart, it seemed that the second plan had likely fallen through. Additionally, the continuous influx of supplies was indeed a necessary resource for the Akatsuki and Appo's development. He had already contemplated taking refuge in a concealed location, as his own strength had yet to be fully consolidated and familiarized. After discussing the details with Nagato and Conan and acquiring a certain amount of supplies, he convened a small meeting with his two teams. The Spark task, though seemingly isolated overseas, held the potential for a significant impact. Yuan established the tone, declaring that to execute the Spark plan, we must first seek out a suitable area among the 5 great nations to serve as our base of operations. From this stronghold, we shall gather talented individuals and accumulate wealth to support our Akatsuki headquarters. Everyone listened intently to Yuan. Thus, I have decided to establish the White Dove Trading Company, operating under the guise of commerce while lurking overseas. You may temporarily refer to me as the president. Is there any dissent? President, you may decide as you wish. We only hope not to hinder your efforts. Yuan, while not particularly concerned with their dissent, still felt a flicker of respect from these initial members of the Akatsuki. After all, everyone was risking their lives, driven solely by love. Observing their heightened awareness was a source of joy for Yuan. Xiangyu, Jiantai, I will need your assistance going forward, Yuan said sincerely, looking at the two. Prior to the meeting, Nagato and Conan had thoroughly briefed Xiangyu and Jiantai on Yuan's capabilities. Thus, they held no significant doubts regarding his decisions. In a world where strength commanded respect, power often equated to authority. Without delay, once the supplies were prepared, Yuan led everyone, disguising themselves as an ordinary merchant caravan, towards the coastline of the Land of Fire. He had already formulated a plan to find a location relatively close to the Land of Fire. After all, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hidden Leaf Village appeared to him as a soft target. Obtaining assistance later would be much simpler. Furthermore, he was aware that Manado would eventually become Hokage. At that time, a favorable relationship with the Hidden Leaf could bring additional conveniences to the Akatsuki, proving beneficial without drawbacks. The group journeyed tirelessly, pursuing the stars and the moon. During their travels, Yuan and the others fervently discussed the operational details of the White Dove Trading Company. They analyzed the market demands of various nations and deliberated trade routes, striving to establish a stable and influential company. As they stepped onto the territory of the Land of Fire, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Yuan. This land was akin to his homeland in this world. Yet he was now burdened with a more significant mission. He gazed into the distance, pondering, Manado, what are you doing now? As they traversed the forest, birds fluttered their wings and sang melodiously. Everyone, remain cautious. We are in the Land of Fire, and we must avoid unnecessary troubles, Yuan whispered, calmly reminding his companions. The group nodded in agreement. Despite their disguise as a merchant caravan, their eyes revealed a sense of vigilance and caution, wary of any hint of complacency. The scenery of the Land of Fire starkly contrasted with the places they had previously traversed. Lush trees cast shade, their dense foliage swaying gently in the breeze, as if narrating the tranquility and harmony of this land. In the fields, golden crops undulated with the wind, resembling a golden ocean, exuding the fragrance of harvest. Laughter and joy occasionally drifted from the distant villages, embodying the essence of life, spreading warmth across this seemingly peaceful territory. However, Yuan understood that all of this was merely a facade. The shadow of war could descend at any moment, shattering this fleeting tranquility. Flames were about to consume this expanse, igniting the smoke of battle. A flicker of worry crossed his gaze, yet his steps did not falter as he led the group along a narrow path. The surroundings were eerily quiet, their footsteps softly echoing against the ground, punctuated only by the occasional bird call from afar. Suddenly, a squad from the Hidden Leaf appeared ahead. The ninjas of the Leaf halted abruptly upon spotting Yuan and his group. Their hands instinctively moved to their weapons, eyes brimming with wariness and vigilance, as if confronting a potential enemy ready to strike. Yuan also came to an immediate stop, furrowing his brow as he quietly observed the Leaf squad before him. His gaze swept across the faces of each ninja, recognizing some from a fleeting past encounter. Though their familiarity was limited, the sense of recognition lingered. Please, do not be alarmed. We mean no harm. We are the White Dove Trading Company from the Land of Rain, here to procure goods in the Land of Fire. Yuan spoke first, his voice calm and gentle, attempting to diffuse the tension and allow both parties to relax. He had already donned an appropriate disguise, presenting himself as a wandering ninja recruiting for a merchant caravan. However, should fortune not favor this squad from the Leaf, he would have no choice but to resort to violence. The leader of the Hidden Leaf squad narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident within them. Yet, he replied in a softened tone, "I apologize, but we are currently under wartime regulations. Please present your documentation." Xiangyu, the middle-aged man, promptly produced the necessary papers. Meanwhile, Yuan gestured for everyone to remain calm and restrained. He understood that the Leaf was particularly sensitive at this moment. Any hint of conflict could trigger unnecessary troubles, potentially jeopardizing their mission. After a lengthy inspection, the leader of the Leaf squad ultimately permitted Yuan and his group to pass. Once Yuan and his party had distanced themselves, a young ninja from the Leaf squad finally spoke up. "Captain, weren't we supposed to execute a restricted movement task? This merchant caravan should have taken a detour." Confusion tinged the young ninja's voice. "I have reported to the command center. This caravan is not to be underestimated, especially the individual at the forefront. The chakra emanating from him is quite unsettling." Eventually, Yuan and his group navigated safely to the borders of the Land of Fire, specifically to its coastal region. After further deliberation, they resolved to purchase land in the southern area of the Land of Tea to establish their base. As the south of the Land of Tea lay across the sea from the Land of Wind and the Land of River, facilitating easier contact with their headquarters. Moreover, the Land of Tea did not possess a designated ninja village. Yuan harbored ulterior motives. He contemplated bribing the daimyo of the Land of Tea to establish a ninja village. He had always found it perplexing that ninjas, possessing such extraordinary powers, still chose to remain under the constraints of the daimyo. However, he wished to remain inconspicuous. After all, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could effortlessly manipulate the daimyo with a mere flicker of jinjutsu, thereby securing his service in the Land of Tea. For a moment, he marveled once more. If one merely broadened their perspective, the world was replete with opportunities. Nevertheless, caution was paramount, for exceptional talents were as plentiful as fish crossing a river. Chapter 26. Purchasing land. As the party of Right Bend entered the peninsula of the Tea Country. Traversing the forest at the border, they were greeted by a breathtaking panorama. The vast expanse of land stretched endlessly towards the horizon, resembling a grand tapestry unfurling before them. In the distance, the mountains undulated like a slumbering dragon, merging seamlessly with the sky, outlining a majestic yet gentle silhouette. Lush forests cascaded along the slopes, their greenery so vibrant it seemed to weep with dew. Occasionally, startled birds would take flight, tracing arcs across the crystal-clear sky, leaving behind a few melodious chirps before vanishing into the dense foliage. In the meadows, nameless wildflowers blossomed in riotous colors, fiery reds, rosy pinks, and snowy whites, creating a kaleidoscope of hues. The gentle breeze caressed the flowers, making them sway like waves, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Right Bend was astonished that such beauty could exist in the ninja world, maintaining a semblance of tranquility. Throughout their journey in the Tea Country, they had observed the sparsely populated land, with villages scattered like pearls across the vast terrain, and towns even rarer. It felt as if they had stumbled upon a hidden paradise, isolated from the outside world. Right Bend also sought to reach the capital city of the Tea Country, Cha City, to gather any pertinent information. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the Tea Country was currently fragmented, despite the lords still being alive. His 4 sons each commanded their own factions, competing openly and covertly, and it was likely that upon the lord's passing, the country would descend into chaos. However, this tumultuous situation was favorable for Right Bend, providing an opportune environment for his schemes. The White Dove Commerce Group arrived at the southwestern coastal town of the Tea Country, finally encountering a more substantial settlement, Chatta City. After settling in, they consulted the official map of the Tea Country and confirmed the existence of an abandoned dock located 300 miles south of Chatta City. Upon investigation, they found it desolate, with only a few derelict ships moored at the dilapidated pier, while the surrounding farmland remained fertile, with several farms still active. After gathering information in the city, the trio proceeded directly to the office of the official responsible for land affairs. Pushing open the door, they entered a dimly lit room that exuded an air of antiquity. Facing the entrance was a large desk behind which sat a middle-aged official, engrossed in a mountain of paperwork. Hearing the door creak, he slowly lifted his head. Right Bend stepped forward and spoke first. "Apologies for the intrusion. May I inquire if you are the official in charge of land matters?" His voice was steady, laced with a hint of politeness. The official scrutinized them, his gaze revealing a trace of caution. "I am. What is it that you need?" Right Bend inclined slightly, responding respectfully. "We have learned of an abandoned dock 300 miles south of the city, and we are interested in purchasing that land for commercial development. We hope you can assist us." A flicker of skepticism crossed the official and Oppo's eyes. "That land is remote and has been abandoned for many years. What do you intend to do with it?" Right Bend, well prepared, replied calmly, "We plan to renovate the dock and engage in maritime trade. This endeavor will not only invigorate the local economy but also significantly contribute to the commercial growth of the Tea Country." The official scoffed lightly. "Maritime trade? It sounds easy. But that land is not simple to acquire. The procedures are complex, and he elongated his words, his gaze shifting among the three. Not everyone can afford it. Right Bend understood the implication. He exchanged a discreet glance with Xiangyu, who promptly retrieved a suitcase, opening it to reveal an abundance of cash. Right Bend mused. In the tea country, there seems to be no shortage of resources, and this is rather timely. Consider it a token of goodwill, Xiangyu said earnestly. Once our venture is successful, there will be ample rewards. The official and Apos' gaze lingered on the suitcase, hesitating briefly. He turned the suitcase around, his expression softening slightly, but still appeared cautious. This matter cannot be decided unilaterally. I must coordinate with other departments. Right Bend, though somewhat exasperated by the bureaucratic hurdles, maintained a smile. We understand and appreciate your efforts. If necessary, we can. His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. The official nodded faintly. I will do my best. Please return and await my news. I will inform you of any progress. After bidding farewell, Right Bend and his companions returned to their lodging, aware that the matter would not be straightforward. Although the official had accepted the money, it was evident that he still harbored reservations. For an entire day, they waited for news, but it was as if their inquiries had vanished into the abyss. Right Bend had not anticipated that traversing the Fire Country would yield no results, only to encounter a bureaucratic obstacle in this small town. That night, he decided to take matters into his own hands, employing a series of amaterasu, illusion technique, maneuvers. The following day, the official finally conveyed that the procedures for the land purchase were nearly complete, requiring only his signature and seal. Overjoyed, Xiangyu and his companion rushed to the official's office and successfully acquired the land purchase documents. Emerging from the building, sunlight bathed them, signifying a milestone achieved. Xiangyu, though maintaining his composure, could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "We finally have our own dock." Right Bend smiled at them. This is merely the beginning. More significant tasks await us. The hardest part is often the first step, and we have now taken it. With documents in hand, they returned to their temporary residence and eagerly began drafting a detailed construction plan. Right Bend, unfamiliar with the intricacies of commercial operations, had brought along a savvy businessman from the Akatsuki organization who had once been affluent. In a room filled with discussion, Humakai glanced up from his ledger, concern evident in his voice. President, the funds provided by the organization may no longer be sufficient. Right Bend felt a pang of frustration. Even before the commercial plan had commenced, the issue of capital had arisen. Yet, he was aware that Xiaonan had already allocated a significant portion of the Akatsuki's resources. Recently, she had even inquired if they required assistance. Do not fret, funds are not a concern. The primary question is how to establish the operational model for our White Dove commerce, Right Bend assured. Following the previous plan, I intend to focus on the shipping industry to spur the development of our base. For now, we do not need to expand our workforce. Our priority is to procure 2 vessels and negotiate partnerships with various islands. The funds will be provided subsequently. Proceed with the plan. I will handle the contractual matters. You need not worry. Though lacking funds, Right Bend recognized the harsh realities of capital accumulation. However, his current role had shifted to that of an aggressor. Humakai, possessing both talent and experience in business, was a valuable asset, and Right Bend was keen to utilize everyone's strengths. As for the money, it was simply a matter of approaching the landlords for assistance. After all, his mentor had taught him to seize opportunities from the wealthy and redistribute resources. In the days that followed, the construction site buzzed with activity. The White Dove commerce sought skilled craftsmen from afar, even extending invitations to shipbuilders to establish a shipyard. Through demonstrations of strength, Right Bend had ingratiated himself with the 4th son of the Lord of the Tea Country, becoming a trusted confidant. Chapter 27. The White Dove Chamber of Commerce. 1 year later, year 46 of Konoha, a magnificent warehouse stands by the sea, its sturdy stone walls constructed from colossal blocks, each meticulously polished and fitting together seamlessly, as if to withstand the harshest tempests. The spacious interior is ample enough to accommodate a vast array of goods, providing a solid foundation for the chamber's trade activities. The dock has been completed as well, with a long pier stretching into the sea, resembling a winding dragon reaching towards the ocean's embrace. Behind the warehouse lies the chamber's building, characterized by its simplicity and grandeur. Adjacent to the chamber's edifice is a well-planned residential area, where uniform wooden structures stand side by side. This neighborhood is in close proximity to a bustling commercial district. While not far away lies a vast expanse of farmland. The fields are neatly divided by ridges, with clear irrigation channels running through them, ensuring a plentiful water supply for the crops. Farmers toil diligently in the fields, sowing, irrigating, and harvesting, their efforts unwavering with the changing seasons, providing a continuous supply of food for the chamber and the surrounding villages. The briny sea breeze carries white clouds across the city of White Dove, while the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Right Bend penetrates the stained glass windows of the chamber's top floor. Gazing at the 12 cargo ships adorned with the White Dove flag in the harbor, The golden-embellished vessel of the fourth prince of the tea country slowly enters the port, where elegantly clad attendants are transporting sandalwood boxes inlaid with emeralds, this year and amp, Oppo's tribute for the tea tax. The fourth prince intends to personally audit the accounts. Humakai has just presented the encrypted ledger to Right Bend, revealing that a famine has broken out in the capital of the tea country, necessitating an additional 2,000 tons of grain from them. Just provide it. Right Bend responds nonchalantly, unconcerned about the grain. With wealth at hand, what need is there to fear a lack of supplies? The currents of change are brewing in the capital of the tea country, and it seems likely that upheaval is imminent. This past year, Right Bend has entrusted the affairs of the chamber's base entirely to Humakai, appointing him as the vice president. Meanwhile, he is focused on scouting for children with the potential to become ninjas, establishing a ninja school to cultivate a reserve of strength. As for Xiangyu, he has been leading the fleet at sea, while Jiantai is responsible for the overall defense of White Dove, having now advanced to the rank of CH Nin. Other members hold prominent positions in various departments, each fulfilling their roles to collectively propel the chamber's development. In the center of the region stands a school that is particularly striking. The architecture exudes vibrancy, with a sign at the entrance boldly proclaiming White Dove School. The walls are painted in bright colors, and the windows are spacious and well lit. This entire area has come to be known as White Dove City, and officials from the tea country have even been dispatched to manage it. However, as the entire southwestern region is under the control of the tea faction, their role is largely symbolic. Countless merchant vessels noisily dock along the shore, their hulls gilded by the sun, sparkling upon the shimmering sea. The White Dove Chamber of Commerce has now gained renown throughout the South Sea, tea country, and beyond. On the top floor of the chamber, the meeting room is modestly adorned, with the only decoration being a map of the South Sea hanging on the wall. The core 6 members of the White Dove Chamber gather around a tea table, engaging in quiet conversation. President. Upon hearing the door open, everyone hurriedly rises and exclaims, "Please, sit down, sit down." Right Bend, as usual, has his eyes covered with a cloth, dressed in his daily attire. With a smile on his face, he speaks warmly. Right Bend seldom makes public appearances, only occasionally teaching at the ninja school. Most of the time, he is at sea, practicing and observing. Thus, the external perception is that Humakai is the visible leader of the White Dove Chamber, while in truth, another figure holds that role. As he takes his seat, the others follow suit around the conference table. Humakai, accompanied by another individual, busily pours tea for everyone before finally settling down at Right Bend's right side. He then stands again, taking hold of a report, his gaze shifting toward Right Bend, who gives a nod of approval, prompting him to read aloud. Summary report of the White Dove Chamber of Commerce's first year. Currently, the White Dove Chamber has established a commercial department, a security department, the White Dove School, and a civil affairs department. His voice is clear and powerful, resonating within the meeting room. The commercial department oversees 7 fleets, having opened 42 shipping routes, establishing trade relations with 6 nations of the South Sea and 42 islands. The security department comprises 4 special teams, each led by a CH Nin and staffed with 11 genin. In addition, there are 10 security squads, each with 36 members. The White Dove School currently has a total of 154 students, including 25 ninja students and 129 regular students. The Civil Affairs Department reports that the total population of White Dove City is approximately 74,600 residents. Humakai swallows hard, surveying the others. The ninja world seems to have seized all the resources of the continent, while the South Sea, though vast and sparsely populated, is not particularly rich in resources. Right Bend has even encountered some primitive inhabitants of the ninja realm on certain islands, some of whom do not even share a common language. He recalls a saying from his past life: when you discover that there is money to be made in a particular field, it signifies that the field is already devoid of wealth. The 5 great nations of the ninja realm are not foolish. Overall, after deducting all costs, loan repayments, and dividends, the profit of the White Dove Chamber for the year stands at 1.46 billion Rio. Upon hearing this figure, Right Bend maintains his calm demeanor, unperturbed, while the expressions of the other 4 members reveal clear signs of shock and excitement. Throughout the year, Right Bend has formulated 3 major strategies for the White Dove Chamber. First, to supplement the population by attracting settlers from afar. Second, to prioritize commerce by encouraging industrial and commercial development. And third, to establish regulations. This has fostered a favorable market environment. Furthermore, provisions for the headquarters have been prepared, with 500 million Rio worth of supplies ready for delivery to the brothers in the Land of Rivers in 3 days. The remainder will be continuously invested into the development of White Dove City. After finishing his statement, Humakai offers a salute to Right Bend before taking his seat. "Thank you for your hard work, Humakai." Right Bend smiles and gestures for him to sit. Humakai's capabilities are indeed commendable. Initially, Right Bend merely provided some military support and technical ideas, but Humakai has truly made the organization flourish. He has also achieved the goals of the Spark program. Jiantai, standing beside him, rises and salutes Right Bind before beginning his own report. As per the president's request, I have organized the establishment of the Spark Team, aimed at selecting and training suitable talents to covertly maintain the stability of White Dove City while also supplying combat strength to the headquarters. The Spark Team is now preliminarily established, consisting of 1 upper ninja and 8 middle ninjas. He subsequently hands the roster to Right Bind's desk. The Spark Team was created under Right Bind's directive, modeled after Konoha Zumbu, primarily to avoid having to personally intervene in every matter. It also allows for a degree of control over military affairs within White Dove. Over the past year, the White Dove Chamber has gained significant notoriety, attracting its share of critics. Moreover, apart from Right Bind, the other members of the White Dove Chamber lack sufficient strength, necessitating his direct involvement. Relying on the boss for every task is simply inadequate. Moreover, the majority of the ninjas in White Dove City are civilian ninjas, recruited from wandering ninjas and original members of the 2 bases. Thus, Right Bind harbors a deep-seated determination to establish a ninja school and the Spark Team. After all, it is better to hold the reins of power oneself. Originally, he had little faith in the quality of the wandering ninjas, primarily due to their low margin for error. But the training period for the ninja school is excessively lengthy, and the innate talent of civilian ninjas is generally lacking. Consequently, Right Bind has sent people to search for children with bloodline limits, but they are few and far between. The only one he found was a child named Hu Yin on an island in the South Sea. This child possesses an innate affinity for water, able to manipulate water attacks even without chakra, so he took him under his wing as a disciple and brought him to White Dove City. He has also contemplated traveling to the Hidden Mist Village to recruit some bloodline talents. If memory serves, the current Hidden Mist Village is indeed the land of Blood Mist. However, the children of those bloodline clans reside in the Hidden Mist Village. Even if he were to venture there, he would likely leave with at least an arm, especially considering he must also escort a group of children. The development of White Dove City in the Land of Tea has evoked a tremendous response, yet fortunately, it has consistently been under the protection of the 4th prince of the Tea clan, ensuring that everything remains stable. In the eyes of the Tea clan, White Dove City is a manifestation of their power, and thus, nestled in one corner of the city, stands an opulent residence. Furthermore, he visits annually for leisure, while also reaping a substantial share of the profits. Chapter 28. The Dawn of the Mass Line. Meanwhile, in the Shinobi world, the Third Shinobi World War has partially commenced. The Land of Rain is engulfed in flames of war, with smoke billowing across the land. Amidst the ruins, the common folk are displaced, their helpless cries and desperate shouts intertwining and echoing, casting a heavier gloom over the sky. In a location within the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki and Appo's headquarters stands. On this day, Nagato and Conan stand before the newly expanded warehouse of the Akatsuki, gazing at the mountains of supplies that have just been released from the scroll, their eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. These provisions have been delivered from afar by the White Dove Commerce. To think that Yuyuin and his companions could gather such abundant resources in just 1 year. Nagato murmurs to himself, his voice tinged with uncontainable shock and appreciation. Clad in a flowing black cloak, it flutters in the fierce wind. His red Rinnegan glimmers with a mysterious yet resolute light in the dim warehouse, despite his upright stature. The prolonged toil and pressures of war render him somewhat weary. Conan nods gently, her white dress billowing around her, her blue hair dancing in the wind like a lily blossoming amidst the chaos of war, delicate yet resilient. Indeed, the development of the White Dove Commerce surpasses all expectations. These supplies are of utmost importance to us. She cannot help but recall Yuyuin's visage. Just then, a ninja approaches and respectfully states, "Leader, here is the list of supplies. And most of the resources are still within the Land of Rivers, awaiting your instructions." Inside the warehouse, an array of resources is available, each piece a timely aid in their time of need. Rare medicinal herbs from various regions, which are the very hope of life for the ninjas who frequently suffer injuries amidst the conflicts. There are also weapons forged from fine steel, glinting coldly, exceedingly sharp. Furthermore, mountains of grain are piled high, providing solid logistical support for the Akatsuki's arduous expansion in the Land of Rain. Gather all the team leaders in the conference room for a meeting, Nagato commands with a serious expression, decisively turning and striding into the cave, with Conan following closely behind. The White Dove Commerce has delivered supplies 4 times since their journey to the Land of Tea, and while the Akatsuki's development in the Land of Rain has progressed steadily, it remains constrained by a scarcity of resources. The ninja's training is often hindered by a lack of necessary equipment and medicine, and the organization and Appo's expansion is sluggish due to insufficient funds and supplies. Now, however, the continuous influx of provisions from the White Dove Commerce is akin to a timely rain, injecting new vitality into the Akatsuki. As usual, Nagato and Conan convene the core members of the Akatsuki, distributing these supplies according to the needs of each base. In light of the ongoing war, the transportation process must be executed with utmost caution. The Land of Rain, as Yuyuin previously stated, has already descended into chaos. even before a full-scale outbreak of the Shinobi War. Thus, while the Akatsuki's headquarters in Nagato remain stationed in the Land of Rain, the development of their base primarily infiltrates other nations. The infiltration method employed is not the traditional underground station strategy. Rather, Nagato combines Yuyuin and Appo's ideas, continuously relocating the disaster victims from the Land of Rain into other countries, establishing villages. Generally, as long as one pays taxes normally, the feudal lords of those nations will not raise objections. The Akatsuki seizes this opportunity to recruit members among the disaster victims while distributing food in these villages, aiding production, forming armed forces, and disseminating intelligence. Nagato vaguely recalls Yuyuin's original words. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. However, this is a world of ninjas, where the power of civilians is insufficient to shake the dominance of ninjas. Nonetheless, true strength often emerges from the populace. Raindrops patter like a melodic hammer striking Nagato's heart. Throughout this year, he has followed the plans Yuyuin entrusted to him before his departure. He encourages Akatsuki members to gain the people's goodwill through disaster relief while eradicating local banditry, simultaneously covertly recruiting rogue ninjas and fugitives to construct armed forces. Yuyuin also proposed that in the name of salvation, they infiltrate small nations, establish bases, and develop influence, surrounding larger nations through smaller ones. This concept echoes Yuyuin and Appo's previous teacher and Appo's strategy of accumulating strength in areas of weak enemy control, encircling cities from the countryside. At that time, both Nagato and Konan were astonished by Yuyuin's unprecedented thoughts, yet they seemed to possess a certain feasibility. Regarding the situation in the Land of Rain, Yuyuin advised him to remain still for the time being, allowing Hanzo to endure a few more days, continuing to suffer the blows from the great powers. Ultimately, the Akatsuki would descend upon the Land of Rain in the name of salvation, perfectly seizing the opportunity. Reflecting on this, Nagato chuckles softly. Yuyuin often articulates thoughts that leave one scratching their head, yet it is precisely such a Yuyuin who can generate those fanciful yet highly realizable ideas. Nah, Nagato. Konan approaches from behind. What are you pondering? I merely hold a certain admiration for Yuyuin. Perhaps, as Yahiko said, he truly can achieve it. Nagato replies earnestly. Turning to face Konan, Yuyuin is indeed extraordinary. With the same expectation mirrored in her eyes, pure and bright, Konan reflects the myriad scenes of the rain, concealing boundless tenderness and vitality. The torrential rain beats against the newly constructed metal roof of the Akatsuki and Appo's medical station, while Konan meticulously divides the specially formulated antidote from the white dove commerce into test tubes. Nagato stands before a sand table, his rinnegan reflecting the 720 flickering blue dots, each representing a newly established village for disaster victims. The 39th village was attacked by Sunagakure last night. Aoba slams the intelligence scroll onto the tactical board, yet they did not anticipate the villagers' defensive fortifications. Aoba is a capable assistant who came from the White Dove Commerce to support the headquarters. Although she is merely a genin, her talent in management and operations is remarkable. During one of Yuyuin and Appo's voyages, he conversed with Aoba, who was on a mission to escort, and unexpectedly discovered her extraordinary capabilities. Consequently, Yuyuin spared no expense to recruit her into the White Dove Commerce. Aoba's performance has exceeded expectations. Under the guise of a Tea Party envoy, she successfully negotiated several shipping collaborations within just 6 months, earning admiration even from the experienced Huma. Recognizing her outstanding abilities, Yuyuin assigned her to build under Tai's command, allowing her to be tested in a semi-concealed environment, ultimately sending her directly to the Akatsuki. Of course, Yuyuin conducted a thorough background investigation beforehand, even employing Amaterasu to confirm her lineage from a prominent family, ensuring her life experiences were ordinary and without blemish. The 39th village is located in the southern part of the Land of Rain, bordering the Land of Wind. Transmit the intelligence to Konoha. The nearby forces must do their utmost to assist, Konan decisively commands. Following Yuyuin's advice, the Akatsuki has temporarily set aside its principles, establishing unofficial covert connections with Jiraiya and Konoha, while also calling for assistance. Although they are aware of the risks, after all, the old dog Danzo still lurks, they have nonetheless established a covert relationship with Konoha. Simultaneously, they are also discreetly maneuvering with other major nations. Nagato has matured. He understands that relationships between interest groups must be rooted in mutual benefit. Thus, he has temporarily set aside his hatred. Beginning to navigate through the complexities among the great nations, he has become an emerging politician. Nagato silently gazes out the door. The torrential rain continues unabated. Chapter 29. Mission in Kanahagakure. The smoke curled languidly in the Hokage's office, the pipe of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gleaming with a dark crimson hue under the sunlight. Manado Namikaze stood before the desk, his blue eyes tranquil as a still lake beneath his golden hair. Kakashi leaned against the wall with one hand in his pocket, while Obito stretched on tiptoe to sneak a glance at the scroll on the table, and Rin quietly clutched a medical kit. Why the urgency to summon us back from the front lines, Lord Third? Manado broke the silence. The Third Shinobi World War had already ignited in various fronts. And as a formidable force, Manado had been tirelessly traversing the battlefield. Yet, the Third Hokage had suddenly issued an order pulling him back to Konoha, along with Team 7, which had been disbanded for his special mission. This abrupt shift left Manado and his companions perplexed. Nevertheless, the joy of reuniting after a long separation was palpable, especially for Obito. Had it not been for the Hokage's urgent summons, they might have even gathered for a meal. Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted them with a warm smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. After exchanging pleasantries, he delved into the matter at hand. We have received a confidential letter from the royal family of the Land of Tea. The Third unfurled the scroll, revealing gilded tea patterns and several lines of fine text. The White Dove Trading Company has been rapidly expanding in the Land of Tea, but 6 months ago, they began smuggling chakra weapons within their shipments. Chakra weapons? Manado pressed his lips together, incredulous. How could a civilian trading company procure such items? This was indeed suspicious. The Third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe, continuing. Even more troubling is the indication that the upper echelons of the White Dove Trading Company may have had clandestine dealings with the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain. Obito suddenly jumped up. The Akatsuki? The group that advocates for peace among all people. His words were cut short as Rin tugged at his sleeve. Manado gently placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder, warmth radiating through the armor. Obito. Hiruzen smiled reassuringly at Obito. It's all right, Manado. This time, a minister from the Land of Tea is personally coming, so we must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. After all, it pertains to diplomatic affairs. He continued, additionally, intelligence suggests that the Land of Tea is far more complex than it appears on the surface, potentially involving internal matters of the nation. The White Dove Trading Company is certainly not an ordinary civilian entity. Lord Third, what wrongdoing has the White Dove Trading Company committed? Do we need to eliminate them? Obito interjected eagerly, catching a glimpse of Rin out of the corner of his eye. I might get to spend a long time with Rin this time. However, upon turning, his mood plummeted at the sight of the annoying Kakashi. Obito. He snapped back to reality, noticing Kakashi's deadpan stare and Minado's serious demeanor. I apologize, Lord Third. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Thus, the mission assigned to you is to travel to the Land of Tea and ensure the safety of its daimyo for a month. He paused, adding, if necessary, you may take decisive action. The mission was categorized as an S rank, and they were to depart shortly. But what about the front lines? Manado inquired anxiously. Believing that such a task could easily be managed by any J-Nin or elite J-Nin, and he was still more concerned about the pressure on Konoha's front lines. Manado, I understand your concerns. This is a village directive, and there are some matters that cannot be disclosed. Just ensure your safety. Hiruzen replied calmly yet with an air of authority. After a moment of contemplation, Manado nodded solemnly. Hiruzen sighed quietly, reflecting on the substantial financial aid the Land of Tea had provided to Konoha, which was desperately needed amidst the ongoing war. Yet, this only underscored the complexity of the White Dove Trading Company. Manado, I know your heart is with the front lines, and I am aware of the mounting pressure there. However, this mission is equally critical, Hiruzen spoke slowly. Moreover, there seems to be an extraordinary power backing the White Dove Trading Company, coupled with chakra weapons. This could significantly impact the entire shinobi world. If hostility were to arise toward Konoha, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, we cannot act rashly. We must first ascertain their intentions. Manado furrowed his brow, a chill running down his spine, if what the Third said was true. The situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. Lord Third, I understand. But how do we investigate while protecting the daimyo for a month? While safeguarding the daimyo? You must secretly observe the movements of the White Dove Trading Company. If they dare to mix chakra weapons in their shipments, they surely harbor greater ambitions. Hiruzen fixed his piercing gaze on Manado. As for how to investigate, adapt as the situation demands. Remember, proceed with utmost caution. Do not alarm the enemy. Had it been merely a routine arms trade on the border, Hiruzen would not have been so concerned. However, the intelligence he had received indicated that the White Dove Trading Company's strategic resources were alarmingly vast. Obito could not contain himself any longer. Lord Third, if we discover any ill intentions, should we act immediately? Foolish Obito, Kakashi retorted coldly. Obito, always sensitive to being called foolish, especially by the insufferable Kakashi, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Meanwhile, Manado interjected, this mission is unlike any other. A single misstep could ignite tensions between two nations, potentially altering the entire battlefield. Rin gently tugged at Obito and Appo's sleeve, whispering, Obito, listen to Manado-sensei. At that moment, Obito glanced at Rin, who was now physically close to him, and he scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. I and Appo's am just too eager. Don and Appo's, worry. I and Appo's, be careful. Hiruzen observed them, his eyes filled with pride. You are all exceptional ninjas of Konoha, and I trust you will handle this mission adeptly. Depart now, and be cautious in all matters. After bowing respectfully, Manado and his companions turned to leave. As Hiruzen watched their retreating figures, he silently prayed for their success in uncovering the true nature of the White Dove Trading Company. Konoha had already endured too much during the war. It could not withstand further turmoil. Meanwhile, in the distant alleys of the Land of Tea, the oil woman, Ryoma, moved stealthily like a spider concealed in darkness. He had been lurking in the Land of Tea for nearly a month, gathering intelligence. Now, he was increasingly certain that the person behind the White Dove Trading Company was Ueno Yua. However, he needed to await the opportune moment to fulfill Lord Danzo's assignment effectively. Pulling his hat low, Ryoma once again vanished into the silent abyss of shadows. Chapter 30. What is happening in the South China Sea? The night over the South China Sea was ruthlessly torn apart by a violent thunderstorm. Fierce winds howled, torrential rain poured down, and the waves surged like monstrous beasts, crashing violently against the flagship of the White Dove Association, the Kanglan. The vessel rocked perilously atop the crests of the waves. At the bow stood Yuan, his garments flapping wildly in the gale, as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan pierced through the curtain of rain, intently fixed on the shadowy figures that flickered beneath the profound depths of the sea. 3 days earlier, in the spacious and brightly lit conference room at the top of the White Dove Association, the atmosphere was as heavy as the foreboding silence before a storm. Yuan furrowed his brow, his gaze intense as he fixated on the report detailing the fleet's ambush. The members of the association exchanged uneasy glances, whispering amongst themselves as an air of anxiety permeated the room. Recently, tumultuous events had unfolded. Yuan had been content teaching at the White Dove Academy, spending his spare time in self-cultivation, mentoring his disciples, and relishing the rare tranquility. In truth, he had been quite leisurely. However, the day before, Puma had reported that the White Dove Association's fleet had been attacked in the South China Sea by unidentified forces, resulting in the loss of 3 ships. Furthermore, the reconnaissance teams dispatched afterward had vanished without a trace, failing to return with any information. While it was not uncommon for ships to suffer losses at sea, the critical issue lay in the complete absence of any intelligence, even from the scouts. Yet, Yuan remained uninformed. He had little concern for the operations of the association, trusting that Huma and his colleagues had no reason to deceive him, as he was known to be quite amiable. Nevertheless, upon learning of the attack, Huma's initial reaction was to attempt to resolve the situation independently, dispatching skilled scouts from other fleets to investigate. To his dismay, not only did the reconnaissance team fail to return, but the fleet continued to incur losses. Huma understood that this situation could no longer be concealed. Given his current position, which attracted much scrutiny, it would be prudent to come forth with the truth in hopes of securing the president's forgiveness. Thus, this high-level meeting was convened, bringing together the core members of the White Dove Association. In addition to familiar faces, several new members were present. At this moment, an elder member cautiously spoke up. "President, could it be the pirates who roam the South China Sea? They have long coveted our goods and have previously engaged in minor harassments." Yuan cast a bemused glance at the speaker, while Huma promptly interjected, "No, this situation is different. Pirates would not dare to attack our large fleet, and our scouts are seasoned ninjas. Ordinary pirates could not possibly make them disappear without a trace. Moreover, under the president's directives, our association has consistently combated piracy to maintain peace in the South China Sea. If it were indeed pirates of such strength, we would certainly be aware of it." At this juncture, another member added, "President, could it be a result of malicious competition from other associations? Our rapid expansion in the South China Sea might have provoked jealousy." Yuan fell into contemplation, pacing the floor of the conference room. Malicious competition. The White Dove Association was already known for its unscrupulous tactics in business. Could there be anyone more unscrupulous than they? Yet, Yuan felt little concern, for the 5 great nations' ninjas were locked in fierce conflicts, and the South China Sea remained inconspicuous, thus unlikely to draw their attention. As for other forces, aside from a few hidden bosses, they were hardly worth considering. If it were the Mist Village, he would gladly take them down, as their elite forces were currently stationed along the borders of the Land of Fire. After a moment, he halted his pacing, composed his expression, and turned with resolute eyes, declaring, "Regardless of who the adversary may be, we cannot remain passive. I have decided to personally investigate the truth." In light of this incident, although he maintained that the White Dove Association could not escape his control, Yuan was not inclined to rely solely on force. He resolved to make a public appearance, at least to establish sufficient prestige among the upper echelons of the White Dove Association. Thus, under his directive, not only were the core members attending, but also some mid-level members recruited locally, effectively constituting an expanded meeting. "President, this is far too dangerous." The others protested in unison. "Indeed, President, we are unaware of the enemy's strength or intentions. Your personal involvement is excessively risky," implored an older member. Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor resolute. "Precisely because it is dangerous, and because we lack understanding of our adversary, I must go. The fate of our fleet is tied to our future. I cannot allow my comrades to perish in vain, nor can I permit the association and Oppo's interests to be compromised." Observing this, Puma could only smile bitterly within. understanding that this matter would undoubtedly escalate. Given Yuan's character, as long as it was unintentional, his position would remain unshaken. Yet now, with Yuan adopting such a stance, it seemed the days of carefree existence would soon come to an end. Nevertheless, Huma stood up, his expression grave, stating, "President, since you have made this decision, I shall accompany you. Since the situation has reached this point, it is irreversible, but I must express my stance." Yuan regarded Huma, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "No, Huma, the association still requires your leadership. I will take Jian Tai and a few others with me. You remain here to stabilize the association's affairs and prevent other forces from taking advantage of the situation." Huma nodded in acquiescence, striving to quell the turbulence within his heart. "Yes, President, please exercise caution." He then discreetly took a seat nearby. Yuan turned to Jian Tai, instructing, "Jian Tai, inform Xiangyu to return immediately to temporarily oversee the White Dove Association on my behalf. Additionally, prepare the Xinghua team, ensuring the ships and supplies are ready. We shall set sail for the area of the incident in the South China Sea at dawn tomorrow." Jian Tai straightened his posture and responded loudly, "Yes, President." The remaining members gazed at Yuan with fervent anticipation. The president, reputed as the foremost figure in the South China Sea, was finally taking action. In truth, Yuan continued to place great trust in Huma. He understood that had Huma dispatched personnel to resolve the fleet and Oppo's attack and reported back, he would likely commend Huma's exceptional capabilities in independently addressing the issue. However, it was clear that this time he had not succeeded. Of course, Yuan would still trust Huma. In his eyes, Huma had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, the association demanded clarity in rewards and punishments. If he refrained from reprimanding Huma, others might imitate this behavior, ultimately undermining his own authority. After a year in this position, Yuan had absorbed enough of the nuances. This was an unavoidable dilemma. He had to find a balance between maintaining order within the association and preserving team cohesion. Chapter 31. Huyan ascends. The morning mist over the White Dove City dock had yet to dissipate when Yuan instinctively placed his hand on his waist, only to find it empty. The black blade had long been severed in his battle with Hans. Although Conan had returned a fragment of the hilt to him, it seemed he now wielded an even more formidable weapon. The blue light of chakra flowed around him, insulating his skin from the morning chill. The Kanglan was busy equipping the necessary supplies for its voyage, as the sea breeze carried the briny scent across the deck, fluttering the white dove flag. "Master," a youthful, clear voice pierced through the roar of the machinery. Without needing to look back, Yuan knew that his apprentice, who always wore his headband askew, was splashing through the seawater, sending droplets flying behind him. Yuan had briefed him on their itinerary the previous day, never expecting the boy to take it to heart. Huyan leapt onto the flagship's deck, his damp curls still dripping water. The sword at his waist was a gift from Yuan for his 10th birthday, engraved with the characters for reverse wave. "Master, you must take me on this mission." The boy pressed his hand against the hilt, his knuckles whitening. "I have already met the standards for a middle guard of the White Dove, i.e., Ch-Nin, and participated in the Starfire team's assessment." Yuan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan swept over his apprentice, and he replied coolly, "Last month in the simulated battle, you were trapped by 3 coral puppets in the deep water for 20 minutes. He recalled when he first brought Huyan back. He was merely a boy from a distant island with an innate affinity for water. Over the past year, Yuan had imparted nearly all his knowledge to him. After all, as a disciple of Maru Hoshikoji, Yuan was quite proficient in water release techniques, as well as the swordsmanship he seldom employed. The reason he refrained from using swordsmanship was twofold. The black blade, which held significant meaning for him, had been broken, and the power of the Sharingan led him to regard swordsmanship as somewhat superfluous, particularly this year, as he engaged in constant real combat. His mastery over the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had reached an admirable level. After all, under the gaze of those eyes, all power was destined to submit, except for those later anomalies. Returning to his thoughts about Huyan, Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. There is a saying that goes, people can drive others to madness. And it was true. In just 1 year, this boy had progressed from not even being able to refine chakra to almost mastering all his water-based jutsu, with swordsmanship that was remarkable in its own right. His strength was approaching that of a peak Ch-Nin. Were it not for his lack of practical experience, he might well rival a J-Nin. The chakra test paper indicated that Huyan indeed possessed only the single attribute of water. It was a tactical bait. Suddenly, Huyan formed hand seals and, not forgetting to explain, sought to prove himself with ninjutsu. The calm surface of the harbor erupted as a 10-meter wall of water surged upward, proclaiming, "I can now unleash A-rank water release techniques." The towering wave rushed toward the dock, crashing against the sturdy embankment. Yuan couldn't help but sigh, what a farce. Geniuses truly know no bounds. Huyan, breathless, gazed at Yuan with his sea blue, clear eyes, filled with anticipation. After all, since arriving in White Dove City, apart from training, he had spent his days confined to school and home. Coming from a small island in the South Sea, he naturally yearned for the freedom of the sky and the vast ocean. Now that his master was finally setting sail, he was eager to accompany him. Reflecting on his past, Huyen remembered the loneliness of his village, where no one wished to play with him due to his peculiar ability with water. He had never met his father or mother. His only caregiver was an elderly fisherman who raised him. Later, he encountered his kind-hearted master, who had brought him away from that small island to live a life completely different from before, though his grandfather had passed. He would surely be pleased to see how far Huyen had come. A gentle smile graced Yuan's lips as he beckoned to Huyen. The boy hurriedly approached, bashfully scratching the back of his head, appearing like an ordinary child, devoid of the demeanor of a ninja he had just exhibited. Yuan found great fondness for this oceanic youth and ruffled Huyen's light blue hair. "Master, will you take me?" Huyen cautiously lifted his gaze. His voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, yet brimming with hope. Yuan nodded gently, yet admonished, "I will take you. However, once at sea, you must follow my commands and refrain from acting impulsively." Huyen eagerly nodded, excitement radiating from him as he proclaimed, "Master, you can count on me. I promise to be obedient and not hold you back." His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Although uncertain of what challenges lay ahead, he felt reassured with the presence of his master by his side. "President, everything is ready. We can set sail at your command." Jian Tai emerged from the cabin, winking at Huyen. They were well aware of Huyen's capabilities, and their rapport was excellent. "Set sail," Yuan instructed, sending Huyen to the cabin. He watched as his apprentice's jubilant figure faded from view at the entrance. Then, he slowly turned and strolled to the bow of the ship, where the increasingly fierce sea breeze whipped at his garments, creating a resonant sound. There he stood, silently gazing at the sunlit sea, its golden surface shimmering beneath the setting sun. Perhaps it was time for him to venture out as well, as the enchanting mandala flowers swayed gently. Beyond the sea, what awaited him? Human affairs or something else entirely? Chapter 32 The Hidden Pearl of the South China Sea. The Kanglan sailed majestically across the vast expanse of the South China Sea. On either side of the vessel, the water was cleaved into two trails of white foam, surging and racing as if in pursuit of the ship. The sun poured down its golden rays unreservedly, illuminating the surface of the sea with a shimmering brilliance, where countless flecks of light danced and sparkled, dazzling to behold. The sea breeze, carrying the ocean's unique, briny scent, swept across the deck, billowing the sails with a rustling sound. Yuan was seated at the bow, his garments fluttering in the wind, gazing at Huyen, who was in the midst of his training. At that moment, Huyen was bare-chested, a rope tied around his waist connecting him to the bow. Running alongside the ship's sides, navigating the white waves while skillfully controlling the chakra beneath his feet in accordance with the unpredictable tides. Fluffy clouds drifted like cotton in the sky, and the sea sparkled, a sight so enchanting it was almost intoxicating. During their voyage, they occasionally docked at the small islands scattered throughout the South China Sea. Most of these islands housed offices of the White Dove Chamber of Commerce. On some economically slightly developed islands, rudimentary management institutions had emerged, albeit in a very primitive form. Further south lay the archipelago known as the Land of 1,000 Islands, where the White Dove Chamber maintained several trade routes. However, the majority of the islands relied primarily on simple fishing and agriculture. After the arrival of the White Dove Chamber, under Yuan's directive, trade offices were established on each island with trade connections, responsible for procurement with the chamber. These offices also established security teams, gradually leading to a subtle dual occupation of commerce and military, resulting in the gradual transfer of sovereignty over the islands to the White Dove Chamber. Though Yuan's actions bore the taint of colonialism, he was not like the primitive, savage colonizers of the West. He possessed a sense of conscience. He respected the local inhabitants, providing them with employment opportunities and granting them preferential access to the goods acquired through the White Dove Chamber's trade routes, while also enabling them to purchase various products not produced on their islands. Initially, Huma and others struggled to comprehend Yuan's actions, considering the considerable expenditure involved. However, over time, they began to appreciate the dividends of such investments. When the fourth prince of the Tea Nation, Ti Pai, learned of these developments, he merely scoffed, dismissing Yuan's financial efforts as a futile attempt at poverty alleviation. Yet, Yuan indeed harbored such intentions. He had implicitly designated the islands with White Dove offices as part of his influence. Consequently, he gradually established schools on the islands, facilitating the transfer of those with ninja potential to White Dove City, while also setting up various factories based on local resources. Of course, these were merely long-term plans and not immediate actions, with some still existing only as proposals. After many days at sea, Yuan signaled the need to dock at an island for repairs. They arrived at Dushan Island. Upon exiting the bustling dock, Huyen was astounded by the transformation before him. The once dilapidated fishing village now radiated with vitality. On either side of the spacious streets stood orderly houses and small shops brimming with a variety of goods. Children frolicked in the streets, while adults busied themselves with work, their faces alight with joy. Though Huyen had never been to this place, as a local of the South China Sea, he was aware that the vast majority of islands suffered from poverty and backwardness, a consequence of accumulated factors. Yet, after the arrival of the White Dove Chamber, Such significant changes unfolded in less than a year. Master, is this all the work of the White Dove Chamber? Hu Yin asked, astonished, turning to Yuan. Yuan nodded with a smile, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes, as Jian Tai chimed in. Indeed, over the years, the White Dove Chamber has invested in infrastructure here, assisting the island's residents in improving their living conditions and developing the economy. They not only provided job opportunities, but also introduced advanced technologies and concepts. As they entered the chamber's local office, a middle-aged man approached them, his eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing Yuan. He quickly bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "President, what brings you here?" Yuan smiled and shook his hand. "Just came to take a look and understand the situation here." This man had also been a member of the original Spark Plan, so their reunion felt warm and familiar. When Yuan had initiated this project, few believed in its potential, prompting him to assign trustworthy individuals. Thus, Chun Tianwei was sent by the White Dove Chamber to oversee the area. During their conversation, Yuan learned that the chamber had constructed a dock, developed fisheries, and engaged in seafood processing, providing the once precarious fishermen with stable incomes. Moreover, schools and medical stations had been established, allowing the island and Apos as children to receive education and residents to access basic healthcare services. Thanks to the chamber, life here has improved significantly, Chun Tianwei reflected. When I first arrived, the poverty was staggering. I thought the Rain Nation was bad enough, ravaged by years of conflict, with its people struggling to survive. Little did I know, conditions here were even more dire, with young people unwilling to stay in their hometowns. But now, things have changed for the better. Everyone is eager to remain and build their homeland. Even I ended up marrying a local woman, he added, his face reddening. Yuan felt a sense of comfort upon hearing this. His founding of the White Dove Chamber was driven not solely by commercial interests or the desire to supply resources to the Shao organization, though that was certainly a significant factor. More importantly, it was about bringing hope and transformation to a land. And now, he had truly achieved that. Observing the scene before him, Yuan was filled with emotion. Is this my ninja way? Is this the beauty of peace? After departing the small island, the Kanglan continued its journey. Throughout the voyage, Hu Yin, ever the curious child, bombarded Yuan and Jian Tai with questions, to which they patiently responded. Brother Jian Tai, do you think we will find the culprits behind the attack on the fleet? Hu Yin inquired earnestly, gazing at the distant sea. Jian Tai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. Regardless of who they are, we shall follow the president's lead. Yuan observed his apprentice, silently reflecting on his decision to bring Hu Yin along, both to train him and to instill the importance of responsibility. Jian Tai had always been his reliable assistant, steady and dependable. After several more days of sailing, they arrived at a larger island. The chamber's office here was more expansive, with a diverse range of operations. In addition to fisheries and agriculture, a nascent tourism industry was beginning to take shape. Upon landing, they witnessed people from various islands visiting for leisure. The streets were bustling with merchants from different regions engaging in trade, creating a scene of prosperity. This time, Yuan opted not to visit the White Dove Chamber and Apos' office. Instead, he took Hu Yin and Jian Tai on a leisurely exploration of the island. However, the conspicuous presence of a ship from the local office compelled the supervisor to follow Yuan, despite his repeated refusals. Consequently, Yuan found himself reluctant to dock at islands in the future, preferring to wade ashore instead, spending most of his time aboard the ship, training alongside Hu Yin and Jian Tai. Chapter 33. The Lost Pearl of the South China Sea. 2. After several consecutive days of navigation, the group finally arrived at the location where the ships of the Pigeon Trading Company had met with disaster. The waters were currently calm, the surface resembling a vast expanse of blue silk, gently rippling without a single wave. Were it not for the precise navigation of their vessels, one could hardly imagine that such a tragic incident had occurred here. Jian Tai and several others took small boats to search the area, toiling throughout the day. But aside from retrieving some fragments of the wreckage, they found nothing else. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at Yuan. Something felt amiss. Though they had yet to uncover anything of significance, since arriving, an inexplicable restlessness had settled within him. He lifted his gaze to the glaring sun, with white clouds drifting in the azure sky, creating a scene of tranquil beauty. The sea mirrored this serenity, remaining undisturbed, portraying a picture of idyllic calm. This pristine expanse of ocean was surrounded by a sparse number of desolate islands, devoid of life. This route was indeed newly established, leading deeper into the realm of the kingdom of Chrysanthemum. However, something felt undeniably off. It struck him, having lingered here for so long. Why had they not encountered any other living creatures? Not even a seagull, the messenger of the sea, was to be found. Yuan scanned the surroundings again, then turned his gaze towards the depths of the ocean, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixated on the placid surface below, yet yielding no results. How could it be that not even a fish was present in these waters? Lost in thought, Jian Tai and the others returned to the ship after another fruitless search. Reporting their lack of findings, Yuan instructed them to rest well, while Jian Tai insisted that everyone remain vigilant, maintaining a continuous patrol. Even the usually carefree Hu Yin began to sense the heavy and strange atmosphere, ceasing his aimless wandering on the waves and returning to assist Jiantai. Indeed, the sea breeze stirred softly. It was far too quiet. Jiantai, should we be waiting here for something to happen? Hu Yan's voice lowered involuntarily, an unrecognized tension bubbling within him. Jiantai looked at Hu Yan, approached, and patted his shoulder. Are you scared? How could I be? Once you and Amp, Oppos, redone tidying up, hurry back to the cabin. Don't come out without the captain and Amp, Oppos, orders. Do you understand? Jiantai interrupted, hastily leaving him with instructions before attending to other tasks. That night, apart from those on duty, everyone else rested in the cabin. A gentle breeze swept across the rising mist as the flagship, the Kanglan, swayed upon the waves. The vast expanse of the South China Sea night sky, once filled with stars, was now tinted silver gray by the ascendant full moon, casting a serene glow over the Kanglan as it rocked gently like a child in a cradle. Meanwhile, Yuan sat quietly in his room, waiting impassively for something to unfold, observing Jiantai and Oppos' three fruitless searches over the past few days. Yuan could not shake the feeling that something significant was destined to occur on the third night. Suddenly, Yuan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan snapped open. Something was approaching, two golden orbs, the size of lanterns, were slowly rising from the depths below. Outside, an unexpected torrential downpour began, with large raindrops hammering down on the deck and the sea, creating a cacophony as they united into a turbulent flow, crashing across the deck. The fierce winds howled like a beast, tearing at the sails, while the Kanglan resembled a mere leaf adrift upon the wrathful sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Hard to port, Jiantai commanded at the helm, the grinding of gears piercing through the storm as the crew struggled to navigate the vessel against the surging waves. Just as he finished speaking, the sea erupted violently. A wave towering dozens of meters high surged skyward, forming a colossal wall of water that cast the Kanglan into shadow, instilling terror in all who beheld it. In the cockpit, Jiantai and his crew were rendered speechless, their wills to resist extinguished, eyes wide with fear as they watched the impending doom outside, praying for a miracle. Wait, where and Oppos? Hu Yan? Jiantai suddenly realized, glancing around in panic. Water-style water barrier. Jiantai spotted a small figure at the bow, Hu Yan, almost childlike as he attempted to summon jutsu against the impending tide. But Hu Yan and Amp, Oppos' watery barrier crumbled effortlessly. Finally, Yuan emerged from the shadows, his chakra swirling vigorously around him. In an instant, a magnificent water shield formed before the Kanglan, crystal clear, yet emanating an indomitable force as the water spiraled rapidly, producing a deafening roar. Master, Hu Yan exclaimed in delight without turning back. The colossal wave collided with the water barrier, producing a sound as if the heavens themselves were being torn apart. Water erupted in all directions, creating a vast mist that enveloped the surrounding sea. The tremendous impact caused the Kanglan to sway violently, tilting as items on the deck were tossed about. Yet, under Yuan's continuous chakra output, the force of the wave began to dissipate. As the roaring diminished and the water receded, the Kanglan remained steadfast upon the surface. Jiantai and his crew exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to Yuan. You must return to the cabin. Heed Jiantai's words. Yuan commanded from the bow, unwavering in his vigilance. Whatever force was capable of summoning such waves was not to be underestimated. Hu Yan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, complied without protest and swiftly returned to the cockpit. Meanwhile, Yuan mused internally. It seemed that the South China Sea was indeed vast, harboring more than a few extraordinary beings. Then it came. A dragon, covered in azure scales, spiraled upward amidst a whirlpool of water, its coral horn reflecting an eerie violet light as it coiled in the air. Dark clouds loomed overhead, with a fine drizzle quietly falling upon the sea. Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A dragon? Did such creatures still exist in this world? Oh no. He forced himself to remain calm, scrutinizing the creature more closely. It bore some differences from the dragons of his recollection, which had antler-like horns, camel-like heads, rabbit-like eyes, snake-like necks, clam-like bellies, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and cow-like ears. Perhaps it was more aptly termed a flood dragon, for this one possessed but a single horn and a tail resembling that of a serpent, long and smooth. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, dragons held a unique significance for him as a traveler from Blue Star. Yet, he felt no fear. Yuan was not a battle fanatic, but in this moment, he was charged with a sense of anticipation, chakra swirling around him. Thus, one man and one dragon faced each other, the flood dragon's massive form resembling a moving mountain, coiling above the sea, exuding an aura of dread, its golden eyes fixated on Yuan. Standing at the bow of the violently swaying Kanglan, Yuan remained resolute, poised for action, his long black hair billowing in the wind like a dancing flame. The First Strike. Chapter 34. The Unseen Gem of the South China Sea 3. Amaterasu. Illusion. The dragon gazed curiously at the right-turned, blood-red eyes. Yet, in an instant, upon realizing something was amiss, it was already too late. The entire dragon's body began to sway erratically, plummeting from the sky towards the ocean. As if cast from a great height. Boom. The colossal dragon's impact with the ocean sent shockwaves that made the Kanglan ship struggle to maintain its course. This also alerted the crew of Jiantai, who should have seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly and observe the battle from a distance. For such a high-level conflict, they were utterly powerless. Meanwhile, within the Kanglan's cockpit, a sense of urgency arose. No, if the master loses his footing, although chakra can be applied to the feet, this is a battle, and every bit of chakra must be conserved. Hu Yin observed the intentions of the crew and quickly interjected. The others in the cockpit paused, their gazes converging on Jiantai, fully aware that everyone's fate rested on the decisions of this young man. However, Hu Yan's words jolted them back to reality. Their leader was still fighting ahead, and they were contemplating retreat. At this moment, Hu Yan gripped his weapon at his waist, silently fixated on Jiantai, ready to act should he find Jiantai and Appo's actions unsatisfactory. The atmosphere within the cabin became tense. Jiantai, overwhelmed with unspoken thoughts, felt exasperated. He hadn't even stated his intentions yet, and already they were prepared to turn against him. Yet, he understood that the wisest decision was indeed to withdraw, lest their leader become distracted during the battle. With a mere glance, Jiantai signaled two individuals, who sprang into action, disarming Hu Yin and rendering him unconscious. Although Hu Yin was formidable, the confined space left him no room to maneuver. In his anxious state, he could not react in time. Jiantai piloted the Kanglan, swaying left and right, as they vacated the area, leaving room for the impending confrontation. Right Turn had initially intended to attempt controlling the dragon before him with his kaleidoscope Sharingan. He secretly calculated that if successful, he could possibly gain a powerful summoning beast. However, this dragon was no easy foe. At the moment of contact between its body and the sea, it seemed to employ some mysterious technique, breaking free from Right Turn's control. Above the water, a pair of golden slit pupils darted anxiously, not daring to meet Right Turn's gaze directly. It understood that the strange occurrence was linked to the peculiar eyes of that individual. Yet, the battle had commenced, leaving no room for hesitation. The dragon's massive form twisted violently, its thick tail sweeping towards Right Turn like a steel pillar, imbued with tremendous force. The sea churned, creating a wall of waves dozens of meters wide, as the furious current threatened to engulf everything in its path. Within the towering waves swirled countless water blades. Right Turn navigated through the torrent, the patterns of his Sharingan warping in the drizzle. Susanoo, a pale red chakra surged skyward, enveloping him in a skeletal form that erupted from the ground amidst thunder and fire. As the skeletal arm swung in a punch, the dragon's tail approached. The clash of their forces generated shockwaves that transformed the rain curtain within a 10-mile radius into a circular vacuum. Boom. Both man and dragon were propelled hundreds of meters away by the force. This was indeed a high-stakes confrontation. Was this truly the power of humanity? Jiantai and his companions had already retreated from the battlefield, watching the unfolding scene from afar, marveling at what lay before them. The dragon's slit pupils narrowed, conveying a solemnity. Was this truly the might of humans? Meanwhile, Right Turn was not faring well either. Despite being protected by Susanoo, the sheer force of their clash was overwhelming. However, this past year, he had not been idle. He had been familiarizing himself with the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He wondered if he could unleash the divine might of the Uchiha here. The pale red chakra erupted like a volcano as the skeletal giant tore through the towering waves. The complete form of Susanoo stood upon the sea, its four arms wielding a spear, a bow, an axe, and a blade. Right Turn stood at the center of Susanoo's forehead, the kaleidoscope pattern twisting into a bizarre design of intertwined magatama. A giant, standing 30 to 40 meters tall, loomed over the surface of the ocean. Though the dragon was taken aback by Right Turn's capabilities, it did not cease its assault. 8 water spouts converged from all directions, each swirl harboring chains of coral that surged towards Right Turn. Observing this, Right Turn infused chakra into his feet, and Susanoo's massive skeletal wings unfurled, blocking out the sun. Facing the dragon, he drew back his bow, and with a swift release, a pale red chakra arrow shot forth, cleaving through the air toward the dragon. Against the encroaching chains, Right Turn effortlessly sliced through them, dispelling the encirclement. The dragon, unable to evade the meteor-like arrow, was struck, rolling in pain. Its anguished roar shattered the clouds as the wound, pierced by the chakra arrow, gushed forth azure dragon blood. Upon contact with the seawater, the blood boiled and vaporized, enveloping the area in a thick mist. Right Turn's kaleidoscope glimmered ominously in the fog, his vision piercing the rising steam. This beast sought to escape. Not so fast. Susanoo pursued relentlessly, skimming the ocean's surface toward the dragon. Enraged, the dragon soared into the air, its azure scales bristling like blades, transforming into a swirling tempest. Thousands of scales, propelled by high-pressure water, scraped against Susanoo's armor, creating dazzling sparks. Clang! Right Turn maneuvered Susanoo's left arm, drawing the bow to its full arc. Undeterred by the dragon's scales, With several swift releases, the arrows vanished into the mist, leaving no trace. Right Turn's gaze sharpened, locking onto his target. As he executed the body flicker technique without hesitation, darting into the depths of the fog, his figure resembled a streak of red lightning, tearing through the air as he sped into the heart of the mist. The sea fog dispersed, resembling an invisible yet heavy curtain that shrouded the entire surface of the ocean. The mist was thick, nearly stagnant, each tendril seemingly laden with unknown peril. Within this oppressive atmosphere, a fierce struggle ensued between man and dragon. Huff, huff, huff. This damn dragon is quite resilient. After several full-force strikes, Right Turn found his chakra dwindling. It seemed he could no longer afford to delay. He felt a burning sensation in his eyes. Meanwhile, the beast took the opportunity to dive back into the thick mist. In this seemingly silent ambience, the dragon stealthily lurked beneath the fog. Its massive form resembled a silent underwater mountain, coiling and twisting, hidden within the murky waters. Its scales glimmered with a cold sheen, blending seamlessly with the water and mist, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Suddenly, from the mist, a dragon claw emerged, 5 sharp talons entwined with swirling water. This strike was deviously aimed at the head of Susanoo, where Right Turn resided. Yet, a cold smile crept upon Right Turn's face. The skeletal wings on Susanoo's back erupted in a blaze, propelled by the force of the explosion. He instantaneously evaded to a different position. Zing! The skeletal blade pierced the dragon's jaw, but became lodged within. Seizing this moment, the dragon whipped its head and bit down, dragon teeth grinding against Susanoo's armor, sparking like shooting stars, ultimately severing Susanoo's right arm. Humans, you truly do not understand. The wrath of the dragon. Right Turn felt an ominous premonition as the beast spoke. He quickly evaded the attack. The dragon surged upward, causing the surrounding waters to spiral into the air, forming a colossal trident behind it. It seemed the final move was inevitable. With the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning to its utmost limit, tears of pitch-black blood streamed from the corners of Right Turn's eyes. Susanoo's 4 arms suddenly fused and reformed into a colossal spiral sword entwined with wind and thunder, its blade radiating a blinding crimson light. 8,000 spears, Susanoo divine slash. As the spiraling colossal sword collided with the trident, time seemed to stand still. A blindingly white sun illuminated the sea and sky. A cataclysmic shockwave emanated from the point of impact, spreading outwards in a circular fashion. The force of the blast violently upheaved the sturdy seabed, sending countless fragments of rock flying like projectiles and stirring up towering waves. The ocean, as a whole, descended into a state of unbridled pandemonium. Even the crew of the Kanglin, who had retreated far from the battlefield, felt the aftereffects, experiencing a precarious sense of instability. When the light subsided, only half of the dragon's singular coral horn remained. The clouds dissipated, revealing the sun, its rays bathing the tumultuous sea in a radiant golden hue. Raiwan, having dispelled his Susanoo, knelt on the agitated waters, 2 ribs fractured, each breath feeling like shards of glass scraping against his lungs. Yet, a nearly deranged grin adorned his face. This near-death struggle had rekindled a long-dormant exhilaration within him. His adversary, the dragon, was in a far worse state. Its tail severed into 3 parts, scales torn and bloodied, azure dragon blood staining the sea a bizarre purple. Who exactly are you? The dragon's whiskers drooped listlessly into the sea, the ferocity in its golden vertical pupils replaced by the bewildered look of a trapped animal. Raiwan coughed up black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, the Manjikyu pattern in his eyes blurred. He suppressed the pain, stooping to retrieve the broken dragon horn. Damn, that was a close call, but it was so exhilarating. Since arriving in the Tea Country, Raiwan had not encountered a single adversary of equal caliber. His efforts to clear waterways and quell banditry felt like overkill. As a result, his development of the Manjikyu Sharingan had been largely self-directed, relying on memories of anime from his past life for guidance. Everything else he had to discover step by step. This particular technique was a culmination of elemental transformations combined with the Susanoo. The Susanoo's invincibility, the wind's velocity, the lightning's ferocity. Even Raiwan was uncertain of his current capabilities, so he had approached this encounter with the dragon as a means of gauging his strength. And the sensation of piloting a giant mech was undeniably exhilarating. What are you planning? The dragon watched Raiwan approach, its eyes still swirling with an unsettling pattern, exuding a chilling aura. Stripped of its horn and diminished in power, the dragon couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. I'm here to take you, you beast. Amaterasu. As the mandala in his eyes spun, a potent surge of ocular power erupted, engulfing the dragon. Under the force of this power, the dragon's golden pupils began to morph, gradually transforming into the same pattern as Raiwan's. I am the master of the South Sea. The dragon's roar was laced with weakness. I will never become a human's lackey, the king of the South Sea. So, the South Sea is not that simple. Raiwan's Manjikyu eyes glowed with an even more sinister light in the reflection of the dragon's blood. He ran his fingers over the dragon's severed coral horn. In the depths of the dragon's fading consciousness, Raiwan's ocular power manifested as countless chains, poised to drag the dragon's soul into another dimension. This is the perfect time to torture the dragon and ask about the situation in the South Sea. Wait. The dragon stirred, its pupils suddenly regaining clarity, while Ryowin and Appo's Manjiku eyes began to weep tears of dark blood. Human, we can negotiate. Please, Don and Appo's T. The dragon and Appo's voice weakened again as Ryowin and Appo's chakra flowed into it, its tone now filled with pleading rather than defiance. Ryowin smiled, thinking the dragon was a tough nut to crack, but it was better this way. A forced alliance was not ideal, although the thought of having a summoning beast was still somewhat exciting. After Ryowin used the wish-granting skill to restore his state, one of his Manjiku Sharingan entered a month-long cooldown period. He could already feel the loss of some of the Manjiku Sharingan's abilities, and he probably couldn't and Appo's activate the complete Susanoo, and his strength was only 50 to 60% of what it was before. Seeing Ryowin relax his pressure on it, the dragon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It cautiously said, I can help you fight, but at other times you must not disturb me. Ryowin smiled inwardly, thinking that this dragon was indeed a proud creature. He remained expressionless on the surface and agreed, okay. Anyway, once the contract was signed, it would not be able to do what it wanted. Ryowin bit his finger and engraved a summoning contract on the dragon's forehead, with blood as the medium, with soul as the contract. A strange wave bloomed in the air. At the moment the contract was completed, black chakra suddenly emerged from the dragon and Appo's broken horn. Ryowin pressed the other section of the dragon horn onto the broken horn, and 12 water tornadoes suddenly rose from the sea, each with a projection of Ryowin and Appo's Sharingan. The dragon roared to the sky. From today onwards, your name is Yiksha. Ryowin stood on the waves, and the dragon, no, Yiksha, hovered in the air and nodded heavily. It roared again, and the sound echoed in the sea for a long time. Then, it took a deep look at Ryowin with its golden vertical pupils, especially those strange eyes. Then, it plunged into the sea, stirring up a huge wave, and disappeared into the vast sea. Ryowin looked at the direction where Yiksha disappeared, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. See Yiksha. Chapter 36. The coup. After a grueling journey day and night, the Watergate team finally crossed into the borders of the land of Tea, just as it had been perceived on that fateful day. The members of the team marveled at the natural beauty of the land of Tea. However, they did not linger to admire the scenery, fully aware that this was a time of war and that completing their mission demanded swiftness. Yet, Obito, standing aside, occasionally gazed at the white clouds in the azure sky and then at Rin, his cheeks soon flushed with a subtle hue, lost in his own thoughts. Before them lay the maritime records of the Pigeon City for the past 6 months. The Crown Prince, Chatu, unrolled the sheepskin scroll on the sandalwood table, the golden bell at the end of the scroll chiming softly. On the surface, this Pigeon Merchant Association appeared to be the influence of my fourth brother. Chatu snorted softly, squinting his already narrow eyes, yet he was merely a pawn in someone else and Appo's game, reveling in his misplaced pride. Therefore, do not assume I harbor ill will towards my fourth brother. My foolish sibling has always been self-important since childhood. Rest assured, Your Highness, we of the Leaf Village shall not interfere in his domestic affairs. Watergate and Appo's fingers paused on the port map, and he raised his head to calmly regard Chatu. Chatu ceased his speech, prompting Watergate to continue. According to the mission briefing, our task is to protect the daimyo of the land of Tea for a month. Might Your Highness permit us an audience with the daimyo? Just as Obito leaned in for a closer look, Chatu clapped his hands, and music began to play. Esteemed guests, having traveled from afar, allow me to treat you well on this first day. Tomorrow, my father will meet with you, so rest assured. The scroll on the table was taken away by a nearby servant, who then presented an array of exquisite delicacies that had been prepared in advance. Dancers flowed into the main hall from the side door, soon captivating the center stage with their graceful movements. The Watergate team exchanged glances and reluctantly took their seats, savoring the rare warm meals after days of travel. As dusk fell, the hall remained alive with song and dance. However, the Watergate team excused themselves early, retreating to their quarters. The high towers of Chatu's residence cast jagged shadows. Watergate stood by the window, the night breeze lifting the hem of his robe. He gazed into the darkened world outside, his brow slightly furrowed, his mind replaying the conversation with Chatu from earlier. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Come in, Watergate instructed. In walked Kakashi, Obito, and Rin in succession. Teacher, did you call for us? Kakashi spoke first. Watergate nodded, gesturing to the chairs by the table for them to sit. What are your thoughts on the Crown Prince Chatu's words today? Watergate inquired earnestly, casting his gaze over the three. Although he had his own opinions, he wished to hear the perspectives of his students. Obito spoke up first. I believe the Crown Prince is undoubtedly suspect. One moment he claims the Pigeon Merchant Association is his brother's influence. The next he states his brother is merely a pawn. Moreover, he abruptly interrupted our examination of the scroll. What is this hospitality but an obvious attempt to keep us in the dark? As he spoke, Obito animatedly gestured. Watergate nodded. While Obito's reasoning was somewhat simplistic, he was correct that Chada's claims could not be wholly trusted. Rin then added, Obito has a point. But I think that since he invited us, he likely hopes we will assist in resolving the issues surrounding the Pigeon Merchant Association. Albeit he may wish to withhold certain matters from us for now. Furthermore, the situation in the Land of Tea seems quite intricate. We must proceed with caution. Rin's voice was soft, yet her words conveyed a sense of calm and contemplation. Kakashi, arms crossed, pondered for a moment before articulating, from the current circumstances. It appears that the arms trade of the Pigeon Merchant Association may indeed be problematic, aligning with the intelligence we previously acquired. However, the Crown Prince's ambiguous demeanor raises questions about his true intentions. We must observe further. Perhaps he intends to leverage our Leaf Village's power against his brother. Or there may be deeper motives at play. Kakashi and Appo's analysis was astute, and Watergate regarded him with approval. Though all three were his students, Kakashi undoubtedly exhibited the greatest aptitude, both in strength and intellect, while Obito remained his ever-energetic self. As for Rin, he held no concerns. After listening to their thoughts, Watergate nodded slightly. You are all correct. Our primary mission in the Land of Tea is to investigate the arms trade of the Pigeon Merchant Association while simultaneously ensuring the protection of the daimyo. However, we must not allow ourselves to be used by others nor become embroiled in the internal strife of the Land of Tea. We must remain vigilant, continue gathering intelligence, and uncover the true nature of the Pigeon Merchant Association and the Crown Prince Chada's genuine aims. Watergate's voice was consistently steady and resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance. The foremost priority is to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Tea to ensure the safety of our mission objectives. So what shall we do next, teacher? Obito inquired. Watergate contemplated for a moment before responding. Tomorrow, we will adhere to our plan to meet with the daimyo. Then find an excuse to depart from the Crown Prince and Appo's residence and investigate the Pigeon City. I wish to understand the operations of the Pigeon Merchant Association. Kakashi, you will be responsible for gathering intelligence on Pigeon City, including details about the association and Appo's personnel and the flow of goods. Obito and Rin, you will safeguard the daimyo while remaining alert to any unusual occurrences. Understood, teacher. The three responded in unison. Watergate looked at his three students and Kuden and Appo's helped but smile. They had all become remarkably skilled ninjas. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. The four members of the Watergate team rose early, freshened up, and made their way to the hall. Crown Prince Chada was already there, awaiting them. Esteemed guests, please follow me to meet His Majesty. Chada beamed as he spoke. The Watergate team followed Chadu along the winding corridor. The Land of Tea was an agriculturally prosperous nation, vast and sparsely populated, free from conflict. And thus the daimyo's palace was exceptionally opulent. Along the way, Obito's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he took in the exquisite decorations, while Rin remained focused, ever vigilant to their surroundings. Obito frequently tugged at Rin's sleeve, pointing out things he found amusing, while Kakashi remained silent at the rear, his expression concealed behind his mask. Eventually, they arrived before an enormous door. Chada gently pushed it open, and the group filed in. The room was lavishly adorned, gold and jewels embellishing every corner. Yet all attention was drawn to the figure lying in the center of the room. The daimyo of the Land of Tea lay there quietly, his complexion pale, eyes shut, and breathing faint, devoid of sound. Chapter 37 A coup. His Majesty. Watergate furrowed his brows, stepping forward to closely observe the condition of the daimyo. T2's eyes flickered as he sighed softly, saying, a few days ago, my father suddenly fell ill and lapsed into unconsciousness. We have sought out renowned physicians, yet to no avail. There was a hint of sorrow in his tone, but Watergate keenly sensed that beneath that sorrow lay another emotion. Obito could not help but exclaim, how could this happen so suddenly? We had not heard of any ailment afflicting the daimyo before our arrival. T2's gaze shifted momentarily as he explained, this incident occurred very abruptly, and we were utterly unprepared. Initially, we wished to spare our esteemed guests from concern. But now that my father remains in a deep coma, the situation in the Land of Tea is precarious. I hope you can lend us your assistance. Lin approached the daimyo, intending to gently grasp his wrist and employ medical ninjutsu to assess his condition. However, a palace maid quickly interjected, do not disturb His Majesty's rest. Guided by Watergate's silent cue, Lin halted her actions. Watergate turned to T2 and calmly stated, in that case, Your Highness, we shall not intrude further. I will assign Obito and Lin to guard the daimyo, fulfilling our duty. T2 paused, then smiled. Of course, my father's safety is paramount. I shall fully cooperate with you all. He beckoned, bring chairs for these two, and place them outside. Obito and Lin exchanged a glance. A myriad of unspoken thoughts passing between them. After exiting the daimyo's chamber, Watergate signaled to the others, and the four retreated to a secluded corner. Watergate lowered his voice. The situation is more intricate than we imagined. The daimyo's coma is no mere coincidence. Kakashi, I need you to investigate the White Dove Trading Company immediately, but be discreet. Obito, Lin, you will remain here to protect the daimyo. Do not raise any alarms. Understood. Sensei. The trio responded in unison. In a flash, Kakashi vanished from sight, while Obito and Lin composed themselves and returned to the hall. T2, maintaining an air of calm, returned to his residence after seeing Watergate's team off. In the secret chamber of the Grand Prince's estate. Your Highness, those leaf ninjas. Do not worry, I have sent them away. They are merely outsiders. As long as they do not act during this time, they will leave. What are you plotting, Your Highness? What do you mean by that? Is it that you are preparing for something grand? It seems we are all destined to become prisoners of the fourth prince. Why do you say such things? The dim light illuminated the room, where a table sat at its center adorned only with a brown teapot, a teacup, and 4 stools. A bookshelf lined the wall, overflowing with scrolls. 2 figures sat across from each other at the table, their shadows trembling against the gray wall. Teach me, Gao Lao, the composed T2, who had appeared so graceful before outsiders, now respectfully poured cool tea for the elder. Your Highness, we aim to seize this world. How can you? As night deepened, the streets of T-City saw patrolling soldiers passing by intermittently. In White Dove City, amidst the salty sea breeze and the bustling market streets, Kakashi strolled along the coastline. Having spent 3 days in White Dove City without any leads, he found no issues with the White Dove Trading Company. On the contrary, the locals held a deep trust in the company, and their lives seemed prosperous and harmonious, rivaling even that of the Leaf Village. Kakashi shook his head. Impossible. The Leaf is the most prosperous place in the ninja world. This place is surely lacking in comparison. Wandering aimlessly, Kakashi found himself on the outskirts. As he stood beneath a cliff, a faint yet threatening disturbance piqued his alertness. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding several shuriken that whizzed past him. Almost simultaneously, a figure leapt down from the cliff's peak with the grace of a bird, landing steadily a few meters in front of Kakashi. The moonlight bathed the scene, revealing the figure to be Oil Woman Ryoma. Clad in dark attire, the skin visible at his collar and cuffs revealed tiny wriggling black shadows, his controlled swarm of special insects. Oil Woman Ryoma had been lurking in White Dove City for some time, having identified the mastermind behind the White Dove Trading Company as Inoue Yua. However, he had coincidentally encountered Yua just as he set sail to handle matters in the South Sea. Nevertheless, he was prepared to unveil a surprise. Leaf Ninja, you have come to the wrong place. Oil Woman Ryoma's voice was deep and devoid of warmth, his eyes resembling icy pools as they fixed intently on Kakashi. Kakashi felt a chill. This opponent was formidable. Yet, since the adversary had already made his move, there was no need for further words. He swiftly formed hand seals, shouting, Lightning Blade. In an instant, his right hand surged with violent lightning chakra, transforming into a gleaming blue-white blade that shot towards Oil Woman Ryoma. Unfazed, Oil Woman Ryoma murmured incantations, causing a swarm of insects to envelop him, forming an impenetrable barrier. The lightning blade struck the insect wall with a crackle. The insects emitted a painful hum, yet they easily absorbed Kakashi's assault. Realizing his opponent was from the Oil Woman clan, Kakashi intended to withdraw. But Oil Woman Ryoma was unwilling to relent. Though both were leaf ninjas, Ryoma was a subordinate of Danzo. Today, allowing the last scion of the Hatake clan to perish here was not out of the question. Kakashi swiftly drew a kunai with his other hand. Utilizing the moment when the insect swarm defended against his lightning blade to unleash the kunai like a bolt from a bow, aiming for Oil Woman Ryoma's throat in an attempt to create distance. Oil Woman Ryoma effortlessly sidestepped the kunai while commanding the swarm to attack Kakashi. Kakashi retreated hastily, unleashing another lightning blade to obliterate the approaching insects. Seizing the opportunity, Oil Woman Ryoma closed the distance, engaging Kakashi in a fierce duel, each exchanging blows without a clear victor. However, Kakashi's brow furrowed. He recognized that Oil Woman Ryoma was not an easy opponent. He was at a disadvantage. If this skirmish continued, it could not only endanger him, but also risk exposing their whereabouts and drawing further trouble. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar, likely the guards of the trading company drawn by the commotion. It appeared the White Dove Trading Company's security was no ordinary force. Despite being on the outskirts, it was unexpected to find a presence stationed here. Kakashi and Oil Woman Ryoma exchanged a knowing glance. Both understood the urgency. Kakashi swiftly vanished in a flash, disappearing into the night. Oil Woman Ryoma chose not to pursue, instead commanding his swarm to fade into the darkness. In a certain part of White Dove City. Damn it, it end oppos, as poisonous. Kakashi leaned exhaustedly against a mound of earth, his palm now purple. Was his chakra depleted? Thankfully, Kakashi retrieved the special kunai given by Manado, the Flying Thunder God kunai. Sensei. Meanwhile, Obito and Lin observed the Grand Prince visiting the palace daily to check on the daimyo, remaining vigilant to his words and actions. Although they had not uncovered any direct evidence over the past few days, the subtle nuances in the Grand Prince's demeanor and the fleeting glimmers of anxiety in his gaze hinted that the underlying matters were far from simple. Chapter 38, A Coup. The sea breeze carried the salty scent, gently caressing the deck. Ever since subduing the Yasha, Yuan had dispatched individuals to scour the nearby waters for information. The existence of a figure like the king of the South China Sea implied that the region was far from simple. Particularly, the myths recounted by the islanders were emphasized by Yu Wan for collection. Standing on the deck of the Kanglan, gazing at the horizon where water met sky, he felt a profound tranquility. Jiantai and Huyan had taken action, while he, along with the remaining members, patrolled the other territories of the White Dove Consortium. Thanks to Yuan's planning, each island developed industries tailored to their unique characteristics, connecting shipping routes, resulting in a transformation beyond recognition. Yuan even resembled an ancient imperial envoy, having dealt with several local bullies, even if they were members of the White Dove Consortium. Now, the structure of the White Dove Consortium had formed a complete system, significantly incorporating locals to enhance its control over the region. The dragon, due to the spiritual contract, allowed him to sense the approximate location of the Yasha, which had recently been swimming deeper into the South China Sea. How many secrets lay hidden in those waters? Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, embracing the sea breeze. A member of the Xingho team hurried onto the deck, holding a confidential letter, his expression somewhat grave. President, we just received news from the Fourth Prince Tea Party. Yuan extended his hand to receive the letter. That rascal from the Tea Party would not come unannounced unless there was a significant shift in the domestic situation. As expected, the letter urged Yuan to return to White Dove City promptly to discuss pressing matters regarding the future of the White Dove Consortium. Are the brothers set to clash? Is the spectacle about to begin? Before Yuan could fully absorb the contents of the letter, another person approached, presenting a piece of intelligence and whispering, President, this is news from our informant in the capital. The capital of the tea country is experiencing frequent disturbances. The life or death of the daimyo is uncertain. And there are sightings of Konoha ninjas. Yuan and Appo's brow furrowed instantly at the mention of Konoha. While he was confident in his strength against any individual from Konoha, the real concern was his desire to remain undetected. The Sharingan was too distinctive a mark to reveal. Could Konoha also be meddling in the affairs of the tea country? Return to White Dove City immediately, Yuan commanded decisively. He sensed that a storm was brewing, and it was prudent to secure his position in White Dove City. After all, establishing the White Dove Consortium in the tea country was no small feat. Even disregarding the Tea Party, he could not allow others to tarnish this foundation. Fluffy white clouds resembling ships floated across the azure sky. The Kanglan swiftly adjusted its course, racing toward White Dove City. Yuan was well aware of the long-standing rivalry between the Fourth Prince Tea Party and the First Prince Tea Tuesday. He was unfamiliar with the other two princes, but with the daimyo's life in question, a power vacuum had emerged in the tea country, and undoubtedly, the Fourth Prince would seek to intervene. Yuan primarily contemplated what benefits he could extract from this situation. After all, regardless of who the ruler of the tea country was, he could rise above them. He was not a dutiful son or grandson in the world of ninjas. When the Kanglan finally reached White Dove City, there was no sign of unusual activity. The streets remained bustling as usual. Upon disembarking, Yuan was immediately escorted to the Fourth Prince's residence. Inside the carriage, he thought to himself, the Fourth Prince is likely preparing to rally the kingdom. I wonder how well he is equipped for this. If he truly relies solely on me. He is merely a brave fool without strategy. A coup? A palace intrigue? How intriguing. The streets surrounding the royal mansion were already secured, the gates wide open. Flanked by soldiers clad in armor, their expressions stern, with spears glinting in the sunlight. Entering the mansion, Yuan noticed guards stationed throughout the courtyard, indicating a serious defense. If he were an ordinary person, the sight would surely instill fear. Moreover, through his perception, he sensed several ninjas nearby, their abilities commendable. Yuan was led into a spacious hall where the Fourth Prince Tea Party awaited, flanked by several tall warriors. Upon seeing Yuan enter, Tea Party hurried forward, his face adorned with a mask of feigned relief. Lord Xiao Jing, you have finally arrived, he exclaimed, a hint of insincerity lacing his tone. Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he chose silence, observing T-Fourth's next move. The hall was filled with familiar faces, including the Lord of White Dove City and various generals from other regions. People continued to enter through the main door. As the gathering reached full attendance, Yuan discerned that Tea Party had transformed White Dove City into his headquarters for rebellion. The main act was about to commence. Tea Party's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he inhaled deeply and slowly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess, the situation in the tea country is dire." As he spoke, he squeezed out a couple of tears, quickly covering his face with his sleeve, then cleared his throat and continued, "My elder brother, T2, is a fool. He has imprisoned our father, seeking to usurp the throne. The citizens in the capital are abuzz with speculation regarding this act, and as the son of our father, a prince of the tea country, I cannot stand idly by while he succeeds." Tea Party stood from his seat and stepped into the center of the hall. "Therefore, my friends, I intend to raise an army to eradicate the treacherous officials in the court, restore our father's authority, and seek justice for the future of the tea country." A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd, yet Tea Party remained unfazed. He slightly raised his chin, a sharp glint in his eye, and raised his voice. I know many of you harbor doubts. After all, rebellion is no trifling matter. However, the tyranny of T2 has plunged the T country into turmoil. If we falter now, what face will we have to present to our father and the countless citizens of the T country? As he spoke, he paced, his gaze sweeping across each person present as if probing for their resolve. At that moment, a city lord hesitantly stood and clasped his hands, saying, Your Highness, your words are reasonable, but the first prince has built a vast power base in the capital over the years. What are our chances of success if we recklessly rebel? Moreover, I have heard that the Konoha ninjas have also intervened. The variables are too numerous. Tea Party's expression momentarily shifted. A fleeting change that went unnoticed by all but Yuan. The hall fell into a tense silence, the sound of heartbeats almost palpable. Seize him. The Lord of Jiayin publicly declares rebellion. Such treachery must be punished to serve as a warning. Tea Party's voice rang out suddenly. The warriors behind him moved in response. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade was drawn. The warrior, like a flash of lightning, closed the distance to the Lord of Jiayin in an instant. The Lord's eyes widened in terror, seemingly unable to fully comprehend the unfolding chaos. Instinctively raising his arm in a futile attempt to defend himself, crimson blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the pristine floor, instantly creating a shocking pool of gore. The Lord of Jiayin trembled momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground, his face a mask of horror. Chapter 39. The Coup in the Grand Hall. An abrupt silence enveloped the room as if a spell of paralysis had been cast. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Their eyes wide and mouths agape, yet no sound escaped their lips. Moments later, muffled gasps and stifled exclamations began to ripple through the crowd, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. A few timid officials quaked in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground, while those beside them quickly steadied them. Several generals wore expressions as dark as soot, clenching their fists tightly. Beads of sweat formed on some foreheads, reflecting a mix of sorrow for the fallen Lord of Jiayin and deep apprehension towards the ruthless methods of the T faction. Yuan Wan, seated to the side, appeared calm. Though internally, he was far from it. He regarded the T faction, contemplating silently. Initially, he had deemed them to be formidable, yet their public execution seemed a desperate attempt to assert dominance. While effective in the moment, the aftermath would likely be equally grim. The T faction, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, cast a casual glance at the assembly, his tone as tranquil as if nothing had occurred. Ladies and gentlemen, our uprising is driven by justice and the future of the T nation. Anyone who undermines our resolve or questions our grand endeavor will meet a similar fate. The current situation is urgent. Hesitation and retreat are not options. His voice reverberated through the hall, carrying an undeniable severity. The crowd, gripped by fear, averted their gazes, too terrified to meet the T faction's eyes, lest they inadvertently become the next victim of retribution. The T faction discreetly glanced at Yuan Wan before donning a relaxed expression. I have prepared exquisite delicacies and delightful company for you all. Please proceed to the courtyard to enjoy and revel in the festivities. With a casual wave of his hand, the crowd surged towards the exit like startled wild donkeys. Lord Xiaojing, please stay. Once everyone had departed, only Yuan Wan, the T faction, and a few stoic warriors remained in the hall. The amiable expression on the T faction's face swiftly faded, replaced by an urgency that was nearly palpable. He approached Yuan Wan, slightly bowing, his demeanor seemingly humble, yet his eyes conveyed an imperious insistence. Lord Xiaojing, as my grand endeavor is about to commence, the support of the White Dove Guild in terms of financial and human resources is crucial to me. I understand that for a guild of your stature, contributing some funds and supplies is but a trivial matter. However, it is pivotal for our army's successful advance to the capital and the overthrow of my treacherous brother. The T faction's voice lowered, yet carried an unmistakable weight. Yuan Wan inwardly scoffed at the T faction's pretenses of humility while maintaining an impassive facade. He nodded slightly. Your Highness speaks true. The situation in the T nation is dire, and the White Dove Guild shall not stand idly by. However, gathering the necessary resources will require some time. Yuan Wan deliberately left his words ambiguous, while acknowledging the T faction's need for assistance. He made it clear that the White Dove Guild would not offer its aid without due consideration. The contributions from the guild were not insignificant, and to secure their support, the T faction would have to offer more. It seemed the T faction did not perceive the evasiveness in Yuan Wan's words, or perhaps he simply did not care. He pressed on, Lord Xiaojing, time is of the essence. I hope you can expedite this matter. Additionally, I request your protection at my side. With you near, I shall feel much safer. As he spoke, the T faction fixed his gaze on Yuan Wan, trying to glean something from his expression. Despite having employed numerous capable warriors and ninjas, and never having fewer than 100 guards in his retinue, the T faction had encountered Yuan Wan's prowess and understood that the so-called elite warriors of the ninja world would be no match for him. Thus, he felt a sense of unease but was not genuinely concerned about Yuan Wan's intentions, as he was in the territory of the White Dove Guild. Yuan Wan's heart sank as he realized that the T faction clung to traditional ninja beliefs, presuming that ninjas would not act against noble families, allowing him to feel unrestrained. However, at this moment, Yuan Wan could not outright refuse. Doing so would bring trouble to the White Dove Guild. After a moment of contemplation, seeing the T faction's growing displeasure, he spoke, "Your Highness's trust in me is an honor. I shall soon be a guest at your residence." At this, the T faction broke into a hearty laugh, clapping Yuan Wan on the shoulder. "Come, let us see what those foolish pigs are up to, with Lord Xiaojing present. What could possibly go wrong?" Ha! Yuan Wan lagged a few steps behind, observing the T faction's rotund and ostentatious figure. Was the curtain about to rise on a grand performance? Although he could easily unleash a torrent of Amaterasu, he sensed a familiar and repugnant aura emanating from the palace. Seemingly from the inner courtyard, Yuan Wan followed a path paved with blue stones into a garden, a place devoid of flowers in this season. Yet fragrant blooms adorned the area. A group of noble women frolicked and played, and Yuan Wan concealed himself behind a thicket of reeds. How delightful, he mused. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying an unusual scent. Yuan Wan's senses heightened, and instinctively, he slowed his steps, scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, down another path in the garden, oil woman Ryoma strode in the opposite direction, exuding an enigmatic and chilling aura, with tiny dark shapes faintly visible at his collar and cuffs. The distance between the two narrowed, and Yuan Wan fixated on the increasingly distinct figure ahead. Oil woman Ryoma also noticed Yuan Wan, his gaze sharpening, yet his pace remained unyielding. "My lord." A small girl's voice shattered the tense atmosphere as she appeared to pick a flower, inadvertently interrupting the encounter between the two men, both of whom seemed slightly out of place. Neither Yuan Wan nor oil woman Ryoma uttered a word, nor did they exchange glances, merely brushing past one another, ignoring the dazed girl beside them. They continued on their respective paths, swiftly vanishing into the garden's intricate maze, leaving behind only the vibrant blossoms and the gentle stream, along with the little girl. "Shada, come back." The girl trembled at the call, regaining her senses and hurriedly running back to where the voice had originated. Chapter 40. Night Raid. Once each member of the team had assumed their respective roles, Manado Namikaze prepared to personally venture toward Pigeon City. He felt a lingering unease about Kakashi venturing alone, though he found some solace in his specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. After several days of reconnaissance in T-City, Manado was nearly certain of his suspicions. The eldest prince, Chatu, had clearly revealed his ambitions, a fact recognized by all. The streets of T-City were abuzz with an unusual number of troops mobilizing. Rumors circulated that other princes were also amassing forces, preparing to invade the capital. Given the current state of affairs, could it be that the daimyo of the T-country had sensed impending danger and sought assistance from Konoha? Manado found himself perplexed by the situation in the T-country, realizing he could not act rashly as it pertained to their internal affairs. After several days of relative calm, he briefed Obito and Rin once more before finally setting off for Pigeon City. This bustling harbor city made a striking impression on him. Numerous vessels traversed the harbor, their masts standing tall like a dense forest. However, he had no time to admire the scenery. Just as he had entered Pigeon City the previous day, he suddenly could no longer sense Kakashi's flying thunder god mark. This mark, a product of his sealing techniques, could not be easily erased by anyone else, indicating that Kakashi must have encountered danger. Despite having reached the rank of Jainin, it appeared he had still found himself in a precarious situation. As Manado walked through the streets, his brow furrowed in contemplation, he identified the Pigeon Merchants Guild as his primary suspect and resolved to investigate further. As night enveloped Pigeon City, the darkness spread like ink. The golden moon hung high in the sky, quietly soothing children afraid of the dark. This night was destined to be sleepless. Yuan left behind a shadow clone at the fourth Prince and Appo's location before returning to his residence. This two-story cottage housed both Yuan and Hu Yin, with a small farm in the backyard where Yuan occasionally tended to the fields using Susanoo. He was astonished that Danzo, like a stubborn pest, was still on his tail. He was certain that news of his Sharingan had reached him. However, he had not anticipated that Danzo would follow him to the tea country, indicating that Danzo had likely discovered the connection between him and the Pigeon Merchants Guild. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched the formidable oil woman, Ryoma, to pursue him. Ryoma was one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates, a powerful ally. Yuan recalled their previous encounters during training at the Roots. He had never managed to gain the upper hand. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, aware that the Roots were filled with shadowy ninjas. The location and view from Yuan's small building were excellent. From the second floor, he could clearly see the back of the Merchants Guild building. Sitting on the balcony, he pondered the unfolding events. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another emerged. Dressed in black, Manado stealthily approached the towering Pigeon Merchants Guild building, which cast a vast shadow under the moonlight. Although the guards were vigilant, Manado easily infiltrated the building. He made his way directly to Yuan's office on the top floor. Just as his fingers brushed the doorknob, a fierce gust of wind struck from behind. Manado deftly sidestepped, as a kunai narrowly missed him, embedding itself in the wall. He turned to find Hu Yan, weapon in hand, regarding him with a cold, watchful gaze. An unknown ninja infiltrates our pigeon merchants guild under the cover of night. What is your intent? Hu Yan's voice was frigid and filled with suspicion. Having just returned to Pigeon City after reporting the results of their investigation in the South Sea to Yuan, he had taken up a concealed position here. Not expecting any yield, Manado maintained his composure, recognizing the identity of his adversary. Based on the information he had on the eldest prince, this individual seemed to hold a significant position, which was fortuitous. However, Manado sought to initiate a dialogue. I am Manado Namikaze, here to seek clues about my missing friend. I bear no ill will. Hu Yan scoffed. Missing? How can I trust that you are not merely feigning innocence to uncover our secrets? No sooner had he spoken than Hu Yan swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth from Hu Yan's hands, morphing into a fearsome dragon that rushed toward Manado, drenching the ground in its wake. With a resolute gaze, Manado understood that combat was unavoidable. With a light step, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared behind Hu Yan, kunai glinting ominously as it lunged toward him. Hu Yan reacted with remarkable speed, executing a fluid counter with an inverse wave, effectively parrying Manado's strike. The clash of metal rang out sharply in the stillness of the building, sparks flying. In the ensuing moments, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their blades flashing like silver serpents. The corridors resonated with the blaring sound of alarms, red lights flashing ominously. While Manado was unconcerned, he recognized that this was the enemy's territory, and the opposing ninja was quite skilled. The initial confrontation had already raised an alarm, suggesting reinforcements would soon arrive. Determined to extricate himself from the situation, Manado realized that tonight would yield no resolution. He unleashed a series of relentless attacks, forcing Hu Yan to retreat, his face flushed and steps faltering. Observing this, Manado offered a slight smile, saying, "You are quite the skilled ninja. Perhaps our paths will cross again." Hu Yan's expression darkened. He perceived Manado's words as a blatant insult. In an instant, Manado vanished once more, employing the flying thunder god technique, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, Hu Yan called out, "Master," as he regained his composure, turning to the approaching figure. Yuan emerged from the office, gazing in the direction Manado had departed. They had nearly crossed paths. Yuan's emotions were tumultuous. From Kakashi's treatment at the guild the previous day, he had deduced that the Konoha team included Manado. Yet, he had not anticipated meeting Manado in such a manner. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that he and Manado would face off again. At that moment, Hu Yan steadied his breathing, remaining quietly behind Yuan, awaiting his inquiries. Let Jiantai handle the matters of the South Sea for now. Pigeon City is becoming increasingly unstable. We must elevate our alertness. The cold wind rushed in, carrying a briny scent through the shattered windows, mingling with the sound of crashing waves. Yes, master. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Hu Yan turned to see the Starfire team had assembled. But when he looked back, Yuan had already departed. Chapter 41. In times of adversity, we stand united, master. This is bad. Hu Yan, accustomed to early morning exercises, woke up at dawn despite the tumultuous battle the night before. Today, he resumed his routine, jogging around the city of White Dove under the clear yet chilly sky, with cotton candy-like clouds drifting above, contrasting against the vast expanse of blue. He was not the only one up early. Representatives from various departments of the White Dove Chamber of Commerce had gathered in the small courtyard, creating a cacophony of voices. Silence fell only when Yuan emerged from the doorway. Huma handed Yuan a report, succinctly summarizing the chaos that had erupted in White Dove City overnight. "You scoundrel! It's a plague," Yuan exclaimed, his face darkening as he absorbed the news. White Dove City had officially entered a state of Level 1 alert. Any disturbances would be met with lethal force. Ports were closed, and all members of the White Dove security team were ordered to halt their leave and mobilize at full speed. After issuing these brief directives, Yuan instructed everyone to contain the information and arranged for personnel to isolate and treat the infected. Huma timely presented a preventive plan, earning a renewed respect from Yuan. "I appoint Huma as the commander for epidemic response. All efforts of the White Dove Chamber shall focus on this crisis." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison before dispersing to prepare for action. The courtyard now held only Yuan and Hu Yan. Whistles and cries echoed throughout the city as panicked citizens scurried about seeking assistance. "Master, something feels off. It seems orchestrated," Hu Yan remarked uneasily. Yuan frowned. "Do not panic. You must go now, take the Spark team, and swiftly investigate all areas to prevent unrest." Once Hu Yan departed, Yuan sat silently, his teeth clenched. He had a hunch about the masterminds behind this calamity, and the level of their malice had crossed his threshold of tolerance. He envisioned a day when the once thriving and peaceful White Dove City would transform into a hell on earth. "Oil Woman Ryoma and Shimura Danzo, I vow to bring your heads as offerings to the blood of the people of White Dove City." In a clandestine corner of White Dove City, Oil Woman Ryoma observed the chaos with a slight smirk. What was once a plan requiring the involvement of others was now ready to unfold. Meanwhile, at an inn in the heart of White Dove City, Manado Namikaze, his brow furrowed and hands laced behind his head, remained tense. Suddenly, a faint sound alerted him. He instinctively grasped a kunai, positioning himself at the door, prepared for combat, aware that this was enemy territory. Emerging from the shadows, Oil Woman Ryoma approached. Hands at his sides, his expression devoid of emotion. Manado Namikaze, he intoned, his voice low and frigid, devoid of warmth. Manado's gaze sharpened. What do you want? This time, Oil Woman Ryoma did not hide his face, wearing the Leaf Village forehead protector. Manado, familiar with the notorious root ninja, felt surprised despite his previous indifference towards Danzo, due to historical grievances with his master, Jiraiya. With a calm demeanor, Oil Woman Ryoma stated flatly, Kakashi has been killed by the White Dove Chamber. The chilling news struck Manado like a bolt, his grip on the kunai tightening until his knuckles turned white. He struggled to discern the truth in Oil Woman Ryoma's words, yet the possibility loomed ominously in his mind. Maintaining his composure, Manado questioned, where is the evidence? Oil Woman Ryoma raised a hand, pointing in a direction. The scene, the signs are evident. The epidemic in White Dove City surged uncontrollably, akin to a runaway stallion. Despite the chamber's prompt actions, personnel and resources were limited, and the number of patients escalated. The T faction had retreated to its stronghold, sealing off all land routes to White Dove City, yet in deference to Yuan, they provided material support. Yuan's strategy consisted of containment and control, alongside mobilizing medical personnel and supplies from overseas, with the ports strictly barred to entry and exit. The city was now under lockdown, and Oil Woman Ryoma had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Kakashi lay unconscious in the VIP ward of White Dove Hospital. In the pristine room, Yuan gazed at Kakashi's handsome visage, now unmasked, unraveling a mystery from his previous life as a viewer of Naruto. From the high-rise window, he observed empty streets, occasionally crossed by medical personnel in protective suits spraying disinfectants and patrolling White Dove guards. The hospital was overwhelmed, prompting the establishment of numerous makeshift medical stations in the southern part of the city. To expedite the process, Yuan summoned all Earth-style ninjas to aid in the construction of these temporary facilities, significantly hastening the setup. These newly erected medical points were crowded, with doctors working tirelessly. Supplies dwindled rapidly. Medicines, bandages, and disinfectants were in short supply. At the ports, merchant ships bearing flags from various islands slowly docked, laden with medical supplies. Members of the chamber hurriedly transported the goods to urgent care points. In times of adversity, we stand united. Yuan understood from his past education that to transform a world, one must prioritize both economic and cultural advancement, not sequentially, but in tandem. His previously penned work, Ninjas Are the Primary Productive Force, had been recognized by Nagato's organization as a guiding ideology. Since arriving in White Dove City, Yuan had occasionally sent essays to Nagato, including titles such as How Should We Conduct Ourselves as Ninjas, on Ninjas, and I Have a Dream. Below is an excerpt from Yuan's version of I Have a Dream. I have a dream. A dream that one day, the shadows of hatred in the ninja world will dissipate, the towering walls of division will crumble, and the rugged path filled with conflict and misunderstanding will transform into a broad avenue, allowing the light of peace, and still more peace, to shine unreservedly upon this land of ninjas. This is the hope that resonates within us and the entire ninja world. Carrying this dream, I traverse every corner of the ninja realm, with this dream in my heart. Even when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges akin to a despairing precipice, we can carve out a resilient stone imbued with hope. Upholding this conviction, we shall ultimately transform the discordant clamor born of strife into a harmonious melody filled with happiness and tranquility. I have a dream that one day. Chapter 42. In times of trouble, assistance from all sides. Thus, the significance of culture was profoundly appreciated by Yuan, who placed great emphasis on the development of cultural strength. In the city of White Dove, he established the White Dove publication early on, where he published his own writings along with sections dedicated to current affairs and whimsical essays. Even within the Dawn organization, Yuan advised Xiaonan to set up Dawn, primarily featuring articles by Yuan and submissions from various Dawn organization bases worldwide. In White Dove, he separated the Ministry of Culture from the Ministry of Livelihood to manage education, propaganda, and cultural affairs. The curricula for all grades at White Dove School were outlined by Yuan himself. The upper echelons of the White Dove Chamber of Commerce found it perplexing that Yuan placed such importance on cultural development, as they believed he already possessed the most significant strengths in the ninja world. However, Yuan understood that the power of literature is immense and can subtly transform an individual. The ninja world is not lacking in powerful figures or the capability to change the world. What it truly lacks is the guiding ideology to lead them along the right path. Currently, White Dove has gained traction in the land of tea, yet Yuan prioritizes its promotional impact over economic benefits. He even dispatched ships to deliver newspapers to the islands of the South Sea. In terms of theater, White Dove boasts a couple of grand theaters, while the film industry has yet to take flight. Yuan, having watched films from the ninja world, found them intriguing but understood the necessity of progressing methodically. Otherwise, ambition could lead to disastrous consequences. The cultural diversity within the ninja world is beginning to take shape. Yet the richness of its literature remains significantly lacking. Yuan believes that the spiritual lives of the ninja populace are reminiscent of the early 20th century in Country Z. Admittedly, the ninja world is not devoid of influential, cross-border publications, such as Pride magazine and The Great Affairs. Works like Jiraiya's novels were published in these magazines, achieving immense popularity and generating substantial royalties. Yuan, however, did not confine his literary endeavors to his own territory under the pseudonym Xiaojing. He submitted numerous articles to Pride magazine and The Great Affairs, earning him a modest reputation within the literary circle of the ninja world. His writing, though not exquisitely crafted or adorned with elegant language, is characterized by its clear intent to serve a social purpose. While the role of literature extends beyond societal impact, Yuan's primary battlefield lies in capturing the ideological high ground of the new generation of ninja youth. The general awareness among the ninja populace may be insufficient, yet it remains perceptive. A certain teacher once remarked that if we do not occupy the battleground of public opinion, the enemy will. Should the enemy seize this battleground, we would only hear the world's denouncement of us and praise for them. Therefore, Yuan is determined to ensure that the world hears recognition and admiration for us while denouncing the enemy. This may be seen as a conquest of ideological territory. Furthermore, the content and style of Yuan's writings tend to be rather radical and combative, offering profound critiques of the realities within the ninja world, exposing the darkness of the aristocratic system, and even extending his discourse into the realm of ninjas. Consequently, many young individuals regard Xiaojing as a spiritual mentor and reach out for advice or submissions. Yuan perceives this as a sign of vitality and a positive development, though it remains merely a budding phenomenon for now. At the same time, it has attracted the attention of conservative factions. Within this group, ninjas are relatively scarce, as it is well known that the literacy rate in the ninja world is a staggering 99%. While ninjas themselves are not included in this statistic, they receive a unique form of education, one dominated by a loyalty indoctrination system governed by power. Given the peculiarities of the ninja profession, many are orphaned or have witnessed the death of friends in their youth, leading to a general sense of abnormality among them. Thus, they tend to place greater trust in their blades and fists, driven by the pursuit of power, and aside from a few ninjas who are aware of this, the majority show little interest in alternative ideologies. For instance, Kakashi Hatake, despite being relatively knowledgeable, merely enjoys sneaking peeks at Liu Bei. In this demographic, the proportion of ordinary citizens and aristocratic youth is significantly higher. Youth, by nature, yearn for upheaval and fervor. Ordinary youths, dissatisfied with their reality, aspire to elevate their social status, while aristocratic youths, brimming with youthful vigor, may disdain the actions of their peers, leading to identity crises. The reason Yuan now raises the issue of publications is that he wishes to experiment with a concept, disaster relief, through newspapers. In simple terms, he aims to utilize the mass communication medium of newspapers to disseminate information about the calamities befalling White Dove City while simultaneously calling upon the ninja world for assistance, requesting aid in terms of supplies, funding, and manpower for the afflicted areas and populace. Though Yuan is aware that the ninja world is currently embroiled in the Third Great Ninja War, the prevailing circumstances present a valuable opportunity for such an experiment, albeit with limited influence and attention. After all, when one side is in distress, assistance from all corners is expected. As residents of the ninja world, it is improbable that they would remain indifferent. Without hesitation, Yuan rallied the writers at White Dove for a fervent brainstorming session, ultimately crafting a compelling article under the pseudonym Xiaojing, given his higher profile and the suitability of the target audience. The article poignantly detailed the devastation in White Dove City, depicting the construction of a massive crematorium outside the city, the desolate streets within, and the suffering of the populace afflicted by illness. Ideally, it would weave narratives of parents sacrificing for their children and the bond between a little girl and her grandmother, which, while reflective of reality, would require artistic embellishment to evoke tears from the noble women of the ninja world. Following this, it emphasized the humanitarian spirit of the ninja world, urging all factions to promote mutual assistance in overcoming the challenges posed by the pandemic. Once completed, preparations were made, and Yuan arranged for the newspaper staff to format and print the article while dispatching copies to other publications for distribution throughout the entire ninja world. He hoped for the success of this experiment. Outside White Dove City, a massive crematorium was hastily erected, billowing black smoke from its chimneys, the acrid scent permeating the area, carried by the sea breeze to all corners. Within the city, the streets lay eerily silent. Occasionally, a few members of the Chamber of Commerce, clad in protective gear, hurried past, tasked with delivering supplies and conducting inspections. Most shops along the streets remained closed, bearing signs indicating they had been disinfected or were temporarily out of business. At the port, the once bustling scene of shipping had vanished. Only a solitary ship remained docked. A group of chamber members busily unloaded boxes of medicines, rolls of bandages, and bags of food from the ship, their mechanical movements swiftly transporting the supplies to various medical points. Thus, in reality, White Dove City faced a crisis wherein the established system of power proved impotent in the face of adversity. Chapter 43, The Final Meeting. Dear friend, after the words of oil woman Ryoma echoed in the room, he silently slipped into the shadows, as if he had never existed in that space. Manado was left speechless, his brow furrowed deeply as he pondered over the implications. As a subordinate of Danzo, Ryoma's words could not be taken at face value. However, the safety of Kakashi weighed heavily on his mind. Realizing the urgency of uncovering the truth, Manado resolved to return to the Dove Chamber of Commerce and confront their leader directly. In the stillness of the night, the city of Dove appeared especially quiet, with only the lingering souls of the past wandering the streets. After ensuring everything was in order, Manado made his way to the rooftop of the building. He moved like a typical member of the Dove Chamber, gradually approaching the right-angled office, which fortuitously was unobstructed along the way. The windows were tightly shut, and the room was filled with the scent of sandalwood incense, providing a temporary respite from the antiseptic world outside. Right Angle removed the black blade from the wall and retrieved a long box from beneath the table to place the weapon inside. It seemed that an old friend would arrive tonight. The moonlight outside was bright and distant, with no ships upon the sea, returning to its natural state. The sound of the door opening announced Manado's entrance, clad in the vest of a leaf ninja. Good evening, President. Manado's voice was low and calm, devoid of any ulterior meaning. Right Angle turned to face him, and despite being mentally prepared, he felt a slight tremor in his heart, though he showed no signs of it. He instinctively adjusted the mask on his face, concealing his features even more. Lord Manado, what brings you here at this late hour? Right Angle's tone remained steady and unruffled. Manado and Appo's gaze was piercing as he locked eyes with Right Angle and spoke deliberately. I demand the return of Kakashi. Right Angle felt no concern. He had no intention of harming Kakashi. Thus, he planned to engage in some small talk before directing Manado to Dove Hospital, where it was likely that Kakashi had yet to awaken. Just as Right Angle was about to explain the situation to Manado, a shadow suddenly crashed through the window, landing heavily before them. Manado's eyes widened in horror as he recognized Kakashi, his body drenched in blood, his once white hair now stained crimson, breath faint and still. Kakashi, Manado exclaimed, rushing forward to assess his condition. At that moment, the figure of oil woman Ryoma appeared at the window, coldly declaring, the hidden rats of Dove City, trafficking arms, disrupting peace, antagonizing great nations, have slain the leaf ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Prepare to meet your end. With those words, as if issuing a decree of judgment, Ryoma formed hand seals, and a swarm of venomous insects surged toward Right Angle, leaving him no opportunity to explain himself. Caught off guard, Right Angle and Appo's thoughts darkened. He recognized this as Ryoma and Appo's scheme, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. He swiftly responded, wind release, great breakthrough, to fend off the approaching insects. At that moment, Right Angle's greatest concern was Manado's safety, for he had discerned that Ryoma's true aim was to ensnare Manado in his plans, and as for Kakashi, he cursed under his breath, fearing for Dove Hospital as well. Manado, lacking expertise in medical ninjutsu, saw Kakashi slipping further away from life, and was at a loss for what to do. He resorted to sealing techniques to halt Kakashi and Appo's condition from deteriorating further. Gently setting Kakashi aside, Manado flickered away, aiming to confront Right Angle. His thoughts were resolute. He must subdue the leader of Dove City before seeking answers. Right Angle, feeling helpless, dodged Manado's attacks while simultaneously fending off Ryoma's insects. Observing Manado's entry into the fray, Ryoma retreated into the shadows, watching the clash unfold. The next phase of his plan was to force Right Angle to use his Manjiki Sharingan, if Right Angle activated it. Regardless of whether he was the one who harmed Kakashi or not, Manado would be compelled to assist Ryoma in capturing him. After all, the Sharingan was a bloodline limit unique to the Leaf Village, and to taint oneself with another and Appo's bloodline limit was a grave taboo in the ninja world. The battlefield had shifted to the outskirts. Manado gathered blue chakra rapidly in his palm, forming a swirling blue sphere, the Rasengan, and hurled it towards Right Angle. The impact was thunderous as the Rasengan struck the mountainside, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. Right Angle could only defend himself with great difficulty, recognizing Ryoma's deceptive intentions, which prevented him from using his Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, he was left with no choice but to unleash his ninjutsu in retaliation. Rapidly forming hand seals, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Though lacking a natural affinity for fire, he had trained to master it, albeit at a slow pace. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Manado. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Manado effortlessly evaded the attack. However, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the fireball. Realizing that the chakra of the Dove City leader was not to be underestimated, Manado threw a kunai, following its trajectory to instantly vanish from sight, reappearing behind right angle. Ready to strike with the Rasengan aimed at his back. Right angle reacted swiftly, employing a substitution technique. The wooden dummy crumbled under the force of the Rasengan. How dare you underestimate me? Right angle exclaimed, quickly forming hand seals as dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbling ominously. Lightning release, heavenly punishment. A thick bolt of lightning tore through the sky, aimed directly at Manado. Yet, for Manado, it posed no threat. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, vanishing without a trace. Right angle's heart raced. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Manado had already appeared behind him. Instinctively, right angle spun around, unleashing a wind blade infused with powerful gusts, but Manado skillfully sidestepped the attack. Increasingly anxious, right angle felt beads of sweat trickling down his face. It felt as though Manado was everywhere at once. The battlefield was littered with Manado's kunai, trees, rocks, and mountains, all while he continued his relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, Manado gathered chakra in his right hand, his eyes fixed intently on right angle. This was no longer just about Kakashi. He was also curious about the eyes hidden beneath that mask. The chilling chakra emanating from right angle was palpable. The blue Rasengan took shape rapidly, streaking towards right angle like a shooting star. Realizing that if he did not utilize his Mangekyou Sharingan, he would likely be no match for Manado, right angle shouted desperately, "Manado, please. Come down. We can go together to check on Kakashi. The truth will reveal itself." The Rasengan grazed right angle, sending him flying through the air, where he managed to regain his footing after several somersaults. Yet, Manado showed no mercy. In the center of the battlefield, the Rasengan clashed violently against the opposing forces. Chapter 44. The Battle of Susanoo and the Flying Thunder God. In the heart of the battlefield, the spiraling sphere clashed fiercely with the reverse wave held by Huyen. Nearby, Oyu Ryoma, noticing that Yuan had yet to utilize his Mangekyou Sharingan, felt a surge of anxiety and decided to launch another attack on Yuan. With swift hand seals, a swarm of dense black insects poured forth from his sleeves, resembling a dark cloud as they surged toward Yuan. Meanwhile, the battle between Watergate and Huyen reached a critical point. Watergate ceased any further hesitation, unleashing his chakra to determine the outcome of the clash between the reverse wave and the spiraling sphere. Huyen was sent flying by the recoil, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, and the reverse wave slipping from his grasp, lying lifelessly nearby. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan's expression darkened. He could empathize with Watergate's feelings upon seeing Kakashi, but most importantly, he thought, "Do not underestimate me." Fire style, great fireball technique. Yuan formed hand seals, and in an instant, intense flames gathered in his mouth, morphing into a colossal fireball that surged forward, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, roaring toward the swarm of black insects. The crackling sound echoed all around as the insects were instantly consumed by the flames, releasing a nauseating scent of charred remains, billowing thick black smoke into the air. Seizing the moment of distraction, Yuan retreated and dodged Watergate's kunai, teleporting to another position. However, Watergate relentlessly pursued him, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to materialize right in front of Yuan. The chakra within the spiraling sphere surged visibly, and without further hesitation, Yuan's chakra erupted, flooding his eyes as the pattern of the mandala flower, Mangekyou Sharingan, spun wildly within its sockets. "Susanoo," Yuan called out, his voice resonating with power. Bang! The spiraling sphere struck against the pale red skeletal exterior of Susanoo, unable to advance any further. In that instant, even the air seemed to warp under the influence of an invisible force, with powerful shockwaves radiating outward from the point of impact, sending sand and debris soaring into the air, creating a chaotic cloud of dust around them. Watergate's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Yuan, encased in the pale red chakra of Susanoo. This is the divine power spoken of in the legends of the Uchiha clan. Who is he? Yet, instinctive combat experience prevented him from dwelling on these questions. Watergate quickly composed himself, teleporting away from the swirling dust. "Who are you? And why do you possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan of Konoha?" Watergate inquired, maintaining his combat stance. "If it weren't for those eyes, would I have perished beneath your spiraling sphere?" How did he know the name of that technique? At that moment, Yuan was not inclined to answer Watergate's questions. He was weary of the grandstanding of powerful ninjas who presumed to dictate the lives of others simply because of their strength. Such behavior was truly grotesque. Therefore, regardless of who stood before him, he declared, "Allow me to show you my wrath." Chakra surged around Yuan like a violent tsunami. His jaw clenched tightly as the mandala flower, Mangekyou pattern spun at an unprecedented speed. The pale red chakra shot upward, and the skeletal form of Susanoo rapidly transformed. Distinct layers of chakra visibly enveloped the bones, evolving into a four-armed warrior, with weapons glinting ominously in the light. Standing firm, Yuan towered over the battlefield like a great mountain, a manifestation of divine power. Watergate's expression hardened upon witnessing this. Is this the legendary power of the Uchiha? But he knew that at this moment, no words would hold weight. He resolved to give it his all. Watergate quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground, exclaiming, "Summoning technique." Boom. With a billow of smoke, the immense figure of Gamabunta appeared on the battlefield. The toad crouched, a smoking pipe in his mouth, gripping a short blade with his right hand. Looking up at the towering figure before him, Gamabunta's eyes reflected a serious concern. "Watergate, did you summon me to deal with this guy?" Gamabunta inquired, his voice deep and resonant. "Indeed, Bunta. This opponent is formidable and requires your utmost assistance," Watergate replied solemnly. He felt uncertain, while Oyu Ryoma had seemingly vanished from the scene. In his recollections, Yuan remembered Gamabunta's majestic entrances, but now he appeared merely as an unsightly creature. "Let me demonstrate the power of the divine," Yuan commanded, controlling Susanoo as all four arms moved in unison, swinging a massive battle axe toward Gamabunta and Watergate, the force of the swing lifting sand and debris from the ground, creating a miniature sandstorm. Watergate, however, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique once more, vanishing from his position and reappearing behind Susanoo. At the same time, Gamabunta opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful water release, iron cannon technique, resembling a surging water dragon as it charged towards Susanoo. Yuan reacted swiftly, raising Susanoo's left arm while a long spear emerged, meeting the water attack head-on. The collision generated a tremendous splash, sending steam billowing into the surroundings. The partial chakra armor on Susanoo's back absorbed Watergate's attack, leaving only a faint mark. Taking advantage of the obscuring steam, Watergate again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing above Gamabunta. "Bunta," he called out, prompting the toad to remain still as he expelled a torrent of oil. Watergate seized the opportunity to form hand seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, merging with Gamabunta's oil to create a stunning inferno that engulfed Susanoo. Yet Yuan, maintaining control over Susanoo, swiftly adjusted, allowing it to sprout legs and leap from the sea of flames. "Prepare to receive my attack." However, Watergate and Gamabunta vanished from sight, teleporting to a higher altitude. A kunai traced a trajectory through the air, revealing Watergate and Gamabunta's ascent. Gamabunta dove down from above, unsheathing the large blade at his side, bellowing, "You little brat, die." Yuan, caught in midair, had no time to evade and could only command Susanoo to block the strike. However, Watergate's spiraling sphere materialized at the joint where Susanoo held the blade. Bang! The spiraling sphere struck down with tremendous force, causing Susanoo's arm to tremble uncontrollably. The embodiment of Susanoo involuntarily leaned back slightly. This miscalculation meant that Susanoo's blade did not intercept Gamabunta's strike, as Yuan had intended, and the toad's massive sword plunged toward Yuan's Susanoo, aiming directly for his forehead. Chapter 45. The Battle of Susanoo and the Thunder God. In this moment, Rightbin found himself in a state of panic, hastily manipulating his chakra to envelop the center of Susanoo's brow with a thick layer, forming a helmet to barely withstand the fatal blow. He then plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater, dust swirling around him. Meanwhile, Manado and Gamabunta did not afford Rightbin a moment's respite. Utilizing the recoil, Gamabunta stabilized himself in midair, still clutching his smoking pipe, brandishing his large blade as he dove towards Rightbin like a black cannonball. "You little brat." Manado, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously appeared beside Susanoo. His kunai glimmered with a cold light, ready to coordinate with Gamabunta for a new wave of assault. Enduring the agonizing pain coursing through his body, Rightbin commanded Susanoo to rise slowly from the deep pit. Damn it! At this moment, although Susanoo appeared unchanged from the onset of battle, the faint red glow of chakra had noticeably dimmed. Observing the approaching adversaries in the sky, Rightbin retaliated by drawing back the longbow held within Susanoo's grasp. A massive chakra arrow coalescing into form. He aimed at Gamabunta and released the bowstring. The chakra arrow shot forth like a bolt of crimson lightning. Whoosh! Gamabunta found himself without any leverage midair, gripping his large blade tightly as he charged forward to meet the oncoming attack. Manado's gaze sharpened, realizing that Gamabunta might not withstand this strike, and hastily activated the Flying Thunder God mark previously inscribed on him, teleporting into the air. He then repeated the teleportation, bringing Gamabunta along to evade. On the ground, Manado knelt, panting heavily. "I don't have much chakra left. It seems I must resort to that move." This battle had taken a considerable toll on his chakra reserves. Gamabunta unleashed that technique. All right. Gamabunta, clearly not in optimal condition himself after nearly returning home, stood firm. The two of them faced Rightbin. Gamabunta initiated the first attack, opening his massive maw. Water release, iron cannonball. A colossal water sphere surged towards Susanoo at high speed. Manado, perceiving the threat, swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into his kunai before hurling it towards Susanoo. The kunai arced through the air, slicing through the wind directly towards Susanoo's neck. Rightbin's state had deteriorated significantly, his chakra faltering under the intensity of the confrontation. Furthermore, the presence of the oily-haired Ryoma loomed ominously. Nevertheless, Rightbin deftly evaded the water ball, and Gamabunta seized the opportunity, predicting Right Bin's movements, launching a new attack. He spewed forth a copious amount of viscous slime, ensnaring Susanu's legs, restricting its movement. Troublesome. The slime proved highly adhesive, and Susanoo struggled to break free. Right Bin recognized the urgency of the situation and rapidly sprouted the skeletal wings of Susanoo, yet it was too late. Manado seized this moment, employing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, appearing above Susanoo. A massive Rasengan formed in his hand, crashing down towards Susanoo and Appo's head. Instinctively, Right Bin commanded Susanoo to shield its head with its wings. Flying Thunder God, second stage. The colossal Rasengan did not strike the wings as Right Bin anticipated, but instead redirected towards his brow. Boom. The terrifying energy propelled Right Bin away, freeing him from the sticky confines beneath him. At that moment, Gamabunta, appearing behind Right Bin, propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, aiming for Susanoo's neck. Clang. However, the attack bore no fruit, and Right Bin seized the chance, delivering a punch to Gamabunta's abdomen. Boom. Smoke erupted, and Gamabunta returned home. Yet, Right Bin could no longer sustain the immense form of Susanoo. Its body began to dissipate rapidly, revealing Right Bin, who swayed unsteadily, blood trickling from his mouth, kneeling heavily, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Manado. Less than a month had passed since the battle at Nanhai, and he could not yet wield his Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, having fought to his utmost, Right Bin found himself at his limits. The members of the White Dove Chamber had long sensed the commotion outside the city and promptly arrived, discovering the clash between their leader and a Konoha ninja. They swiftly transported Kurenai and Kakashi to the White Dove Hospital. Manado regarded Right Bin, fatigue weighing heavily on him. This confrontation had exceeded his expectations. It appeared that further conflict was unnecessary. Realizing this, Manado acknowledged his impulsiveness, suspecting that the oily-haired Ryoma was likely the true mastermind behind it all. Yet, he could not simply withdraw now, as the matter of the Sharingan remained paramount. Moreover, who exactly was Right Bin? Manado had yet to witness his true form. Gradually rising to his feet, Manado coalesced another Rasengan in his hand, its radiance dimmed yet still brimming with formidable power. This battle must come to an end, he declared solemnly. Right Bin scoffed, forcing himself to stand. Although he recognized Manado's extraordinary talent, the fact that an ordinary person could push him, possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, into such a predicament was disconcerting. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Right Bin felt a wave of dizziness. This Susanoo truly drained his chakra. I have no choice, he thought, his gaze sharpening. Summoning technique. Resolute. He swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. As the smoke cleared, a massive serpent-like creature, adorned in azure scales, the dragon Yaksha, gradually emerged. Upon its appearance, it unleashed a deafening roar, the shockwave distorting the surrounding air. It initially locked its gaze on Right Bin but remained cautious, avoiding his eyes. Human, have you summoned me? Sensing Right Bin's precarious state, it refrained from further inquiry and turned its attention towards Manado. An instinct warned it that this individual was not to be trifled with. Yaksha, advance. Right Bin commanded, suppressing his pain without further explanation. At this point, Manado was likely nearing his limits. However, the reason for Right Bin's summoning of Yaksha was clear. The oily-haired Ryoma was still lurking in the shadows. The dragon Yaksha regarded Right Bin deeply before charging towards Manado. With its massive form in motion, it moved with astonishing speed, carving deep trenches into the ground as it passed. Due to their summoning contract, Yaksha and Right Bin could communicate silently through their minds. Human, why have you called me? We are fighting. No time for explanations. You human. I warned you against summoning me lightly. Fight quickly. This is no time for delay. Unbeknownst to them, Manado's eyes narrowed, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He had indeed encountered formidable resistance, and now a dragon joins the fray. He began to channel chakra, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique once more to evade Yaksha's impending attack. Now Yaksha, crack. Chapter 46. The true face of the Right Turn. At that moment, Right Turn felt a surge of inspiration and called out in his mind. Now, Yaksha? The fierce Yaksha abruptly turned, its enormous tail striking out like a thick iron rod. Bang! A deep, resounding noise reverberated through the air. The oily female dragon horse, having appeared from nowhere, was coincidentally sent flying by Yaksha and Appo's strike. Thud. It turned out to be a shadow clone technique. The oily female dragon horse clearly did not anticipate that its ambush would be uncovered. However, there was no need for further concealment. It stepped out from the side, maintaining its usual guise, revealing nothing about its true identity. Right Turn observed and thought to himself. As expected, he understood the intense desire Danzo had for the Sharingan, thereby surmising the oily female dragon horse's purpose for being there. Moreover, Right Turn believed that this was the perfect opportunity to seize his eyes, prompting the oily female dragon horse to act. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and discreetly instructed Yaksha to launch an attack. The oily female dragon horse swiftly formed hand seals, its hands moving like phantoms. remaining silent as a swarm of black insects surged forth from its body. It then retrieved a vial from its pocket, pouring the liquid onto the ground. As the liquid met the air, it rapidly evaporated, transforming into a bizarre green mist that seemed almost alive, eagerly creeping towards Yacha in right turn. A cold smile crept onto the oily female dragon horse's lips as it inwardly mused, foolish. It's poisonous. Right turn was about to use wind release to disperse the toxic smoke, but found himself unable to muster any strength. Damn it. How could I lose my power before the smoke even reached my face? He realized that this crafty adversary had clearly prepared for this encounter. Stop struggling. This is merely a bait. I had set this trap long before your meeting. Yacha, although not yet affected by the poison, was still cautious of the noxious mist in the air. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, attempting to create a barrier against the green fog. The mist hissed as it made contact with the water screen. Observing this, the oily female dragon horse quickly formed hand seals again, commanding the swarm of black insects to rush towards Yacha, targeting its eyes. Yacha swung its massive claws to swat away the approaching insects. But they were relentless in their assault. Soon, the creatures swarmed over Yacha's body, gnawing at its scales. In pain, Yacha roared and violently thrashed its body, trying to shake off the insects, but it was no easy task. These insects, known as bone-corroding bugs, were cultivated by the oily female dragon horse. With razor-sharp mandibles that contained deadly venom, Right Turn, though physically weakened, kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield. It was the first time he had experienced chakra depletion, and his eyes felt as if they were about to burst from the pressure. Without chakra, he could not sustain the Manjiki Sharingan's demands, and the ocular techniques required chakra to activate. He had initially held on to a powerful technique, but now he found himself in dire straits. Damn, if this continues, I may lose my life. He instinctively covered his eyes, wincing at the pain. Meanwhile, the battle was tipping in favor of the oily female dragon horse. Yacha, strong in its aquatic domain, could almost match Right Turn in strength, though Right Turn had not fought with all his might. But here, it was severely restricted. The size disparity made it difficult to combat the oily female dragon horse's cunning and agility, forcing Yacha into a defensive position. The battlefield became a stalemate, with the two combatants exchanging blows. Yacha attempted to shake off the bone-corroding bugs, but they, like parasites, burrowed into its flesh at the first opportunity. The poison from the bugs spread swiftly through Yacha's body, slowing its movements. Waves of agony crashed over it, blurring its consciousness. It struggled to retaliate with another stream of water aimed at the oily female dragon horse, yet this attack lacked its usual vigor. Curse those insects, Yacha thought, unable to believe that as the king of the South Sea, it would fall prey to such minuscule foes. As more bugs swarmed around it, Yacha could only fight back with great effort. The insects continued their relentless assault, their sharp mandibles piercing through scales and into flesh. Yacha writhed in pain, its tail thrashing violently in the air. With a thunderous roar, Yacha managed to shake off several bugs. Then, it unleashed a water sphere towards the oily female dragon horse. The oily female dragon horse effortlessly dodged, a mocking smile adorning its face as it formed hand seals once more, letting Yacha become entangled with the insects. It quickly advanced towards Right Turn. At that moment, Right Turn, paralyzed and drained of chakra, was incapable of any action. His consciousness began to blur, and the pain in his eyes intensified, only faintly perceiving a figure approaching him. Finally, darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. With Right Turn's mental connection severed, Yacha sensed the change and glanced back, no longer lingering, immediately dispelling its summoning state. Not a single human is worth my time. As the king of the South Sea, I shall not play with you. The battlefield was left desolate, filled only with the swarm of insects. The oily female dragon horse approached the unconscious Right Turn, crouching down to remove his mask, revealing his face. Since the transplantation of the Sharingan, Right Turn had rarely shown his visage to others. His dark hair obscured his forehead, and his once pristine face was now marred with blood from the recent battle. I, in no way Right Turn, have ultimately fallen into your grasp. What does not belong to you will never truly be yours. The oily female dragon horse spoke no more, preparing to pry open Right Turn's eyelids and extract his Sharingan. Just as its hand was about to touch Right Turn's eyes, a kunai was suddenly hurled from an unknown direction, hurtling directly towards the oily female dragon horse. Instinctively, it sidestepped, the kunai grazing its arm and drawing blood. Watergate, how truly foolish you are, the oily female dragon horse coldly remarked, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Watergate struggled to rise, still reeling from the oily female dragon horse's previous taunts. Chapter 47. Captain Xingho in the woods. Right Turn. Right Turn. He was not dead. He was indeed Right Turn June. At that moment, he could not fathom how Right Turn had traversed from the Konoha cemetery to this place. However, since that person was Right Turn June, it made sense that he possessed the Sharingan. The memory of Konoha Hospital flashed through Manado's mind. That must be Uchiha Yuzai. So, Jiraiya-sensei. Thus the files were false. The root vanished. In just a few breaths, Manado had roughly sorted out his thoughts regarding right turn. It was clear that YN Rima aimed to kill right turn and seize his eye. Manado had no time to dwell on the trivial details. He only knew that he must, by all means, protect right turn. Gazing at the figure on the ground, no longer the childish face he remembered, but rather right turn Jun. With unwavering resolve, Manado faced YN Rima, his hand tightly gripping the kunai. If you seek death so fervently, then let it be so. YN Rima formed hand seals, and a swarm of insects surged toward Manado. He hastily dodged, but his weakened body impeded his movements, and his arm was bitten by the insects, swelling instantly. After just one exchange, Manado, already lacking combat strength, succumbed once more. Right turn Jun, I am sorry, Manado thought as the toxins invaded his system, causing him to lose consciousness. Surrounding them were the guards of the White Dove Consortium, who wisely chose to remain at a distance, awaiting reinforcements rather than intervening in such a high-stakes battle. However, YN Rima, a competent villain, was acutely aware that villains often perish due to excessive dialogue, and paid them no mind as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps and clamorous voices echoed from afar. Reinforcements from the White Dove Consortium had arrived. Apart from the necessary forces to maintain order in White Dove City, nearly all high-ranking officials and security teams had gathered. Upon seeing the unconscious Right Turn and Manado, a wave of shock washed over them. After all, the president was their pillar of strength, and even the captain was oblivious to the circumstances. Moreover, a Konoha ninja lay beside them. Their gazes turned toward YN Rima and the swirling mass of dark insects above, fear creeping into their expressions. President! President! Some boldly called out, but none dared to approach. YN Rima dismissed them, thinking of them as nothing more than creatures inferior to insects. Once he had the opportunity, he would deal with them. With a swift motion, YN Rima donned gloves, casually prying open Right Turn's eyelid to extract an eye. Blood gushed forth, Right Turn's face contorting in pain, yet he remained unconscious, devoid of any power to resist. YN Rima cupped the eyeball in his palm, holding it up to the light to scrutinize the mandala pattern, utterly absorbed. Is this the source of the legendary Uchiha's divine power, the strength even Danzo yearned for? A glimmer of excitement flickered in YN Rima's eyes as he carefully placed the eye into a specially crafted container. Just then, some members of the White Dove Consortium finally took action. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. A fireball the size of a refrigerator erupted from one of them, hurtling toward YN Rima. Without uttering a word, YN Rima stood to face the fireball, forming hand seals. Water-style, water wave technique. A torrent of water surged forth, effortlessly extinguishing the fireball. The collision of water and fire produced a thick cloud of smoke that rapidly enveloped the battlefield. The members of the White Dove Consortium found their vision obstructed, panic rising as they shouted to locate one another, yet they dared not act rashly. Amidst the smoke, YN Rima remained unmoved, his gaze icy. Since you seek death, allow me to fulfill your wish. He formed hand seals with remarkable speed, murmuring incantations, while the insects around him began to stir restlessly. Under his command, they surged through the smoke like black arrows, targeting the hidden members of the White Dove Consortium. A scream pierced the fog as a member of the consortium was struck by the insects, collapsing to the ground in agony. His body rapidly covered in red spots as the toxin spread. The others, hearing the cry, were filled with dread, yet the smoke obscured YN Rima's location, leaving them to blindly employ ninjutsu for defense. Water-style, water barrier. Earth-style, earth wall. Some conjured water curtains to fend off the insects, while others erected earthen walls seeking temporary shelter. YN Rima remained stationary, indifferent to the chaos unfolding before him. The dark swarm of insects continued to pour into the smoke, punctuated by the cries of the consortium members and their anguished moans. It was merely a one-sided slaughter, utterly uninspiring. As YN Rima prepared to continue extracting Right Turn Sharingan, he suddenly recoiled. A sword sliced through the smoke, relentlessly pursuing YN Rima's throat. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly leaned back, the blade grazing his nose and tearing through his mask. Who? YN Rima never anticipated that the White Dove Consortium harbored such an individual capable of approaching him silently. With a swift hand gesture, a swarm of insects formed a defensive barrier before him. Emerging from the smoke was a black-haired man clad in simple attire, wielding a sword. This was Lin Jian, the captain of the Xingho team, established under Right Turn's guidance. A wandering ninja from the South Sea, Lin Jian had once crossed paths with Right Turn during a voyage, leading to a misunderstanding and a duel. Lin Jian's swordsmanship was exceptional, but Right Turn ultimately outmatched him, resulting in Lin Jian's 3-year stay with the White Dove Consortium, during which he could challenge Right Turn at any time. Over that period, he had significantly improved, becoming the sole upper ninja of the White Dove Consortium and the captain of the Xingho team. Lin Jian had believed that his initial strike represented his best opportunity, yet it had ultimately failed. Now, he unconsciously held the sword before him. The buzzing of the wings unsettled him. YN Rima lightly flicked his fingers, and the dark swarm of insects lunged forward. Lin Jian moved with ghostly agility, his sword dancing as he cleaved through the approaching insects. His feet nimble as he circled Yn Rima, seeking an opening for attack. Aware that he could not match Rima from a distance, Lin Jian focused on close combat. However, after several exchanges, fatigue began to set in. A moment's lapse led to a small insect landing on Lin Jian's hand. Like Manado before him, red spots rapidly appeared on his skin as the toxin spread. In mere moments, without Yn Rima needing to act, Lin Jian collapsed, motionless, his life extinguished. Chapter 48. Subtle probing. Let us redirect our gaze to the enigmatic realm of the Tea Kingdom. Your Highness, all the routes surrounding White Dove City have been sealed off, and troops have been dispatched to guard them. There should be no risk of unrest. A guard stepped out of the tent, adorned with purple and gold patterns, to report. Should be no risk of unrest. The guard hesitated, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, assuring his superior that he would stake his life on it. Has there been any unusual movement from the White Dove merchants? Your Highness, the White Dove merchants have completely locked down White Dove City, making it difficult to ascertain any activities. The guard lowered his head, his gaze falling on the gilded deer leather boots of the Tea faction. With a disdainful snort, the Tea faction unfurled his folding fan with a swift motion. You may leave. The guard rose promptly and exited the tent. The encampment stretched for miles, with the Tea faction's forces fully prepared to march towards the capital at any moment. In the center of the military camp stood a pitch-black command tent alongside a purple gold-bordered tent exclusive to the Tea faction. The interior was simply arranged, devoid of opulence or extravagance. The Tea faction stood up, pacing back and forth within the spacious tent, his mind preoccupied with the situation regarding the White Dove merchants. He had witnessed the prowess of the Right Bend faction, which was undoubtedly extraordinary. He had hoped to leverage their strength upon entering the capital, but unforeseen circumstances had thwarted his plans. Moreover, the damned outbreak in White Dove City had jeopardized the supplies he was counting on, fueling his frustration. Earlier that morning, he had intended to approach the Right Bend's tent to inquire if they could relinquish control of their ships, which were of no use to the White Dove merchants at present. Although it was still dark, he had been consumed by thoughts throughout the night, disregarding the time. After all, he had come to pay his respects personally. Yet, upon lifting the tent flap of the Right Bend, he fortuitously witnessed Right Bend dissipating into smoke. Though he was not a ninja, he was surrounded by them. How dare the scoundrel use a shadow clone to deceive me? The Tea faction narrowed his squinty eyes. What on earth is the White Dove merchants up to? He muttered to himself, his gaze betraying a hint of malice. It appears they are unwilling to reveal their true intentions. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside, and a guard entered, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, Lord Yinxiang requests an audience. The Tea faction frowned slightly. Yinxiang was the envoy from the White Dove merchants stationed here for communication. His request for an audience at such a time suggested something amiss in White Dove City. Let him enter, the Tea faction commanded in a low voice. Yinxiang entered the tent, wearing a wry smile. He was equally shocked and helpless upon receiving a confidential report from the merchants early that morning. Truly, calamities do not come singly. However, they had no choice. The White Dove merchants were besieged from without by fierce tigers and within by starving wolves, necessitating swift action. Yinxiang gathered his thoughts and stepped forward, respectfully greeting the Tea faction. Your Highness. The Tea faction did not respond to his salutation, merely regarding him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Yinxiang, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I wish to inquire about your chairman's intentions. What exactly is the White Dove merchants playing at? Why did Lord Xiaojing resort to a shadow clone to brush me off? Yinxiang's heart tightened, yet his exterior remained composed. He was aware of the chairman's latest situation from the confidential report, pinned by the vice chairman himself, ensuring its authenticity. The task assigned to him was to stabilize the Tea faction for the time being. They understood that if the Tea faction learned of the merchants' current predicament, the elite forces decimated. The chairman's fate unknown, he would undoubtedly dispatch troops to seize the merchants, putting their foundation in jeopardy. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. The recent pandemic in White Dove City has wreaked havoc, and the entire merchants organization is doing everything possible to respond. Chairman Yuan has been working tirelessly day and night. Perhaps he is simply overwhelmed and resorted to this desperate measure. The Tea faction snorted derisively. Humph, an unspeakable predicament? Your White Dove merchants are prosperous and extensive. Merely a slight loss of resources and manpower due to a minor epidemic has thrown you into disarray, even necessitating a lockdown. Such overreactions. Just a few commoners have perished. Why indulge in such theatrics instead of gathering supplies for me? Do you not realize that without my influence, the White Dove merchants would not enjoy such prosperity? The Tea faction fixed a discontented gaze upon Yinxiang, his words dripping with disdain. This is the moment for my grand ambitions, and yet you falter here. I suspect you harbor ulterior motives. The ships remain idle. I wish to borrow them for deployment, yet you find countless excuses to refuse. This was an unfounded accusation, as he was merely venting his frustration. Now even your chairman resorts to shadow clones. What does that imply if not guilt? Yinxiang, taken aback by the tirade, seized the opportunity to clarify. Your Highness, please see clearly. we are not shirking our responsibilities. The pandemic has severely impacted the merchants, and all ships have been dispatched to the southern seas, currently mobilizing supplies for your highness. As for sealing off the routes, it is to prevent the spread of the epidemic and protect the citizens of the Tea Kingdom. If our negligence were to cause the virus to reach your highness's army, our sins would be unforgivable. Upon hearing this, the Tea faction's expression softened slightly, yet his true intention lay elsewhere. He could not believe that a mere epidemic would cause the right Ben to resort to shadow clones unless. Thus, he adopted a more conciliatory tone. At present, I intend to march to the capital to rally support. It is a time when I require assistance from all quarters. Yet the White Dove merchants are responding so passively that I cannot help but question your loyalty. I had no desire to speak at length, but with my subordinates gathered here, it is inevitable that rumors will circulate. Yin Xiang sighed inwardly, fully aware that the Tea faction harbored ambitions of annexation. If he did not provide sufficient justification, the White Dove merchants would surely face calamity. He steadied himself, standing tall, and spoke earnestly. Your Highness, the loyalty of the White Dove merchants to you is as bright as the sun and moon. Despite the impact of the pandemic, we are still striving to prepare supplies for you. It is simply a challenging process, and I hope for your understanding. As for Chairman, he will soon personally come to our camp to apologize to your Highness. Yin Xiang spoke like a river of words, knowing he had no other option but to placate him for the time being. The Tea faction narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yin Xiang in silence for a moment before abruptly shifting his tone. Then I shall await the arrival of Lord Xiao Jing. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Yin Xiang's heart raced. This unexpected shift made him uneasy. Does he already? Yet, he maintained his composure, feigning calmness and bowing once more. Yes. The Tea faction stood, slowly pacing before Yin Xiang, gazing intently at him. He cared not for the veracity of Yin Xiang and Appo's words. He only knew that the supplies were real and that their chairman was alive and well. You are a wise man, Yin Xiang, capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. My reputation for valuing talent is known far and wide. You are always welcome here. I shall await your arrival with open arms. Chapter 49, Urgent Dispatch. Headquarters issues immediate order. Chop-Eye ceased his discourse, gesturing for Iwado to depart. Iwado, relieved, responded promptly, yes. Your Highness, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave to expedite the resource procurement. Chop-Eye gave a subtle nod, and Iwado retreated. Upon exiting the tent, Iwado exhaled deeply, his brow beaded with perspiration. The dawn was just beginning to break. He was cognizant that this was merely a temporary appeasement of Chop-Eye, a measure of expediency, and that the true peril facing the White Pigeon Merchant Guild remained unabated. Iwado dragged his weary frame back to his encampment, intending to summon the guild's key members stationed there to deliberate on the next course of action. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered. Iwado wore a grave expression. The immediate priority was to ascertain the fate of the chairman and the events transpiring in White Pigeon City, of which he was entirely uninformed. Iwado was not among the original members of Project Spark. Rather, he was a native of White Pigeon City. Upon Right Ben's directive for the guild to recruit local talent to facilitate governance, Iwado applied and was accepted. Although lacking the aptitude for ninjutsu, his acumen led to his assignment as a liaison in Chop-Eye's residence after 6 months at sea. As a local, Iwado and his family had directly benefited from the transformation of the desolate docks into the thriving White Pigeon City and the implementation of various pro-people policies following the arrival of the White Pigeon Merchant Guild. Therefore, he genuinely feared any misfortune befalling the guild, knowing the avarice of the old aristocracy of the tea country. Should the guild fall into their grasp, it would be a catastrophe. Thus, the current predicament was stark and brutally straightforward. If the chairman survived, the White Pigeon Merchant Guild had a glimmer of hope. If Right Ben met with tragedy, the guild would likely perish as well. White Pigeon City was cloaked in silence. The bustling atmosphere of the White Pigeon Merchant Guild headquarters was absent. Humatsai hurriedly emerged from an office, panting as he ascended to the vice-chairman's office on the top floor. Chairman, dozens of individuals followed Humatsai, carrying telegraph machines in an orderly procession. Chairman, all the guild's telegraph machines are here. Spare me the formalities. Prepare yourselves and transcribe my dictation. The group swiftly arranged themselves, adjusting the telegraph frequencies, filling the once empty office with a cacophony of noise. Humatsai, clutching a sheet filled with notes, rose and briskly approached a machine. Machine 1, listen closely. Transmit to the Huahu Island Liaison Office for immediate attention. Assemble all available combat personnel and prepare to withdraw to White Pigeon City. Maintain utmost secrecy, return in staggered groups, and avoid drawing attention. Humatsai. The telegraph machine rattled and clicked. After the transmission, Humatsai furrowed his brow, staring intently at the machine, lost in thought. Machine 2. Listen closely. Transmit to the Eastern Port Liaison Office for immediate attention. Dispatch naval vessels to the South Sea to fully support personnel evacuation. Eastern Port, aside from White Pigeon City, was the most prosperous port controlled by the White Pigeon Merchant Guild in the South Sea. Most of the vessels not currently on assignment were stationed there. It also served as the Guild and Appos' secondary hub, poised to assume all functions of White Pigeon City in the event of its fall. Machine 3, listen closely, transmit to the 7th Fleet Command for immediate attention. Cease southward advance and return to White Pigeon Waters to fulfill patrol and defense duties. The 7th Fleet, specially established by Right Bend as a long-range fleet, possessed considerable strength and comprised elite ninja from the White Pigeon Merchant Guild, tasked with exploring the oceans. Machine 4, listen closely, transmit to Doha Island. Humatsai observed the telegraph operators and Appos' frantic activity, paused, gritted his teeth, and declared, send to every unit, without further delay, and execute immediately. Under the urgent directive from headquarters, liaison offices in various locations sprang into action. Resuming the narrative, Yunvlongma continued his indiscriminate slaughter of the White Pigeon Merchant Guild's elite in the mist. Insects, you deserve only despair. Scalding blood sprayed into the air, then cooled as it splattered onto the crimson ground. Right Bend, seemingly lifeless on the ground, suddenly twitched. The excruciating pain of having his eyes gouged out briefly restored a flicker of consciousness in his unconsciousness. The piercing agony. Right Bend slowly opened his remaining eye, vaguely perceiving Yunvlongma's unrestrained figure and hearing the agonizing cries of familiar voices from the White Pigeon Merchant Guild. His gaze swept across the surroundings, landing upon Lin Jian, who had collapsed nearby, on the verge of death. A wry smile crossed his face. It seemed the White Pigeon Merchant Guild was doomed. Suddenly, a desperate notion flashed through Right Bend's mind. If he could make it work, there might be a sliver of hope. Humans imbued with the desire for survival often unleash strength and resolve beyond their ordinary capabilities. Right Bend mustered every ounce of his remaining strength, struggling with one hand to reach his other eye socket, where an eye had been gouged out. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he plucked out his remaining eye. Ugh! Right Bend involuntarily emitted a painful moan. Crimson blood gushed from the ghastly cavity, streaming down Right Bend and Appos' dust and tear-stained face, once again soaking his dark red garments. His hand trembled as he extended the Sharingan toward Lin Jian, whispering weakly. Right Bend was at the end of his strength, his body on the verge of collapse. Lin Jian, quickly, use it. However, his voice was too faint, lost in the chaos of the battlefield, and went practically unheard. Right Bend expended his last iota of strength, placing the Sharingan in Lin Jian's hand before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Lin Jian was severely poisoned, his consciousness clouded. But upon suddenly touching the warm, blood-soaked Sharingan, his muddled mind cleared somewhat, and he grasped Right Bend's intention. He was unaware of what the Sharingan was, let alone the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but Lin Jian had personally led the Spark Squad on the ship during the previous South Sea battle. He had witnessed the power of those strange and alluring eyes, a power akin to that of a god. Lin Jian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and completed the process of removing and installing the eye. The sounds in the mist gradually subsided until complete silence reigned. Yunvlongma returned to Right Bend, pausing in surprise upon seeing him lying face down on the ground, a position different from when he had gouged out his eyes. He then muttered, a futile struggle. Truly foolish. He crouched down and turned Right Bend and Appos' body over. Not good. Lin Jian kept his eyes closed tightly, his forehead covered in sweat as he focused his mind, attempting to establish a connection with the eye. He felt a cold chakra slowly engulfing his entire brain, as if his head was about to explode. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching into an eternity. Finally, the Sharingan flickered almost imperceptibly, and a peculiar power began to surge in Lin Jian and Appos' eyes. The mandala pattern began to rotate once more. Chapter 50. Irretrievable in this moment, Lin Jian and Appos' eyes snapped open, revealing the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye. Instantly, the world around him seemed to be redefined. The clarity of his surroundings surged geometrically. He surveyed the fog-laden battlefield, where once indistinct shapes now appeared vividly, every detail laid bare. With the power of the Sharingan, he possessed the miraculous technique of Heavenly Guardian, enabling him to reverse causality. This technique could select an individual within a certain range who had inflicted damage upon another, reversing the harm back upon the perpetrator while simultaneously restoring the target's physical state to that of the assailant, encompassing health, chakra, and stamina. Despite the chaos within his body and the pain in his eyes, Lin Jian had no time to dwell on his discomfort. The scant chakra remaining was being mercilessly drained by the Sharingan. Yet, he remained composed. The looming threat demanded that he restore the president, albeit the latter had already lost his sight and significantly weakened. Lin Jian lamented his own inadequacy against such formidable foes. Heavenly Guardian. The technique activated as his chakra was voraciously siphoned by the Sharingan. Though the process lasted merely a few seconds, he felt his body tremble with the loss of chakra. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his breath quickening. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint. No. His chakra was far insufficient to execute the Heavenly Guardian and restore the president. The situation was dire. Observing the lifeless figure of UNV Longma, he quickly adjusted his strategy, flipping the body over before concealing himself, preparing for the opportune moment. After a brief interval, UNV Longma turned over the body. It was a grave miscalculation. Instinctively, UNV Longma and Apos' gaze met Lin Jian and Apos' Crimson Sharingan. Amaterasu. Jinjutsu. UNV Longma appeared utterly unprepared, ensnared by Lin Jian's nascent illusion technique. Confident that he had ensnared UNV Longma, Lin Jian lunged forward, his sword glinting coldly as he aimed for the immobilized figure, eager to comprehend the situation swiftly. Yet, just as the sword and Apos' tip was about to make contact, the entrapped UNV Longma dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Lin Jian and Apos' heart sank. It was a shadow clone. Before he could react, a fierce wind surged from behind, prompting him to instinctively dodge to the side. The real UNV Longma emerged from the shadows, expressionless and resolute. Countless insects converged from all directions, a black tide surging towards Lin Jian. Aware of the danger these creatures posed, he refrained from confronting them directly. Instead, he relied on the meticulous observational prowess of the Sharingan, wielding his sword with precision to sever the encroaching insects. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Waves upon waves, rendering him powerless. The outcome was inevitable. Lin Jian fell to the ground, chakra depleted, limbs unresponsive, vision blurring. UNV Longma approached him slowly, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. The tragic irony of a man grasping the true essence of power only in his final moments. Lin Jian's life ebbed away. UNV Longma extracted the Sharingan from Lin Jian's eye sockets before departing. The body of UNV Longma lay lifeless, unrecognizable, with tender green shoots faintly emerging from the eye sockets. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted behind UNV Longma, signaling the completion of the task. Among those present, only Watergate remained alive. Upon learning of these events, the T faction swiftly dispatched troops to seize control of White Dove City. Before Huma Kai's battle fleet could arrive, White Dove City had already fallen. With the strongest forces lost, the White Dove Merchant Association descended into disunity. Though Huma Kai held the title of vice president, the ninja world revered strength above all. The second-generation leadership of the White Dove Merchant Association, headed by Huma Kai, gradually retreated, confining themselves to the South Sea. Upon hearing of UNV Longma's demise and the lack of official support from the T country's government, ambitious figures incited the islanders to revolt, burning down the Merchant Association and Apos' establishments and slaughtering its members. The Merchant Association, embroiled in internal power struggles, could do little to intervene. Factions such as the Spark faction, Local faction, and South Sea faction contended fiercely. The Spark faction itself was divided into the Akatsuki faction and the UNV faction. Huma Kai fortified his standing within the Merchant Association with the assistance of Yen. Retaining ties with the Akatsuki due to the presence of original members of the Spark Plan, the Merchant Association intermittently supplied resources to them. Once Hu Yan ascended as the third president, the Merchant Association severed all connections with the mainland, focusing exclusively on development in the South Sea, establishing itself as the indigenous force of the region. As for the chaos that erupted in the city, the T faction and Apos' strategy was ruthless. Kill a multitude, then replace them. A method that proved effective. Despite the apparent brutality, the results were significant. After all, the ninja world was never lacking in manpower. However, the T faction ultimately failed to seize the title of daimyo, as Watergate and Apos' team returned to Konoha a month later, each member heading to their respective battlefronts. The T faction continued its advance toward the capital, but in the realm of political maneuvering and military confrontation, they were thoroughly outmatched by the Crown Prince, who possessed legitimacy. In a final act of desperation, the daimyo of the T country, a puppet of the Crown Prince, summoned his sons, who had all been subdued by the Crown Prince, and through persuasive words managed to quell the hostilities. Upon learning of this development, the Akatsuki dispatched assassins to eliminate the T faction, leading to the rise of Cha Tu as the daimyo of the T country, who reclaimed White Dove City. The influx of political elements stripped White Dove City of its former glory. In the span of merely a year and a half, this city, once desolate, then prosperous, had begun its descent into decline. UNV Longma had perished. Watergate succumbed during the Ninetales upheaval, while the Akatsuki fell under the influence of Obito. It seemed as if nothing had changed, fitting the mundane prefix of his existence. But did it truly? For his presence had imbued the South Sea of the ninja world with laughter and joy beyond measure. Moreover, he left behind a few slender booklets. Perhaps, decades or centuries later, these humble volumes would ignite a fervent wave of revolution. In that distant future, perhaps someone would remember UNV Longma. Perhaps someone would say, he was, indeed, a legend. The end. Chapter 51. Choose the Watergate, continuing from Chapter 49. Selection 2. If there is a Watergate, choose the Watergate. In the depths of the forest, Lin Jian's eyes suddenly flew open, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan vividly manifesting in his right eye. Instantly, the world around him seemed to be redefined, the clarity of his surroundings increasing exponentially. His gaze swept across the mist-shrouded battlefield. What was once a vague scene now revealed every minute detail with stunning clarity. Furthermore, the ability of the Sharingan, known as Heavenly Preservation, possessed the extraordinary power to reverse causality. It allowed the user to select an individual within a certain range who had inflicted harm upon a target, and then to invert the causality, redirecting that harm back to the aggressor while simultaneously restoring the target's physical state to match that of the aggressor, including health, chakra, and stamina. For the moment, Lin Jian pushed aside the turmoil within his body, the throbbing pain in his eyes, and the meager chakra mercilessly drained by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He desperately searched the battlefield. Even with this newfound eye, he could not confront Yun Ryomo alone. Although the president was formidable, he was now blind and on the brink of collapse. Finally, Lin Jian's gaze landed on the distant figure of bluffing Shuemin, who lay weakly on the ground, silent. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Lin Jian recalled the intelligence gathered by the personnel stationed here. This leaf ninja had also been wounded by Yun Ryomo, which meant that the enemy of his enemy could be a potential ally. The strength of a leaf ninja should not be underestimated. Perhaps this ninja could turn the tide of battle. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for Lin Jian to ponder further. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind to take a gamble, enduring the discomfort in his body. Heavenly Preservation. He locked onto bluffing Shuemin as the target, intending to redirect the damage he sustained back to Yun Ryomo, thus restoring Shuemin's condition. Lin Jian's body trembled violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his breathing rapid like a worn-out bellows. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly. He had just conducted a rough eye transplant, and his mastery over the Sharingan was akin to a blank slate. Employing Heavenly Preservation felt like attempting to teach a class immediately after passing the teaching certification exam. With a wave of dizziness, his right eye burned with intense heat, and darkness engulfed him. He collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, over at Yun Ryomo's side, an alarming sensation gripped him as he clutched his chest, a look of agony crossing his face, clearly affected by the technique of Heavenly Preservation. On the other hand, Shuemin slowly opened his eyes, rising swiftly to assess the battlefield. Though he remained somewhat unclear about his situation, why he had suddenly regained chakra and stamina, he was certain it had something to do with the White Dove Consortium. Yun Ryomo, possessing inherent resistance, swiftly recovered from the brief pain. Cursed, Yun Ryomo thought to himself, turning to see Lin Jian on the ground. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes enlightened him to the situation. Just as he reached for Lin Jian and Appo's Sharingan, a flash of golden lightning appeared in an instant. Though the circumstances were still unclear, Shuemin resolutely declared, "You will not harm them any further." He seized Yun Ryomo's outstretched hand. The right bender seemed to be their leader, and regardless of the outcome, he had to thwart Yun Ryomo and Appo's actions. Wolfing Shuemin. Yun Ryomo felt a jolt of surprise, but he did not halt his movement. The hand captured immediately transformed into a swarm of green insects that surged towards Shuemin. In the blink of an eye, Shuemin shifted positions, appearing behind Yun Ryomo. A kunai shimmering with lethal intent aimed directly at his vital points. Yun Ryomo reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping while a swarm of insects lunged at Shuemin. Shuemin's figure flickered as he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the oncoming swarm with ease. Internally, he marveled at Yun Ryomo's strength and astonishing reflexes. Yun Ryomo steadied himself, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Wolfing Shuemin, do not think I will spare you for your repeated interruptions. With that thought, he formed hand seals, gathering swarms of insects into a colossal insect beast. This insect beast towered 3 stories high, its body encased in a hard black exoskeleton, exhaling noxious black mist that corroded the earth beneath it. Upon witnessing this, Shuemin felt a sense of relaxation, although his expression remained grave. He knew that as a mobile fighter, he could deliver a fatal blow if he timed it correctly. In a flash, the massive black insect buzzed toward bluffing Shuemin. Rasengan, a high-velocity spinning blue chakra sphere formed in Shuemin and Appo's hand, hurtling towards Yun Ryomo. Yun Ryomo was caught off guard. Damn, when did he? The moment he realized, Shuemin had already thrust the blue sphere into Yun Ryomo's chest. Yun Ryomo was unable to evade, with no shadow clones or substitutes left. The Rasengan made contact with a resounding explosion, a scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Yun Ryomo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Shuemin's Rasengan was immensely powerful, landing a solid hit on Yun Ryomo. Struggling, Yun Ryomo staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Shuemin. However, he knew the situation had shifted. With bluffing Shuemin present, he could no longer act freely. Thus, acquiring another Sharingan was no longer an option. Casting a furtive glance at the pouch containing a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Yun Ryomo decided to retreat. He resolved to withdraw without hesitation, disappearing into the night. Shuemin did not pursue. Recognizing that the priority was to attend to Right Bender's life or death, he quickly rushed to Lin Jian's side to assess his injuries. Although Lin Jian was unconscious, his life was not in danger. Shuimin breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to Right Bender. Right Bender lay with empty eyes, two large skulls gazing at the sky. Dark red blood caked on his cheeks, trailing down his chin, staining his clothes with deep, dark splotches, nearly lifeless. Shuimin could not afford to delay. He swiftly lifted Right Bender and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting him at maximum speed to the White Dove Hospital. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Huyin were also receiving treatment at the White Dove Hospital. Afterward, Shuimin returned to the battlefield, transporting the severely injured members of the White Dove Consortium to the hospital. Following their rescue, Lin Jian and several surviving members were out of immediate danger and continued to live. Vice President Huma, having received news from the hospital, rushed to the facility. How is the president? Chapter 52. Return to Konoha. 3 days have passed. The fluorescent lights in the intensive care unit buzz incessantly. The president remains in a state of coma, his vital signs barely hovering at the lowest threshold, teetering on the edge of. Huma, having visited for the 3rd time today, leaned against the observation window, peering inside, only to be met with a cold, white curtain, revealing nothing further. These past few days have left him disoriented, overwhelmed not only by the epidemic pressure in White Dove City, but also by the alarming news from Awagakure, where the T faction and their forces loom ominously nearby. The moment the White Dove Chamber of Commerce reveals any sign of weakness, they will pounce, ready to consume White Dove City entirely. Meanwhile, the elite members of the chamber have suffered catastrophic losses, and with the highest combatant, the president, still uncertain of his fate, their strength has significantly waned. Reports from the Nanhai Islands continue to flood in, inquiring about the situation in White Dove City. Alas, the White Dove Chamber finds itself in a perilous predicament. Huma has even sent out a distress signal to the Akatsuki headquarters. His mind raced, desperately trying to concoct a comprehensive solution. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the corridor, prompting Huma to instinctively glance back while seated outside the intensive care unit. He had ordered that anyone wishing to see the president must submit a formal request in advance, barring all others from entry. Leave him to me. Your insistence may only worsen the president's condition. Standing 2 meters away was Manado Namikaze, his face etched with evident fatigue. Over the past few days, he had tirelessly returned to the tea capital to gather information from Obito and Rin, then rushed to White Dove City, scarcely affording himself a moment's respite. Manado and Appo's lips were drawn tight, resembling a bowstring under tension. The current state of affairs in the T faction was undoubtedly precarious, teetering on a fragile equilibrium. Any misstep could precipitate a disaster, and thus, he yearned to bring the president back to Konoha for treatment. After all, Konoha possesses the strongest medical capabilities in the ninja world, with Tsunade Senju at the helm. Furthermore, he wielded the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing arts, which could help stabilize the president's condition to some extent. Yet, the pressing issue remains. The White Dove Chamber is unwilling to relinquish the president. Manado had already explained the situation to Huma, the vice president of the White Dove Chamber. The president is a ninja of Konoha, and as a friend, Manado assured them that Konoha would ensure his recovery. However, the chamber remains unconvinced. The entanglements are indeed complex. Yet, for the sake of the president's life, Manado must insist on bringing him back. As for what follows, the Sharingan had been secretly bestowed upon the president by Manado. Currently, only Danzo is privy to this fact. As for the president and Appo's status as the leader of the White Dove Chamber, Manado and Appo's thoughts spiraled. Regardless, with his presence, he could appeal to Jiraiya for leniency, ensuring the president would not face severe repercussions. Should Shimura Danzo dare to play tricks again, Manado would show no mercy. Snapping back to the present, he noticed Huma blocking the observation window. The chamber and Appo's doctors were still preparing new medications. You have no means. Your president's condition is exceedingly complex. Manado raised his hand, signaling with his gaze. Your president harbors 2 conflicting forces within. Without the Sharingan, he is on the brink of losing balance. He detected not only the chilling chakra unique to the Uchiha, but also a completely contrary force brimming with vitality. Manado was not well versed in these matters, but surmised that the president's significant power increase was intertwined with these forces, based on his interactions with Danzo. Suddenly, the scent of disinfectant in the corridor became overwhelming. Huma recalled the unsettling and mysterious eyes. One still resided within the forest, and his own situation was not promising. The heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. Huma dashed into the patient room, nearly tripping over the 4-line. The president lay ensconced in bandages, with only 2 dark holes where his eyes had once been. Inside the room, the doctors quickly surrounded the president's bedside. Their expressions tense as they scrutinized the various instrument readings. Heart rate plummeting, blood pressure critical. A doctor exclaimed anxiously. Huma stood by, hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, gazing at the lifeless figure of the president, momentarily at a loss. Manado followed closely behind, his brow furrowed. Let me try, he said. Stepping forward, Huma, however, intercepted him. I will first stabilize his condition with sealing techniques. After a moment's hesitation, Huma relented. Watching Manado's deft actions, the president's condition began to stabilize. The two men exited the patient room, enveloped in silence. Huma finally resolved, I can agree to your request to take him. We depart this afternoon. Manado hesitated, wishing desperately to leave immediately, for each passing moment heightened the president's peril. Yet, meeting Huma's resolute gaze, he could only nod in resignation. After one last glance at the president, Manado turned and headed towards Kakashi and Appo's room. As Huma bid farewell to Manado, he re-entered the patient room, contemplating the gaping holes where the president's eyes had been, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He turned to the doctors, instructing, procure a set of ordinary eyes for the president. The doctors paused, slightly bewildered, yet quickly set to work. They carefully affixed a pair of standard eyes from the medical supply inventory onto the president. Huma and Appo's intentions were not difficult to decipher. He had gleaned enough about these eyes from Manado. Although these were a gift from the president and Appo's friend, the matter of bloodline limits was of considerable significance. Irrespective of its origin, even as a mere merchant, he had heard whispers. Moreover, these eyes belonged to the Uchiha clan, the foremost clan in the shinobi world. And to avoid drawing unwanted attention from troublemakers, he had to rely on Manado. As for the Sharingan residing in the forest, Huma chose not to meddle but instead, after some discussions, retrieved it, placing it in a special vessel to entrust to Manado for safekeeping until the president's friend could reclaim it. Regarding the treatment the president would receive upon returning to Konoha, Huma could only place his faith in Manado. With everything arranged, he hoped for the president's safe return. In the afternoon, Huma met with Manado once more. Manado, I consent to your taking the president, but you must assure his safety and recovery. Manado solemnly nodded. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power. He entered the intensive care unit, gently lifting the president, addressing Huma and the members of the White Dove Chamber. I will bring him back to Konoha immediately. As soon as I have news, I will inform you at once. Kakashi remained in his hospital room, beside the still unconscious Rin. His presence here served not only for recovery, but also as a potential leverage. As Huma and the others watched Manado vanish in an instant, their hearts brimmed with anxiety, feeling powerless. All they could do was pray that Manado would indeed save the president. After all, the White Dove Chamber could not function without its leader, just as Konoha could not thrive without Hashirama Senju. Chapter 53. The comprehensive economy of the Southwest Tea Country. The night in White Dove City was enveloped in a tranquil, yet oppressive stillness, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. A small squad of ninjas stealthily infiltrated the city, weaving through the shadows until they cautiously approached the grand edifice of the White Dove Chamber of Commerce. Remembering their prince's orders to create a commotion before retreating, they whispered among themselves, acknowledging the need to leave behind traces for others to resolve. Beneath the wall's edge, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, cloaked figures exchanged hushed murmurs and nodded in agreement. Alas, how curious it was that these ninjas had taken on the role of demolition experts. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, demanding, "Who goes there?" The leader turned toward the source of the sound, but found no one in sight. Just as he was about to turn back, he felt an inexplicable force restraining him. Before he could utter a cry, his head fell with a dull thud to the ground, landing amidst his own blood. The remaining three ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place, utterly oblivious to the preceding events that had just unfolded, indicating that their adversary possessed far superior strength. After what felt like an eternity, one finally broke the silence, suggesting they retreat. Even now, they were unaware of the voice and Appo's owner. However, upon hearing those words, their instinct for survival kicked in, and they hastened away in a frenzied escape. From the shadows, Kakashi emerged, the moonlight glistening upon his silver hair, casting an ethereal glow. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, his expression chillingly detached. The news reached the Tea Clan a day later, igniting a furious outrage when they learned that their dispatched envoy to White Dove City had been slain, with the perpetrators fleeing without so much as a warning. The indignation was palpable, as they felt deeply humiliated, prompting an immediate summons for Yin Xiang to appear at their camp. Though Yin Xiang sensed the brewing storm, he maintained his composure as he arrived. The Tea Clan leader sat within the tent, his countenance dark and foreboding. Upon seeing Yin Xiang, he slammed the table and thundered, "Yin Xiang, are you aware that the envoy I sent to White Dove City was murdered last night? Is this the work of your chamber?" Without losing his poise, Yin Xiang replied, "Your Highness, the situation in White Dove City is complex, and we are doing everything in our power to ensure safety within the city. As for your envoy's demise, I am unaware of the circumstances. Perhaps they inadvertently wandered into a perilous area. Moreover, you did not inform us of your intention to send an envoy, having received intelligence earlier that morning." Yin Xiang couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the absurdity of these nobles. The Tea Clan leader scoffed, "Spare me your pretense. Who else would be responsible for the death in White Dove City if not you? This is clearly a provocation, and you dare to disregard my authority?" Fury simmered within Yin Xiang, recognizing the unreasonable accusations being hurled at him, yet he stifled his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he calmly responded, "Your Highness, the White Dove Chamber has always been loyal to you and the Tea Country. We will investigate this matter thoroughly." Uncertain of the caliber of ninjas dispatched by the Tea clan, Yin could not ascertain the chamber's strength. The intelligence report merely outlined the events and urged him to act wisely, adhering to his principles. Thus, his words carried a subtle edge. The Tea clan leader, however, dismissed his words with a sardonic laugh. "Loyalty? You think your loyalty means anything? If White Dove City has blood on its hands, you cannot absolve yourselves of responsibility. I see you are intentionally provoking me, as though you do not regard my authority at all." Yin Xiang felt indignation rise within him. It was utterly unreasonable to cast blame so carelessly. Yet, he maintained his composure. "Your Highness, we at the White Dove Chamber have always upheld our loyalty to you and the Tea Country. We will get to the bottom of this matter." The Tea clan leader, sensing Yin Xiang and Appo's firmness, pondered for a moment. "Are you threatening me? With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can wage war against me? Such arrogance." Unfazed by the derision, Yin Xiang continued, "Your Highness, while we at the White Dove Chamber advocate for peace, we do not shy away from conflict. Our fleet, numbering in the thousands, sails the seas, fortified and armed, with a thriving commerce that ensures our coffers are ample. It is not our desire to sever amicable relations with you." His words carried a weight of sincerity, laced with an undercurrent of steel. Over time, he had come to understand the Tea clan's nature, blustering yet cowardly, willing to scheme but hesitant to act decisively, valuing personal safety over larger ambitions. With unwavering resolve, he locked eyes with the Tea clan leader, awaiting his response. The leader, taken aback by Yin Xiang and Appo's audacity, felt a flicker of concern. Had he underestimated the White Dove Chamber? He had presumed their capabilities were limited to a few prominent figures, but now doubts crept in. Perhaps their strength was more formidable than he had anticipated. Without revealing his inner turmoil, the Tea clan leader attempted to maintain his composure. "Moreover, our forces from the South Sea have already arrived in White Dove City, and we are confident in our ability to safeguard ourselves." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiang felt a surge of triumph, realizing the vice president and their allies were prepared for any eventuality. He silently admired Huma Kai's foresight, sensing an opportunity to turn the tide in their favor. Observing the leader and Appo's shifting expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing that his words had struck a chord. "Your Highness," he asserted, "I reiterate that the White Dove Chamber values peace but will not cower in the face of conflict. The balance of power has shifted." In a moment of confusion, the Tea clan leader murmured, "Yin Xiang, we are partners in this venture, yes." This is quite a predicament. Recently, the fourth prince of the Tea Country engaged in extensive discussions with the emissaries of the White Dove Chamber, culminating in a profound strategic partnership. The two parties would closely collaborate across pivotal domains such as trade, military cooperation, and the efficient allocation of resources, collectively forging a comprehensive economic framework for the Southwest Tea Country, aiming to foster mutual prosperity. Chapter 54. Tsunade. To bring a life into the world and nurture it requires immense effort and considerable resources. Moreover, it represents the essence of existence itself. Yet, war shows no mercy. Every life embroiled in its chaos merely becomes another wisp of smoke rising from the battlefield. Manado rushed back to Konoha, carrying the unconscious Uchiha. Manado-senpai greeted the eager genin, KZ, who had only recently begun his training. However, Manado's heart was heavy with anxiety, leaving him little time to respond as he dashed straight into the hospital. His chakra had been severely depleted, and he struggled to maintain the seal on Uchiha. Time was of the essence. The corridors of Konoha Hospital were permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant, mingling with the sounds of anguished groans and hurried footsteps, a grim testament to the cruelty of war. "Tsunade-sama, where's Tsunade-sama?" Manado called out, his urgency overriding the need for decorum in the normally tranquil hospital. A startled nurse, taken aback by his sudden outcry, noticed the still form of Uchiha in Manado and Appo's arms and promptly directed him to an examination room. "Tsunade-sama is over there." Like a bolt of lightning, Manado surged forward, bursting into the examination room. Tsunade, seated and perusing medical records, was startled by the commotion, her expression tinged with annoyance. "Manado, what are you doing? This is a hospital, not a place for shouting." The Third Great Ninja War had indeed begun, yet Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, remained behind. Confined to the rear lines of Konoha Hospital due to her long-standing fear of blood, a secret known only to a select few. Manado, disregarding his own breathlessness, carefully placed Uchiha on the examination bed and implored, "Tsunade-sama, please save him. He is a ninja from our village, and his life hangs by a thread. Only you can save him." Tsunade stood, her gaze perplexed. A sight like Manado's was rare, and if not for the presence of this individual, she might have thought it was Kushina who was injured. Approaching the bandaged figure, she reached out to examine Uchiha, pausing momentarily. In response, Manado hastily released the seal. As her fingers grazed Uchiha and Appo's body, Tsunade's expression grew grave. Through her chakra sensing, she discerned a chaotic turmoil within Uchiha, an utter mess. Suddenly, she spotted a trickle of blood seeping through the gray bandages, her heart sinking. This was intolerable. A wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her hands to tremble slightly. And cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Manado, acutely aware of her distress, stepped forward, anxious. "Tsunade-sama, how is Uchiha?" Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Tsunade replied. "His injuries are more severe than I anticipated. The situation inside his body is catastrophic." She averted her gaze, moving to the doorway and calling out, "Shizun." Moments later, Shizun burst into the examination room, equipped with the necessary tools. Tsunade quickly composed herself, striving to maintain her calm demeanor as she instructed Shizun, "Shizun, prepare for treatment. I will guide you. You must execute." Though still in her teens, Shizun had been training under Tsunade for some time and understood the gravity of the situation. Manado yearned for Tsunade to take direct action, but he knew she must begin the treatment for Uchiha immediately. Standing by, Minado's gaze was fixated on Uchiha's closed eyes, intermittently darting between Tsunade and Shizun, his hands instinctively clenching. "The surgery has begun. You must step outside," Tsunade instructed. As Manado exhaled a sigh of relief, a wave of overwhelming fatigue suddenly washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Gritting his teeth against his weakness, he sank onto a nearby recliner. Meanwhile, at the root base, the oil woman Ryuma knelt before Danzo, reporting, "Sir, the mission has failed. We only acquired one Manjiki Sharingan. The other is likely with Namake's Manado, who has since rescued Uchiha and taken him to Konoha Hospital." Ryuma lowered her head, uncertain of her next thoughts. Danzo's brow furrowed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. However, he refrained from chastising Ryuma directly. Accepting the container holding the Manjiki Sharingan, he examined its captivating, eerie pattern. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. The power of the Uchiha. "Dismissed," he commanded. Ryuma bowed her head in acquiescence. "Yes, sir. Spread the word that Uchiha has abandoned his mission and betrayed his comrades. Do it swiftly." A figure emerged from the shadows, responding promptly, "Understood."